Hi everyone, this is Kinsey. This isn't scripted or anything like that. I just wanted to put a little note at the beginning that this is every Gundam video I've ever made. I haven't done a count of this. I'll do a count of how many it is later, but essentially this is every Gundam game I've ever made a video about. I left out technically 3 videos, but they all have to do with Gundam Battle Operation 2. If you've been here for a while, you know that I don't really care for that game, but I made the videos about those and I just don't really think they're all that relevant anymore. One is the actual video itself, and I just think that that video, I've explained my position on it so many times, me responding to hate comments I got about Gundam Battle Operation 2 and lost footage of me playing that game. All of that stuff is in my last compilation, the incomplete compilation of my Gundam videos back then, but that's gonna be unlisted, but you can find that in my master list. But this is the most comprehensive video about everything else that I've done up to this point. So yeah, just wanted to put that out there. I wanted to put it all together in one solid location so that all of my Gundam fans could get here, sleep to it, spread it around. I really hope you all enjoy, and it was really fun to put it together. It was really fun to go down memory lane, and while I'm not really prioritizing Gundam content anymore, I really do hope you all enjoy it. It's been a fun ride, and that's about it. It's like 4 hours, so enjoy it. Bye-bye. Hi everyone, this is Kinsey. You know when a game comes out that you only hear is bad for either unknown reasons or very, very well-known reasons? For me, that game was New Gundam Breaker. I have always known about the popularity of Gunpla and how seriously people took it, but I never took the time to build my own. I was perfectly comfortable just looking at Gunpla on display in stores. I was a simple kid back then. I was also a fan of the Dynasty Warriors Gundam series because instead of focusing on the realism of actually piloting these heavy-ass suits like the Mobile Suit Gundam games, the Warriors games focused on giving you all of these Gundam's cool moves and let you slash your way through thousands of mass-produced suits while being light as a feather. New Gundam Breaker seemed like, to me, having no knowledge of the Gundam Breaker series prior, the chance to have that same Dynasty Warriors experience, but with more realistic Gundam elements from the other games. Normally, I would have gone ahead and purchased it. I didn't, but I was always looking out for it. Over time, however, I noticed something about the game. The price kept dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping. Oh look, it's $15. And that made me look up reviews. And every review basically said the same thing at the time of release. The game is mediocre, has a mountainside worth of technical issues, and is overall just the worst way to localize the series, and is an even worse follow-up to a game called Gundam Breaker 3. So here we are today. Not only do I have a heavily patched version of New Gundam Breaker, but I also have Gundam Breaker 3 imported straight from Asia, so I will be reviewing both of them. Gundam Breaker 3's video will be more of a comparison to New Gundam Breaker, while New Gundam Breaker will be the benchmark for Gundam Breaker 3. Okay, I said enough. Let's get to the breaking. This is my review on New Gundam Breaker. Yeah, those reviews are right. Well, mostly. Let me just start out by saying that this game is a mess of unrefined combat and just weird design decisions, but the game ran fine. No matter what I was doing in the game, the patches must have helped, because I was not only running at a smooth frame rate, but I was able to hit 60 FPS on PS4 Pro at times. The game had frame rate drops and literal hitches, but overall, the game played well enough for me to focus on its problems that it can't just patch under the rug. But for now, let's start with the good. The game looks excellent. The game took the more toy-like route with the graphics. I feel like I could reach into the TV and grab one of those models and it would look the exact same in the real world. Your Gunpla sits on your desk in the main menu, and it can be posed in many ways in the photo mode. The environments also look great, especially the map where it looks like the lobby to an office or something. It's so cute how everything is so big around us. It's like children's toy warfare, and it looks adorable. The looks also go hand in hand with the customization of your Gunpla, and if you are thinking about getting this game, this should be the reason why. The customization is so flexible, and a new feature for this game was being able to loosely customize the inner frame of your Gunpla, which apparently was new for the series. The colors of every single piece you collect can be changed to your color value of choice. Your colors can be as metallic or as glossy as you want, and there are even presets that let you pick a paint job to save you the trouble of crafting a great color scheme. The promise of customizing the Gunpla of your dreams is definitely possible, and as a result, I feel like I can recommend this Gunpla customization tool to any Gunpla fanatics out there. unless you have access to the Japan-only series, which I hear is amazing, but we'll get to that in the next video. And now for the bad, cause this list is gonna be pretty hefty. On the dark side of assembling your Gundam, if you don't want to grind for parts that is, you can choose to buy the parts yourself, and each single part, whether it is small scale or big scale, which is 1/44 scale, or 1/100th scale, is a whopping 100,000 Gundam points. 100 grand! This wouldn't suck so hard if it weren't for the fact that you barely get money after missions. Depending on the amount of duplicate parts you get during the mission, you can sell those dupes for Gundam points at the results screen, and you will almost never reach a decent amount. It is reasonable to say that you will never reach the amount to buy every part in the game, so you will be grinding off of missions hoping you'll get the parts that you want. Each part also comes with its own stats, which makes building the Gundam of your dreams kinda difficult. You either build the kit you want and have mediocre stats potentially, or you min-max and you have a monstrosity of a creation. The parts you get are also randomized because no matter what mission you play, the mission will spawn randomized gunpla, which means that when you're looking for a specific part, you'll just have to get lucky and hope you aren't wasting your time. From the moment you spawn in, your first responsibility in any typical mission is to break open crates and get experience to level up your gunpla for the mission to gain access to your skills. Think of it as creep farming in MOBAs. This system works okay for this game, even though the experience takes a while to come to your gunpla. But it gets pretty annoying when you're fighting enemies and the lock-on system immediately shoots to a crate somewhere on your far left. Oh yeah, the lock-on sucks. Lock-on is done by aiming your camera, and the lock-on space will attach heavily to a single target. In a one-on-one battle, this would be fine, but you are constantly fighting upwards of 10 to 20 units at a time, so you will be struggling to lock on to the unit you want to kill, but your lock-on cursor will fuck off to the mobile armor that is over yonder. Not to mention that the lock-on camera makes fighting up against objects in the battlefield a headache. The fighting itself feels cheaply made, impact on hits is lacking, and worst of all, the reason for this lackluster carnage is stupid as hell too. The story is set up in missions where at first you'll be going solo, and after these missions you'll be choosing between characters to go on missions with, and their missions lead to other missions with that same character. The difference in characters only applies to the story itself, which takes place in Gunbray High? Okay, so in Gundam Breaker High, there are two sides. Everyone who can build Gunpla and the rejects, and naturally you and 3 other girls are the reject. One girl is your typical valedictorian type who's perfect at everything, but she's not on the side with the perfect people. Another girl is your typical Hinata Hyuga type, and the other one is... batshit insane. The motivations are paper thin and only serve to get you controlling your gunpla faster. Skipping cutscenes will allow you to miss nothing. Overall, the story is a reason to play and nothing else. Maybe you'll attach to the characters, but if you don't, oopsie doopsie, guess the story is fucking useless. But aside from that, I had a bunch of fun with the game. There's a certain satisfaction to building a gunpla and taking it for a spin, seeing how much attack power they have and how fast you can clear a wave of enemies, provided that wave of enemies doesn't just decide to gangbang you and wipe your health in one go.
No, don't die. You have been slain.
That part is fun, and the degree of customization only makes that better. If only the rest of this game followed suit. Yes, the game has been patched a bunch, but at the same time, these problems will most likely stay with the game forever. I don't think the game is unsalvageable garbage like a few people think, but it's fun and that's about it. Upon starting the game for the first time, you have to do a lot of reading, and by reading, I mean... shut the fuck up! After all of that, the game immediately threw me into the story. You play a competitor in somewhat of a Gundam Grand Prix, where you have to make the gunpla that will rival the rest. That premise immediately stuck out to me more than New Gundam Breaker. Games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Beginning of Destiny, Super Dragon Ball Heroes, and now Gundam Breaker 3 all deal with you playing the game within the game, while not being in the universe of the game itself, and I have a soft spot for games like that, so I immediately felt at home, honestly. The main character was pretty likable, and the characters you meet on your journey to being the best team definitely stick out more than the 3 girls you're forced to be around in New Gundam Breaker. The cast constantly switched up and added to the experience as well, especially the SD Gundam Knight that joins your party.
ちょっと、なんで私は呼び捨てでそっちは主殿なの？私は門松のインプットしたデータに従っているだけだ。門松。
And yes, while you are a faceless protagonist, at least you get to see yourself in the hub world, so that helps to allow you to identify with your pilot more than in New Gundam Breaker, which showed you no one. Overall, the game's introduction did much better than New Gundam Breakers, but not everything is peaches and cream. The intro also throws you straight into the gameplay with a pre-made GM3. While the intro is well done for those who like hack and slash gameplay, if you don't even like it, or Gundam for that matter, then you most likely will get bored pretty fast. Here lies the main difference I noticed early on in Gundam Breaker 3. The mission structure is non-existent. In New Gundam Breaker, the game gives you tasks to do during the mission that can at least keep you busy, but in Gundam Breaker 3, more often than not, you will mainly just be beating the shit out of Gunpla until you reach the final boss of the mission, then that's it. Like I said, I like that gameplay loop, but if you don't like hack and slash games, or beat 'em ups for that matter, which this game is closer to, you will most likely not enjoy yourself as much as someone else who does. But that's fine, because that initial intro, and I mean this lovingly, is arguably the worst part of the game. Because as soon as you finish that, you can customize your Gunpla, and that's when Gundam Breaker 3 begins to earn its reputation, and when New Gundam Breaker starts to show its ass. Remember when I said that you should most definitely get New Gundam Breaker for its customization alone, unless you have access to the Japanese series? Well, now I have access to it. New Gundam Breaker is a bit biter. Can I copy your homework head ass? Everything that New Gundam Breaker gives you is accessible from Gundam Breaker 3 and has way more to give you. All of the same options are here and available right after the intro tutorial level. The only thing you don't get that New Gundam Breaker gives you is customization of your inner frame. But you can ignore that your entire time playing and it's barely noticeable. You know what else is gimped in New Gundam Breaker? Builder's parts. I forgot to mention this in the last video, thanks ZeroReverseR1 on Reddit for telling me this, but builder's parts in New Gundam Breaker allowed you to add different stats to your Gunpla while taking away others. For example, putting a horn on your Gunpla can give you more melee damage while taking away range damage. These parts can be anything from missile pods or a huge ass sword. Neither of these you can actually use. All of these things you pile onto your Gunpla in New Gundam Breaker are unable to be used, while in Gundam Breaker 3 you can use every builder part you put on, which is just better in every way. You put on a builder's part and boom, you can equip the skill that it gives you. If you equip a hand grenade, you can use it. A hyper beam, you can use it. Some builder's parts give you access to an entire other set of combo attacks that you can do. This game is so fully loaded with options to customize your Gunpla with that I was dumbfounded at how much New Gundam Breaker brought over and fucked with for no reason. New Gundam Breaker on its own is a good customization system, but compared to Gundam Breaker 3, it loses. Not terribly, but it is still a loss. Okay, now one place where the comparison gets a little harder to determine the winner in is the graphics, and honestly, I don't know. Gundam Breaker 3 obviously does a better job with its action, and its polish is unbelievably higher than New Gundam Breakers, but in terms of just sheer looks, I can't say that Gundam Breaker 3 looks strictly better. They are both good looking in different ways. Like I mentioned in the previous video, New Gundam Breaker is a more toy-like portrayal, with the smoothness of the Gunpla and the simple stylization of the environments, while Gundam Breaker 3 aims for a more realistic portrayal of Gunpla. The models look very real, but not lifelike realism, but rather a gritty imitation of realism. One example I can turn to is the metallic setting for the colors in both games. All of the color options are the same in both games, almost identical actually. and the metallic setting allows you to make your gunpla all shiny and whatnot. But in New Gundam Breaker, the metallics actually look easier on the eyes due to the simplicity of it. But in Gundam Breaker 3, the metallics look very detailed. Being able to see all of the realistic reflection was also appealing too. Overall, both games look high quality, but they both accomplish different goals in that aspect. If I had to choose one that I like more, Gundam Breaker 3 by a long shot. Yeah, New Gundam Breaker nails the look it was going for, but Gundam Breaker 3 is older and will age more gracefully than New Gundam Breaker ever will. This is also true in the gameplay as well, and wow, Gundam Breaker 3 puts this thing down, flips it, and reverses it. Is this? And wow. New Gundam Breaker is a bunch of bull. Gundam Breaker 3 in terms of gameplay feels like it was the one that was supposed to be the complete overhaul, but it wasn't. This game came out first. This game feels like it was made with life or death in the balance. This game plays amazingly. From the moment I started playing, I felt how much love and care was put into these systems. First things first, there is no XP to gain. You go in as strong as you were in the main menu, and you don't have your skills locked off as well. In New Gundam Breaker, not only were your skills locked off until you got enough XP to unlock them, but they were also on cooldowns. In Gundam Breaker 3, you only have cooldowns, and your skills are attached to your parts as well, but in this game there's a twist. In New Gundam Breaker, your gunpla could only perform the skills that you applied, but in Gundam Breaker 3, if your gunpla parts are naturally equipped with weapons by default, you can use them. Shin Musha Gundam has all of these sweet weapons on its back, and you can use every single one of them in a combo, and using them is no different from using an item. Another thing about weapon skills is that you can level up each individual part. So if you're using a weapon a lot, you'll get a bunch of weapon skills from it, and if you want to switch to another weapon of that same type, you can keep all of those skills equipped and not lose any stats from the weapon switch. And all of that is before you even move! As soon as you lock on, it is much more focused on one target. But the lock-on area is much more forgiving with switching targets. If there are multiple targets in your lock-on area, the cursor will switch to them and your area will stay put, allowing you to attack whoever you want without pounding your head into the pavement because the lock-on's stuck to a crate behind a wall or something. And crates aren't even in this game! Attacks are also able to be cancelled into your jumps and your dashes. So if you want to knock an enemy into the air and jump after them instantly, you can do that! You can even chain multiple EX skills in the air, and if you lose them and they fall to the ground, you don't have to wait for them to get back up, which was a very annoying issue in New Gundam Breaker. Another annoying as hell thing in New Gundam Breaker that I can't believe I was ever okay with was being restricted to only holding 5 parts at a time. Now, I get it, they were trying to make it more based on your team supporting you while you deliver parts instead of it being a largely solo experience like in Gundam Breaker 3, but if you aren't playing with anyone, you're just waiting for your AI partner to stop playing hide the monkey with the Rig Dias across the map and deliver the goddamn part that they picked up by accident. It's restrictive, it's artificially hindering progress, and worst of all, it wasn't like this in Gundam Breaker 3 at all. It was a much more traditional system in the sense that you had no part limit, and every gunpla had the chance to drop a part from that specific gunpla unless it's a boss fight. Then they can drop a variety of parts, including the parts attached to it. Now you may ask me, but KinzieK, how do you know what Gundams are gonna spawn? In New Gundam Breaker, it was all random, but in this game, they tell you right there, which is godlike. Because if you don't want another bajillion parts from Victory Gundam, you don't have to get them. That makes the grind awful in New Gundam Breaker, but here, not so much. You have to do more collecting, but once you get enough parts, you can buy the full set for very achievable prices. Gosh, with all of this good shit in the game, you'd think it was perfect. And it is, motherfucker! No, not quite. Let me humble this game a little bit. The mission structure is still kinda ass. The one thing I can give to New Gundam Breaker is that while its missions can get repetitive, for someone with a short attention span at least, those missions will at least keep them occupied. In Gundam Breaker 3, there's none of that. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you don't like hack and slash or Gundam, you are very likely to get bored with just killing things. Gundam Breaker 3 really hopes that you get swept up in the grind, because once you get past all of the perfection, it gets rather thin. Now, if you do like it, however, these problems just kinda go away. but only being able to choose between kill a bunch of Gunpla, or kill a bunch of Gunpla so you can kill their Nexus, or kill a bunch of Gunpla so you can kill the Big Daddy Gunpla, makes it really easy to take breaks. In short bursts of grinding, Gundam Breaker 3 is probably at its strongest, but in a marathon, it could probably do the opposite to someone and turn someone away from the lack of variety. And while I hope that doesn't happen for those that hear that this game is amazing and the definitive Gunpla experience, it's very possible. I wasn't expecting to have to shut off my brain, but button mashing does have that effect on me sometimes. It's still a blast whenever I go back to it, but those times, unfortunately, are finite. So, with all that being said, how do I feel about this game? Playing it right after New Gundam Breaker, I thought it was unreal that they would make some of the changes that they made, but the mission structure and the sheer repetitiveness of the combat in long bursts can grind on the patience of some, I'm sure. But let's get to the skinny of it. Is this game better than New Gundam Breaker? Absolutely. Gundam Breaker 3 costs just about $50 for the Break Edition, and it is the most complete package that you can ask for out of both of these games. The combat is a vast downgrade in New Gundam Breaker, and the change was so stark in the presentation, mechanics, and overall style that I didn't even feel like New Gundam Breaker deserved to be in this series at all. It feels like an entirely different type of game, a game made by somebody who didn't even know how to hold Gundam Breaker's jock. However, if you don't want to drop the full price for an import, settling for New Gundam Breaker isn't really shortchanging yourself either. It goes for about $15 at your local GameStop or EB Games, or hell, check out a mom and pop shop and see if you can get it there. Because for that low price, you are getting a Gunpla battle experience that is fun in its own way. And that's okay, you know. I guarantee that if you can get past the mediocrity of this game, you can at least get your $15 worth making a couple of Gundams and meeting these wonderful ladies. But if you do get Gundam Breaker 3, be prepared to play it for a long time, because the longevity of it and the potential to play it is undeniable. I feel like it was made with player's choice in mind, and it respected the time I spent with it every single time. First things first, my favorite Gundam is Turn A. Not because I like butterflies, but because I like androgynous pretty boys that sometimes get a little too pretty. Why do I say this? Because Gundam Versus is a game that gives me that and then some. I've owned this game for about a year or so, and I only played it very briefly, so this video will only be partly retrospective, because as I came back, I almost didn't know what game I was playing. So, let's get to it. We aren't playing with Gunpla anymore. This is Gundam, baby. Hey, future me, while you're busy binge watching Daria, can you not take a month to put this one out? Okay, thanks. Oops. Okay, so before we get to the game itself, there's an elephant in the room that must be paid attention to, and that is Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme Versus. This is an earlier version of the Versus games, and it was a Japanese exclusive as well. I got it from a friend all the way back in middle or high school or something. While I don't know what happened to it, if you want to know my opinion on it,
I liked it.
And as far as the full boost version goes,
I probably would have liked it.
I couldn't read Japanese back then, and using the circle button to select options was completely foreign to me at that time. Needless to say, setting up the match was complicated, but once I did that, the game was a fun time. Now, for the main attraction. I brought up Turn A earlier because that suit is the grand majority of the gameplay you'll see. While there are like 100 plus suits in the game after DLC, Turn A is the one that I chose to play the game with for this video. I can assure you all though that the same amount of accuracy they paid to Turn A is evenly distributed to the entire base cast. All of the suits felt great to play. Small thing here that might turn a minority of people off from buying is that G Gundam is DLC. Master and God Gundam, known to us as Burning Gundam in the States, are behind a paywall. While it doesn't bother me personally, someone's potential favorites being behind a price kinda sucks, I feel. I'd have hated to have paid for Turn A, so I can only imagine G Gundam fans being upset. But the main roster is pretty sizable, so your next favorite couldn't be too far away. If that did turn you off while the game was full price, I totally understand, but now the game being this many should be a little easier to accept. Now, when I came back, I knew I would be a little bit rusty, but this game is easy mode. Let's just jump straight in and kick some metal ass. Uh-oh. I picked turn A and my striker baby boy ball and went in head first. I was doing relatively okay for the amount of rust I had accumulated. Then these 3 boys came in and ganked me. While I knew the bare bones mechanics, I had forgotten the majority of the advanced tech and I got bodied. Regardless of that, the mechanics are freaking solid and the weight strikes this perfect balance between speed and heaviness. Even if the mechanics are airtight, this game will punish you for not knowing how to use them properly. And that's good, because after losing this easy level mission, I took my ass straight to the tutorial, and that is the first thing this game does very well. This game wants you to get better, and the tutorial is perfect for this. This game doesn't treat you like a battle royale does, where you have to learn by repeatedly failing against others. This game wants you to cultivate your skills with its few single player modes so that you're ready for the online. But I'll get to that one later. So, after the tutorial, I was better prepared overall, so I went back into the fray. This time into the ultimate battle mode. This game mode is different from the previously shown trial mode, which I'll cover in a little bit. Ultimate mode is basically survival mode. You choose a suit and you go through waves of Gundams that try to stop you from progressing. When you finish a certain amount of waves, you spend points to upgrade your stats for the run and refill your health. This is the mode I feel is more casual and will be more enjoyable for those that like small gaming sessions. It can be as long or as short as you want it to be, and it has some pleasant surprises sprinkled throughout. They even let me play as Big Zam, and I was all like, "Hey, Big Zam!" I googled it, and from what I understand, this was also a rare occurrence. Even more things can happen, and you can even play as DLC suits. Ultimate Battle was a thoroughly good time, and most likely where most time will be spent. The mode that I liked not as much is Trial Battle. Trial Battle is a much more restricted mode where it's focused on the suit that you play. They give you a small cutscene before the trials and then you complete missions which basically boil down to "You hero, go kill!" A big problem I had with this mode back then and now is that when you quit a trial you have to start from the very beginning of the entire line of missions and you can't select the mission you left off on. You can't even scroll to see the mission you left off on. You either complete it in one sitting or you don't, and I don't really like that. But if that's more your speed, then that problem may not even be a thing for you. Oh, that's it. That's all the purely single-player offerings the game gives you. And while these are really meant to prepare you for the online, if you value single-player experience, you may have to use your imagination for some of these to keep things fresh. Because killing Gundams is all you're going to be doing for a while. All that's left is free battle and the online. Free battle allows you to create a team of you and an ally versus 2 enemies. Here you can set up dream Gundam matches that haven't happened in the show, and when you inevitably get bored of that, the online is left. And that, let me just give it to you straight. You're gonna be seeing a lot of this, and this. Not to mention, the online being segmented like this means that a mode that you will want to play will be more deserted than my Best of the Best Girls of My Hero video. I actually find it pretty funny. You should all check it out. It took me a long time to find a match in my mode of choice, and when I searched again, I found the same person. This game is more or less dead from what I can tell, and since the game is really meant as practice for the online, what can you do? The game is fun and all, and don't get me wrong, I completely demolished that dude. Wow! But after that, the only thing I could find left to do was this. And that's pretty fun. But after that, what's left? Online isn't popping, single player gets old, and free battle is really only good for multiplayer if you want to play it longer than 30 minutes, and that's it. It hurts to say, but the enjoyment is over just as soon as you feel it. This was a very fun experience, learning all of these mechanics again, being able to use them against bots that could cream me, and even going online and winning? That was fun, but then that fun was over. When I covered the 2 Breaker games, I focused on the single-player experience of both while glossing over the online, because I knew that the games were older and most likely would not be as populated, and the single-player for those games can carry those games pretty far. Here in Gundam Versus, the online is the reason to play this game long-term. It has versus in the title. It is a reasonable assumption to say that it is a competitive game. But with no push from the developers and no reason to stick around, this one is just dealt a bad hand. It is very fun, trust me. You will get a lot of mileage out of simply playing your favorite suits and killing a bunch of Gundams with them, and this game is freaking beautiful. Have you seen these models? They look amazing. But how long will that last you? I have no idea, but fun is fun at the end of the day. I most likely won't revisit it anytime soon, but trying it out at least once is what this game deserves. The game is here for a good time, but unfortunately, not a long time. Okay, this one's gonna be kind of off script because I have no idea what's gonna come up next. On my video on Maxi Boost, I actually did two things. I did live commentary over my first games in the game at the beta test and my overall thoughts on the single player content. And I want to add both, but I also split that initial video up into two parts because of that. So I might include the full thing, I might not. Either way, you're gonna know how I feel about Maxi Boost right after I say this. I know this might be kind of weird, but I'm gonna start with the character select screen. I spent a lot of time here going back in time. It was truly crazy to me seeing Haman Karn in two outfits instead of the usual one. Seeing Camille Biden really brought me back. The presentation is just really damn good. They highlight every suit by their series, and you can select suits by series or by individual suit, and that was really nice. They show the pilot and the suit in a really stylized fashion here, and wait, Pli and Pli 2? Nah, these are Puru and Puru 2. Let's get that straight right now. 10 out of 10 character select, let's move on to the gameplay. As per usual, I picked turn A for this one to see how the gameplay would measure up to my previous versus experience, and well, it's largely the same. I can't really say that anything blew my mind when it came to how different something was. I did notice one thing that I didn't know I'd miss, and that is the fast fall maneuver from Gundam Versus. I'm not sure if that's something that they flat out removed or I just didn't do it, but I really liked being able to reach solid ground quickly instead of falling at normal speed. Besides that though, the controls are literally just as amazing as they were in Versus. However, this game felt faster, like they took off some weight, and I loved it. Plus, they kept that silly flying thing that you can do on turn A, and Loran screaming, and they put him in spaghetti straps, and lord, I think I'm maxi about to simp. In all seriousness though, the gameplay was top quality and is in my opinion perfect for release. The formatting for the single player trial battle is also much better, except here it's called branch battle, and branches they definitely are. Instead of looking kinda sloppy as it did in Versus, this one looks much more stylish, showing you plenty of paths and letting you select at your own discretion. This made me so happy to see, because while it's not a huge problem, I am a sucker for the little things, so yeah, this kinda rules. Well, that is about as far as the single player offerings in the beta go. I enjoyed my time with it, and if they keep the random events in from Versus and add more than branch battle, then I'm already a fan of this new installment. Now, as you all may know, Cross-Rays is nothing like the Gundam games that we've been looking at in the last videos. It's nothing like Battle Operation 2 where the Gundams feel like they're walking through elephant cum, and nothing like the Versus games where the gameplay makes me wanna cum. Nah, this game is a whole different beast entirely. It's a real-time strategy game in the same vein of Fire Emblem, Disgaea, or any other game that requires you to sacrifice some of your lifespan in order to stay sane while you watch your units get digged down because you accidentally moved in one wrong spot. Yeah, this is one of those. But that's not a problem, really. It's just different. Being different is fine as long as you do it right. Now, the question is, does Cross-Rays do it right? And let's get to the story mode and find out. Whoa. There's a few stories here. And the stories that are available to me provide a decent chunk of the experience to try. I've heard that this is actually a huge gutting of the content you get in the full version, but for someone like me, who is very casual about how much I know about these stories, it's fine for me. And to be honest, nowadays, a lot of games aren't even as long as this demo, so I'm glad that they gave me multiple chapters to bite into for the free. I'm gonna go ahead and start with Mobile Suit Gundam Wing Dual Story G-Unit? Wait a minute, what kind of game is this? The mission they provided me in this story was named a mobile suit called Gym and Ass. This game does not make it easy to grow up. So starting this story, the first thing I noticed was the visual novel control deck at the bottom of the screen. My first thought? How long is this cutscene about to be? Real long, bitch! So strap in, cut that auto scroll on, and you better get your riff on! For those of you without a childhood, riff is an acronym for Reading is Fundamental. Luckily, this story in particular was easy to understand. 5 Gundams attacked Earth, and after some political mumbo-jumbo, the colony named MO5, which I like to call Movie, were developing different secret suits that would get them Warwick ganked by the war if they were ever found out about. The main character that you will be controlling here is named Odin, piloting the Gemini-ass during a mock battle. Naturally, you lose to the Chad relative, but what I didn't expect were these freaking amazing cutscenes. Like, what the hell? And these aren't like a few and far between or nothing like that. You get these scenes every time you attack, and that's incredible for a game with these cute retro style graphics. The game stays very faithful to its genre, and that is muy delicioso. Shortly after Odin got fucky-wuckied, he ran into a suit that wasn't a part of movie. So naturally, this is the first fight. This first fight came with some interesting situations. Keep in mind that I do not blame the game for what you are about to hear. I will take every L. First, they have victory conditions and challenge conditions. The challenge for this fight was simple enough. Kill this tutorial guy in 5 turns. Easy clap. But then my dumbass thought that the highlighted area was my movement spaces instead of the squares, and I wasted turn after turn moving like 2 spaces at a time, and needless to say, it took way more than 5 turns. Whenever you end a turn though, this plays. That's cute. You can't even imagine how hard I laughed seeing the enemy move like 1 space and then they play this grand fanfare. Fuck me up something serious. Big ups to them for doing that. Combat itself isn't just walk up to thing and beat to death. You have a couple options that you can select rather than it being just a random response. You can either counter with your own attack while receiving damage in the process, defend to receive less damage, or try to evade to mitigate damage altogether. All of which come with their own cutscenes, and they are all sickeningly cool. And they even let you skip these cutscenes if you want to, allowing for much easier repeat playthroughs. After a few attacks, we beat this jobber, and realizing his embarrassing loss, decides to become as a god and game end himself. Turns out that expendable asshole belonged to these people. Broom Brooks, who looks like a villain from Pokemon, Kratz Sylvie, who looks like a villain from Danganronpa, and Roshna Tano, who looks like a villain from my wet dreams. Shortly after more good guy talk and bad guy talk, here's another battle, this time introducing a new mechanic. I haven't seen this in any other RTS that I've played from my memory, but in this battle you have a ship with a health bar that holds units inside it, and you can sortie units from this ship to use them to attack the infantry on the field, and you can also attack on the ship as well. I liken it to armatizing in Tales of Zestiria. You can be as one unit with a massive health bar, or split up and have more attacks, more turns, and more ways to defeat the opposition, not to mention more cutscenes to watch. In this mission, you're supposed to protect the ship that is trying to get away from the Saturday morning cartoon brigade, and that didn't happen. I lost. Next story. The next mission is called Red and Blue and takes place during year 70 after the Bloody Valentine event. This story is also taking place during a war, and humans are constantly at odds trying to preserve their ways of life. The main characters of this one are a junk dealer named Kisato Yamabuki, another named Lo, and a third person named Liam Garfield. And I already like this story more than the last. I have a small thing for small resistance groups that have to rely on themselves for survival. They just collect garbage to fix their shit, man. I love that. They even ride in on bulldozer-looking suits. Like, come on, that's so cute. Their dialogue here really shows what kind of people they are, and I mean that very literally. They are who they are. Trash collectors. While the two sides of the war, Earth Alliance and Zaft, are fighting, they go in after and collect the spoils. They don't really have much of a dog in this fight, and Liam and Lo both know this, but Kisato feels uneasy about this fact. That dynamic is rich for character building, and I love that kind of stuff. Now, since I actually knew what I did wrong in the last fight, this challenge was a cakewalk. Kill the enemy with Lo's beam rifle. Once again, I thought this was an easy clap until I realized that 70% is much lower than 100%. I took shot after shot and I missed again, and I missed, and I had a dream that I missed, and then I woke up and then I missed. Damn, I've had better odds in Mario Party 2. But eventually I killed them, and they pulled a Dr. Eggman and tried to kamikaze me. To be honest, this kinda goes the same route as the last story, but with different characters, and Moving right along, this fight was pretty much the same as the fight from the last story, except this one is about Guy piloting the suit instead of Lo. But the flow of this fight was better since you don't have to escort anyone this time around. You just kill units. Much better of a mission to learn the ropes than thumbing ass over there. Until I let the silver hair die and I lost. Next story. Damn, I suck at this. Last story I'm gonna look at for this video is the double up. Yeah, I don't like your face. The last story I'm gonna look at for this one is the IBO Gecko story, because he looks nicer. And oop, I found the best girl! Now for this story, I will say that the music is saucy as fuck. And the name Daddy Ted made me drop my drawers a little. We come into this story hot and ready with the MC Argy brandishing a fucking gun. Seriously, with negotiations like these, who needs Gundam, am I right? The beginning fight for this one was even more straightforward than the last one. Just kill the Triana in 2 turns. Easy clap. Next fight has me placing a ship and another team next to me while I have to fight an army of goons. Yeah, I see where this is gonna go. Yep, I fucking died. Let's just finish this shit. These 3 stories all taught me something very important. That even though the fundamentals of anime-style RTSs are pretty much the same, I can still get bodied harder than an Aurelian Soul fighting an Akali, or a competitive Smash player fighting the justice system, but even still, no RTS has been this flashy, stylish, or even this deep with story that I've seen. And for that, I truly think this game cements its place within the Gundam game discography, and will sit beautifully in my Gundam folder on my PS4 dashboard. So this game starts off with a banger. Like literally, this introduction made me hyped as shit to get ready to read the end user license agreement, and the presentation is also much cooler than what I experienced previously. In Crossrays, the menu is just a basic menu to get you from point A to point B, but in this game, this menu takes place in space, which is much better aesthetically and makes it much more interesting to get from point A to point B by. See what I did there? The first thing I looked at was the library. When I start on a game for the first time, for some reason I just can't play the damn game. I want to fully immerse myself in what this game is trying to show me, and for a demo, this is a lot of stuff to bite into. You have descriptions of characters, the different types of mechs that are displayed in the game, and even the series that are displayed have their own options as well. Unfortunately, they don't let you select the first few options, but I can say that as far as these types of games go, I can assume what they hold, so no hard feelings there. They do let you venture into the series introductions, however, and while I knew that Cowboy Bebop was featured, I also saw the familiar Gundam series and Gunbuster. I know nothing about the mechas outside of Gundam, however, Gunbuster 2 has that amazing song Groovin's Magic, and therefore, I am a fan. Yes, my pool is that shallow. Not to mention the music. The music? It's so nice right here. Overall, the library serves its purpose well, and I can easily see fans of these different series being very happy with what they're given in the full game. Hell, just seeing G Gundam represented was enough for me to be happy. But now that we've covered the supplemental material, now it's time to put those books away and for me to get into the raw thoughts. For you all to know how I felt, we need to start from the beginning. Let's jump into that story. The first thing I'll say is that I much prefer linear narratives over choosing from multiple smaller stories. It helps to keep me focused and overall makes more sense to me. And this game is a linear narrative with a character for you to play as that you can set as male or female. Naturally, I went with the girl because guys aren't canon, and her name is apparently supposed to be Sagiri Sakurai. My first reaction was, and yeah. You saw this coming. And my nickname, of course, is KinzieK. My birthday is blah blah blah, and blood type is let's get it. Okay, so I'm not even gonna front. I had a hard time following the lore dump right here. It didn't bother me or anything, I just couldn't really have an opinion on anything I heard. But as soon as characters started popping up, Jesus! Best girl has been spotted. My mind will not be changed. I repeat, my mind will not be changed. You play as Joanna Dark in the VTS Weapon Test Facility. You are the manager of Special Section 3. From what I could gather, this is effectively where they kick people to from other sections, almost like a permanent detention. I won't say this is a ragtag group like in the last game with the trash people, because while they are your team members and while you are their manager, they don't know you. So I wanted to make a little bit of a clarification. When I said that they don't know you, it's very obvious that they know you in some regard because the dialogue directly is stating, as y'all are looking at it, that they know you in some way. They just don't know you as a person that they've worked with, just what they've heard and rumors and whatnot. But I just wanted to clear that up just in case anyone wanted to put that in the comment section. They do know you, just not personally or as a working partner. Okay, back to the video. And they have their own thoughts about you as you come to discover throughout the introduction. And also, I won't discriminate, Hirosuke Amazaki is best daddy, and don't worry, there's always enough food on my table for everybody. Actually, all of these characters are pretty cool. Meryl is your short introductions type of person who doesn't really seem to be fond of taking shit. Ami's is the cute character that needs protecting, even though she's kind of defensive, and Rami Amazaki, who is Hirosuke's daughter and has secrets of her own. To be honest, I like this dynamic, where everyone has their own little quirks about them that become more relevant later on. Not much of the dialogue is wasted here. I was enthralled the whole time just getting to know these characters, almost more than Joanna herself. After a bit more lip action from these characters, they get an alert which basically prompts the first battle, and this is where the presentation takes not a nosedive, but you know when a plane like slowly loses altitude? This environment is just ugly. I'm sorry, but this just doesn't look appealing to me. And Crossrays honestly has a lot to do with that. The color choices in Crossrays were much more vibrant whether they were in space or on land. Not to mention the details were also just a little more paid attention to. In Super Robot Wars T, this looks only slightly better than the early Disgaea games on the PS2, right down to the solid red movement panels. This just wasn't what I was expecting after the very detailed character sprites and the great introduction. It's not like this is a deal breaker or anything, these are just my thoughts immediately jumping into this right after Crossrays, which is in the same genre and was more appealing to the eye. But let's be real here, even I know that graphics barely matter in this game. It's about the action-packed gameplay sequences and the character interactions. So how is that? Fucking awesome! Literally, my first attack felt so good to do. The attack animations are sharply animated and done with sprites instead of grandiose 3D cutscenes, which I felt was much more appropriate and kept me in the action and made me want to watch every single one. The dialogue happening as text instead of feeling like a cutscene felt much more like I was playing a game instead of watching one. Not to mention, the dodge animation in this game is a huge vibe. More or less though, the game's flow of combat is the same as Crossrays. Yeah, it looks more complicated with all this talk of SR points and intuition, which I didn't really pay any attention to, but really, I made it through this battle just by pressing the fuck you button, which was serviceable, but a tiny bit of strategy would have been fine. Once again, can't really fault the first mission for this since I'm fairly certain this was meant to introduce you to the gameplay, so yeah, let's just call this a comparative observation. Soon after you kill more units, this epic guy shows up. Because I didn't know who the hell this was, but I knew he wasn't of this world because the art style looks older than me, I googled him, and yes, this is a crossover guy from King of Braves Gao Gai Gar, or as is said in the Nihon, Yusha o Gao Gai Ga, and that's pretty neat. I can appreciate having people from other works come into my battles and our characters are like, oh god, look, it's 2B from that Nirwana Hakalugi game! So yeah, all you King of Braves fans, I see you, and you are valid. I also saw all of their attack animations too. Every time an attack had a sick-ass name, I wanted to see it, and they never disappointed, not even once. They even retained their art styles from the show in the battle scenes, and they use old music from way back when. All of this tickled me pink, made me excited to see what new characters and references I'd get to see later on. After that battle completes, we get to see that Rami has a different hair color. I don't know exactly what that means for Rami, but apparently the Tyranado is involved in some way, her dad is the reason for it, and me seeing it is a problem. Either way, this marks the end of the first scenario and the end of the story section. I did want to go longer, but I didn't want to hit a part of the story that would have gotten cut short by the demo limit, which is up to chapter 3. I will just have to revisit this one when I get the full thing. Hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later, but we'll just have to see, won't we? Overall, this game is quite the enigma. It kept me involved for as long as I played it, and while I feel like I've experienced all of what I wanted out of Crossrays, this game right here leaves me wanting more. Hi everyone, this is Unwavering Excitement. Gundam games come in many different forms. Fighting games, arena-based fighting games, beat-em-up games where you be fighting, and games that feature such characters as Rinko Iori, where the only thing you fight with is your own meat stick. But there's one single difference between these I just mentioned and the game we're gonna cover today. I've actually heard of the other ones. Yeah, Gundam has an old-fashioned turn-based JRPG, and it's not only above $100 used on Amazon, but this damn thing is so underrated that I can't even find solid sales charts. Resorting to the wiki only gives one sentence saying that it is the poorest selling PS2 Gundam game in Japan. Like, come on, it had to compete with... So naturally, when some cute-ass bitches in my comments tells me that this game is good, best believe my melanized ass is gonna find out why. Yeah, that's right. DDP, Ren LaRose, and the pink space pony, KinzieK is coming to collect those asses. Here's MS Saga: A New Dawn, starring Yuri motherfucking Lowenthal. So the game starts out trying to call me Tristan, but excuse me, we're gonna be Kins. So hold up, this is kind of funny. Why do they have like an arcade attract mode sequence for this tragic ass shit that's going on, like it's Soul Calibur 2? Like, honestly, like families are actually rended asunder and then boom. Then right back to, that black guy will pay for his sins. Okay, but for real, the story is basically introduced with the red-headed step-tween Kins and his boy toy Fritz, who reminds me of Pence, who reminds me of
a bouncer,
which reminds me that there isn't a
bouncer
too. And then my dick weeps with sadness and depression pre. They head down a bridge towards an SD version of a gym, which they express that they have never seen before, which is the only way I'd ever get excited about seeing a gym. And then behind them comes this honorable soldier of Zeon ready to end these peasant children. Or that's what I would say if this were Zeonic Front, but nah. Sasuke from Boruto's dad Shippuden and Pence hop in the gym and learn from just the manual how to pilot this mobile suit and try to fight back. This all happened in the span of like 10 minutes, by the way, and I appreciate that. Also in these 10 minutes, I caught on to like a billion other things, so let's chip away at them, shall we? Moving around is standard and feels fine, and the game doesn't look bad either. Actually, I'll take it one step further and say that my rose-tinted glasses are on tight as fuck and cutting off my circulation, because this type of 3D graphics reminds me of Star Ocean, and honestly, that is my hardcore bias, so I am inclined to say that this is perfect. For me. After this battle where I have to put down the Zaku, I'm also wondering if the attack button was in the manual too. This is the moment where the game grabbed me by my testicular domicile. You can collect other suits and their parts and use them to make yourself stronger. You can have this Frankenstein's monster of a suit with some juicy ass stats reminiscent of Gundam Breaker, and I love it. I love preying on the weak to make myself stronger, don't judge me. This is indeed a JRPG in every stretch of the acronym, and this game is a lot more like those types of games where you have to dig a tiny bit to get to the meaty shit, but when you do, the leveling up, customization, and personalization of your customization is baller as fuck. A certain cutie from the Cute Bitches Discord made a passing comment about the game that kinda summed that up in a way.
That was one of the things I loved about this game, is that you can just throw parts on. This was like Gundam Breaker before I played Gundam Breaker.
For a JRPG, this is pretty damn good. And out of the JRPGs that I have played from that time that I can remember, none have been this dedicated to the childlike desire to want to color your personal unit in any way you want. After that cutscene, you get to the first thing that may turn some people off, and for good reason sometimes. It's random encounter season, baby! Yeah man, this game has random encounters. Well, not really random, since they do that thing from SMT Nocturne, where they give you a small hint as to when you'll get ganked by a radar-looking thing, changing color from blue to when you're in a space that's safe from the JG, to yellow, which means you're good, to orange, to boom. I wouldn't mind having little SD blobs on the world map so that I could avoid battles, because, well, let's get to those battles. For a decent amount of time, it's just attacking with your strongest weapon until you build up enough charge to use your special moves. You can give up a turn of yours in exchange for more charge on a later turn, or you can defend to minimize damage and just wait for more charge. All of your units and your enemies have classifications, but it is shown more clearly on enemies. If you straight up box a melee enemy, they can counterattack you, while ranged enemies can't. Your enemies can be better from range or in melee distance, and it'll show you up front which is which. And they even show you when they're about to use their special moves. The system works fine, but honestly, having played with more in-depth systems from that time period, I can only wish for things that I have gotten used to in other games of its ilk. As is probably obvious from what I'm showing you, this game isn't going for originality. Almost everything battle-wise is lifted from something else. The overworld makes me think of any Final Fantasy before 9, or just 9 itself. The battle system is also pretty close to those games, and if you told me that this was some kind of hidden gem Atlas game from these screenshots, I would have definitely believed you. Doesn't help that I've been playing Nocturne lately, and as a result I noticed some similarities. So eventually you make your way out of this cave to be met with the best character design that I ever did see. She is my type too, and apparently she's an older lady and her voice, oh my god.
So many lights!
Do you know what they are?
I swear this game just keeps fucking winning, yo. Goth GF supremacy now. Oh, he looks so mad. Cheer up, Luke Fabre from Tales of the Abyss. It'll be okay, I promise.
Stop! Are you trying to insult me?
I just love that he says, like, oh, I won't get into fights, mom. And then immediately, like, frame one. Fucking Pokemon Ash Ketchum looking ass. Damn, while he's piloting the gym, his mom is piloting the burning Gundam now, am I right? Am I right? Sorry for your loss. Wait. Who is this? Yosuke Hanamura from Persona 4. But without getting too far into the story, just know that it serves its purpose, and if you can get into the gameplay portion of this game, then this will serve as a decent Gundam-inspired traditional JRPG. And the fact that no one blew this up is kinda wild to me. Like, this was 2006. Like, what was even getting released in 2006 anyway? Oh my god. Well, shit, at least I know why this shit flew by the wayside in the States. If you're swinging on the same year as Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, then you gotta bring more than a heat hog, like, okay. Now, it's sad to say, though, that while I do like this game a ton, and it is one of my favorite Gundam games that I have played on the channel thus far based on sheer mixing up the Gundam game formula, compared to other JRPGs, it is definitely a little stuck in its ways. That doesn't make it bad at all, and sometimes that kind of game is my preference. Like, seriously, I'm still holding out hope for Star Ocean 3 Remake, but it makes sense as to why this game was left behind, at least at the time. So if at least one person can get the same enjoyment that I did in the current day, then I did my job as a KinzieK. Hard job too, I do not recommend it. Hi everyone, help me. For clarity's sake, because I swear honesty is priceless nowadays, I am pretty much blind to the full list of games we're gonna look at today. So far, every Gundam game I've played for the channel has been on the last generation of consoles, with most of them appealing to shiny metal robot go brr. So why not go back to the dark ages of mass-produced horror and look at the most mixed reception looking ass era of these games, the PS2 Gundam games. On the surface of all of these covers and looking at no gameplay, I can't imagine why these games got so much flack from the professional Cuphead tutorial players and got really good reception from the die-hard fans. This harsh dichotomy between the journalist scores and the user scores bring me to only one early determination. PS2 Gundam games are kinda weird, aren't they? And we're gonna look at a handful of them. So, without further fuck shit, let's sortie, cute bitches! Alright, here's how we're gonna do this, okay? Every game on this list has middle-of-the-road scores on Metacritic, so I think it'll be fun to look at them in order from highest to lowest, and compare my own experience with them and rank them in the actual order that they belong in, starting with Federation vs. Zeon. If I had to describe this game in any way, it would be solid. The intro comes in so smooth like a full-blown movie, but it's not even full motion video or anything, it's all in engine, and needless to say, I was very impressed. The narration is also the perfect bridge towards one of the best intro screens I've seen in a Gundam game yet.
Who will survive?
Ooh, that shit hit different. It just feels so much like a 3D episode of the show coming on, and bitch, lettuce in a bag of water in the middle of an African rainforest does not even compare to me when I was watching it for the first time. Needless to say,
That shit bussin'!
taking a look at these gameplay options, as I pretty much expected, all of these are basically the same gameplay but in different forms. I decided to try arcade since I wanted a jump in and play experience first, and I wanted to get my ass kicked while learning the controls. That's how I learned Mbon, and that's how I wanted to learn it here. Naturally, since this is Federation vs. Zeon, spoiler alert, Zeon always wins. Our pilot's name is KinzieK for this, because you are cute. Haha, got your cute ass. Each side of the verses has a roster of the more popular mass-produced suits, and I'm glad that this game allows Char himself to give me that Z-Gok-Gok combo. Ooh, that was bad. So anyway, Char's Gelgoog. And for the space battles, I picked Zeong because it is the only amputee I've seen playable in an arena-based fighting game. So I'll be an activist just this once. What is this music? That shot my experience up to about 100 out of 10, even though I was getting my ass blasted by a couple of granddaddies, and I'm just like, damn, I know why I date within my age range now. Aside from that, I was having a bunch of fun. I guess it's because playing the brand new Versus games and coming back to this one, I don't know, it just feels like I'm playing a piece of history here. Yeah, the new games obviously play better, but it's still just as rewarding to learn these mechanics here as they were to learn in the newer Versus games. Ground combat plays pretty well, not super clunky, yet not so fast to where it felt too unrealistic for the type of suits these are. And while I do prefer where Gundam games have progressed lately, this is great the way it is. Space battles are the same too, and I'm honestly surprised how good they managed to keep the camera controlled enough while still feeling like you're flying around in space. Your suits get flipped around, tossed, and everything like that, but not once did it feel uncomfortable to control. Honestly, as far as the core gameplay is concerned, I can't really complain. They just got it right. I would say that's as much fun as I had, but I'd be a filthy liar because playing Gan in this game is comparable to a breakthrough in therapy. Gan is literally the most fun I've had in any Gundam game I've played, right behind Nobel and Maxi Boost. It's just so damn saucy. First of all, look at this damn Chad Wall. Look at this damn Aura. If I had known that they put Fiora in a game other than League, I would have played Gan first. Yet more evidence that Zeon did nothing wrong. I can already see why this game was the highest rated, and I haven't even talked about the story mode, but don't worry, it's just as cool as the regular game modes. The narrator starts off explaining how Zeon committed atrocities in the name of independence, and the Earth lost half its population, and oh my god, Zeon is so terrible. Did you not hear me a minute ago? Just make more babies, 5-head, the fuck? Aside from that blatant propaganda, it serves as a tutorial basically. The first level has you walking around and taking on maybe 1 to 2 enemies at a time to give you a feel for the controls before you start fighting stronger suits, and it works. You play as a gem for this too, which I mean makes sense in context, but honestly,
Fuck you, Jim! Fuck you!
So yes, this is what Federation vs. Zeon offers, and it more than lives up to its score, but where it really belongs so far is in front of its peers. Or should I say, Zeonic front. Already, there is less to look at in this game's intro. It reads your memory card, tells you who to blame for what you're about to see, and then shows you its logo in all of its blingy glory. Oh shit, was that too mean? I poked fun, but believe me, this game shines in its own way once you start playing. It immediately gets to teaching you how to play, and I'm glad it did, because this is one of those Gundam games. I'll say though, it feels fine. It's faster than I thought it would be, and the combat is pretty good overall. Yeah, it's kinda clunky, but I've become kinda numb to that, so I won't be up this game's asshole for it. Actually, I'll go on record and say I love this game's aesthetic. This game is a fucking Zeon game, and it feels like it. No joke, everyone that speaks in this game is ready to fucking conquer.
We will conquer North America to establish a base from which we can move to take over Jaburo.
No sense of humor, nobody's smiling, it's all business. But let me tell you, this game gets a million times more fun when you get into the game because of this. Yeah, the average gameplay itself is your average morally ambiguous invasion, but for some reason, if you walk off the beaten path, they cut the music completely and just leave you there to ponder. Why are we here? I should say that while I have my fun, the type of gameplay may not be for everyone, and that's okay. But this game made me laugh plenty, and as a result, it at least deserves a piece of bronze. And while this game doesn't survive the encounters on the ground all the time, maybe Gundam will do better with encounters in space.
Good luck out there, KinzieK.
God, I hate this game. Okay, I'll play nice, but god damn it, I feel gaslit by this game. Here's how it went. The intro is much better than what was offered by Zeonic Front, which was basically nothing, but hey, I call it like I see it, it's a damn good intro. It's not in-engine like Federation vs. Zeon, which allows them to basically do whatever the fuck they want with this. And they did. While not as impactful as Federation vs. Zeon, in my opinion, the action is much more full frontal this time around. See what I did there? That was a Gundam jump! At this point, I'm completely sold. And it doesn't even end there. I went to the gallery before even playing anything, and goddamn, Ball ain't never looked so good! Actually, for a PS2 game that came out barely a year or so after the games we just looked at, bitch, I was living. This is the RX-78. That is the RX-70 late. Oh yeah, and when I got to the extra suits, yeah, I pre'd. What of it? That was all I needed to say that this game was perfect, but then it hit me harder than a sock full of soap as soon as I started playing this shit. Holy hell, this is an on-rail shmup. How could they fuck this up? Oh, the answer's simple, you dumbass. Just pretend that using R1 and R2 to ascend and descend is a good idea. Everyone will hate you, guaranteed. Wait, you didn't want that? Well, oops, cause I hate you. Yeah, it just plays kinda dumb. Not bad, not good, just dumb. Kinda sucks too, because this is the first one in the lineup that prioritizes action and fast-paced gameplay. Let's just hope that anyone who liked this game enough to give it a 10 can't walk around their neighborhood without being on a list. What even is this garbage? The amount of thrusters it takes to make it through this journey is nautical, but let's save enough to make a journey to Jaburo.
Can you stop?
This one I actually own, but I've never played it, and Christ, I'm glad I didn't. The intro explains things similar to Federation vs. Zeon, and even uses the same song for its intro. The game uses straight-up anime cutscenes and stills, instead of relying on the game's in-engine graphics, and as a result, this game is hilarious.
Young man.
But what really matters here is the gameplay, and this game is a massive clunker right off the bat. Controlling this game is just ew levels of fuck. And this was the first game where I couldn't handle it after a while. I quit. I know, I'm a little breedable bitch. White base is fucked, and I'm the reason why. I actually recorded me doing the white base protection mission twice, and the first attempt got corrupted, and needless to say, I got a little upset. Wow, so I failed this mission the first time and I didn't record it, because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. But I was talking about how this game controls like absolute dog water, and that's very true. This game controls like absolute garbage. Stop blocking. Fucking get your stupid ass on somewhere. Stupid ass. Yeah, there we go. All hail Zeon, motherfucker. I'm out of bullet. I am out of bullet. They're trying to destroy white base. Oh, this mission just sucks. Oh, this mission blows. I hate this mission. The air shit, you know what? No. I'm done with that. I already did it one time. I hated it. Second time, I especially hated it. So, next game. Let me just say that if you like this kind of control experience with Gundam, then go right ahead. I'm not saying you can't like cock and ball torture, but for me, and not even the banger cutscenes could make me tolerate this horseshit. And no, not even Gundam bending his knees relative to the camera position could make me tolerate it. And I liked that way more than anyone else would. Cutscenes and bendy knees push it above encounters in space, but as far as I'm concerned, it's barely worth a damn. I don't have a pithy transition for this one, so the next game is Gundam vs. Zeta Gundam.
Zeta Gundam, Camille, let's do it!
Okay, hear me out, because I really like this one, and it wasn't even a hard decision. The game feels like an older version of the Versus games we have now. It's fast, responsive, fluid, colorful, and overall, just a baller fucking game. The intro is short and sweet, and while I didn't like it as much as Federation vs. Zeon's, it still shows off what kind of gameplay you can expect, and baby, I like that just as much. This is the more anime style of Gundam game that I enjoy, and it doesn't disappoint me. I recorded this game a total of 3 times for this video, and I even played it on my downtime. The game is just that good. Which makes me beg the question, what the hell is their problem? Out of all of these scores, this is the one I disagree with the absolute most. This one deserves a 75 at least. Encounters in space can't even get ascension and descension right, and that got a higher score? Well, look no further, because this game is, while not the best one out of the bunch, damn close to it. Overall, this game is a solid Gundam vs. game. And That actually makes me ask, is there even a such thing as a bad Gundam game? Really? As you all know, up to this point, all of these games are loved by many. Whether they are slow and clunky ones that people like, or the fast-paced ones that everyone should like, they all have their respective fan bases. And a hill I die on frequently is that I don't think any game can just be objectively bad, as long as there is like one person that'll tolerate what it doesn't do as well. Aside from the obvious candidates like shovelware or anything made just to make cash, these games were obviously made with a purpose, and that was to make Gundam fans happy in some way. So I repeat, is there really a such thing as a bad Gundam game? Personally, I think yes, it's fucking Seed Never Ending Tomorrow! Bitch, going into this, I had no idea how to explain my experience, cause this is the lowest rated game on the list. So I went ahead and recorded my first moments. Oh yeah, look at Lacus! Lacus is best girl! I'ma get somebody on this to fucking agree with me. I don't even know who that is. Easy 8. Sorry. I will ramble about the Easy 8. Best girl. Kind of obvious, but if we're already going down that road, I nominate Nobel Gundam. I'm not into 18-meter tall robots. But talks about the Zaku and its development until the sun dies. Zaku best babe. Everyone hates one of my wives, Lamau. Lacus is better than your Gundam waifu. Well, that part's true. Seed is better than UC. Get that hate train a-rollin'. Cosmic Era lore, better than UC lore. Keep it going. Future Century is better than Cosmic Era. Talk about how the best girl is actually the Dagger L. Okay, this is... I started on the mission mode because I was under the assumption that all of these games would play the same, with encounters in space being an exception to the rule. So I hopped right in and... God, this game is fucking lit. The first cutscene they showed me was definitely worth a few chortles.
Diving from outside the atmosphere. Wow, what a rush!
Oh god, why does he sound like that? What is this, the 4Kids dub? Come on. Yeah man, what a rush! What a rush, dude! I just hit a bowl before I hopped in this mobile suit, yeah? Cha. Hell yeah, shoot it up, sister! So then we jumped into the character select and I picked Gagali because, duh. It's here that the sheet gets lifted and we can finally see what this game has to offer. And, yeah, this game licks pure ballsack. Any developer that thought encounters in space was a mistake worth repeating shouldn't be trusted around sharp objects. Just take a look at how my very first gameplay experience went. Spoiler alert, this game gave me prostate cancer. Oh, this kind of controls like encounters in space. I didn't really like how that game controlled. Is there somebody behind me? What? Oh, this is like, oh my god. Okay, go back to the normal. Go back to normal, please. Oh my god, and it's inverted. Ooh, no. Select option. No. How do I can't invert? Oh god. Oh, so I have to do that. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so I have to, oh my god, that sucks. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, this sucks ass. I see it. Okay, thank god. Oh, thank fuck. Oh, this is, oh, I'm about to throw the fuck up. Oh. Ow. Oh, this sucks. God, stop flipping back and forth. Ew. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the D-pad because this, oh my god. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is like motion sickness to like the highest degree. Ah, ow. Oh my god, this is awful. Jesus Christ. This is awful. That was the worst. Oh my god, am I dead yet? Ow. Fuck you. This sucks. No way. They did not just sit there and make a game. Oh my god, my eyes hurt. So that was tripe. After that, I wanted to be charitable, so I went for it again, and lo and behold, the experience was different, but not by much. I learned to pronounce Atherin, which was a positive. Atherin? I kept saying Arthron, my bad. Atherin. But I wanted to truly see if this game was just awful all the time or depended on what mode you played. Nah, it still feels like being on the roller coaster in Final Destination. The camera is just inexcusable no matter what you do. If you stay locked on, that only fixes a small part of the problem until you leave the fighty mode and have to move around again. I didn't rage quit it like Journey to Jaburo, but the way this game goes from a reasonably entertaining time to needing Anison to continue leaves a much bigger impact on me than Journey to Jaburo. Even after this match where I just mashed the fuck you button the whole time, I left the game feeling drained and kind of ill. Both Encounters and Never Ending Tomorrow show off their best side first before becoming genuine agonizing experiences, and while I think Encounters is so bad, it barely avoids being something worse than itself. Act guy. Just act guy. Recently, I've gotten a few people defending this one in the comments saying that I should have taken my time with this one and I should have learned the ins and outs of it before I made a video. So let me clear it up since I clearly didn't the first time around. This is a first impression style video about Battle Assault 3 and Battle Assault 2, and I played it for a while despite that. No matter if I had played it for 1 hour or 100 hours, the game still would have been hot diggity dog shit. If you've been here for a while, you know how I feel about first impressions in games. Just don't be garbage for at least 30 minutes and I might stick with it longer. But if you're gonna be unapproachable from the start, well, then you got this video. If you don't like that, fucking sorry, I don't know. Oh, sorry not sorry. Hi everyone, this is
Battle Assault 3 featuring Gundam Seed.
So, Seed, right? The series that just can't catch a break from people. It's me, I'm people.
Oh my god, whatever, Destiny Seed is trash anyway!
But apparently, Battle Assault 3 is a victim of that era of gaming, where the mentality of 3D better than 2D cause polygon count was rampant. But most times that is not true, especially here. Battle Assault 3, or Bat-Ass, released in 2004, is a perfect example of why you don't fix things that aren't broken, or else you start breaking shit. But hey, don't let me get too far ahead of you. I'm just as blind as you are. So let's start at the beginning and maybe we can crack this seed wide open. So let me be 100% honest, I'm just gonna say that this video is probably gonna last longer than the amount of content that they start you off with. So here we have the menu. Not really, but this is just unacceptable. Like, what the fuck is this? I understand having to unlock things in older games. Nowadays, we just call it DLC, but this game just locks everything. You only get mission mode and versus. So for people who may not care about the story, you have a whopping selection of one whole suit, and the rest of the available characters are just variations of that suit. Strike Gundam pretty much just has the same game plan across the board. And how did I find this out without an available practice mode in a fighting game? You basically have to fuck about in the versus mode hoping that the CPU lays off long enough for you to get your shit together. The mechanics themselves are basic enough. You have your standard light and heavy attack, which basically led to me doing this the whole time.
Well, the years start coming and they don't stop 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 coming and they don't stop.
Which was pretty effective, not gonna lie. Jump button, which leads to your thrusters, which opens up some pretty nutty movement options if you can take advantage of them. I really wasn't, but I mean, they're there, and if you put the practice in, I'm sure you can learn it at some point. And range, which didn't help me much unless I was playing the version of Strike that was meant for range. And oh, let me tell you, range is definitely the win condition on that thing. There's also some programming mechanic where you can play Tycho for a bit and level up your mobile suit during battle. What's the level for? I don't know, but I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. And yeah, I feel like that's about as much as I can say when it comes to versus. The mechanics are the versus mode. You're gonna spend a lot of your time there. It's a fighting game, that's pretty much how it goes. And I feel like the more suits you unlock, if you care to unlock them, the more you have to play around with, and I feel like that's a fair place to end that segment off. But mission mode is a different story entirely. That was the mode where I started maulding, because my experience took a stroll down the hell world and goddamn, no amount of ice could have calmed me down. I hate this game so much. I know that I feel like this was a plot. I feel like everybody who watched my other video was like, Oh, Battle Assault 3? The other Seed game he played was really, really bad and he hated it. So let's just make him play another Seed game that's absolutely terrible. I don't know what's up with these Seed games. This mission is so unbalanced. They just have you fighting 2 AI. It's like Clash of Ninja or like Custom Robo where you have to fight your... I didn't even know you could pick shit up. They give you 3 special attacks off rip. They give you 3 of these off rips so the AI can just straight up just spam them against you. And I won this one. I won this one. If he gets hit by any of this. Okay, so he's on his first leg. Look at my magic pixel because they have you fighting 2 of them. And it's not enough to kill this thing. I hate you, Isaac Jewel. God, the amount of jewels it takes to put forth the effort to play this game is so bad. I hate this game. They treat it like it's just a mission that you failed, but it's like, this is like a boss fight. This is like in Dark Souls 2, where everything you fight is just like 3 copies instead of just 1 solid enemy. They make you just fight 3 like crazily stupid enemies, and this game doesn't even have a training mode. Like every fight in this story mode has just been me cheesing the boss in one way or another. I could go on forever. Stop programming in front of me. Oh, thank goodness, I beat this. This was the worst mission ever. This was the worst mission. And I'm not even done. This was only like the 6th mission I've done. Like, this is probably not even the worst. What's stopping them from throwing 3 regular guys at me? But I have the high ground, Anakin. I have the high ground. Oh no, my health. I guess I should just use my patent pending my strike combo, because that's all I have to do if I'm up close. I only found this 4-hit combo today. I haven't gotten anything above a 4-hit combo other than my super move, and I only unlocked 1 mobile suit for that. I'm trying to press start. I'm not able to get out. I can't get out with anything. I have to start a mission and then quit because they don't let you get out of this mode. Not only does this game suck, but they don't give you any options. They only start you out with 4. I've only done 3 of these. They were shooting me all over the maps. I didn't even do all of the missions that they gave me. I was just doing different parts. So they do the thing like Shadow the Hedgehog where you can take all of these paths, but I've only done 3 and I didn't even finish the 3rd one. This is way longer than it has any right to be. They make you do so many more missions than it actually feels like. I'm not doing all of these. They only give you 3 modes. 2 of them are just fighting. It's mission mode, which you saw me do that, and versus mode. You can't even set it to, you can only set it to CPU, 1P versus CPU and 1P versus 2P. But I would never subject another person to this because this game is actual dog water. This game feels awful to play. You can't even, and I've only unlocked 2. I thought I unlocked 3. Yeah, I unlocked 3. 1 guy down here that I'll never use. I want to use Aegis. I want to see if it plays any different from Strike, because all of these strikes play the same, except one has a really broken circle button. Aegis Gundam, I don't even know how it plays, but compared to how I was doing in the story mode, it wasn't doing well. I only unlocked 1 stage. All the other stages are completely locked. I was gonna do this whole thing about how I love fighting games and I want to see how this game goes, but no, this is just whack-ass custom robo. Literally like brain-damaged Naruto Clash of Ninja. Somebody in the comments I remember said that it was bad. Somebody did say that it was really janky and really bad. But it's like, this game, I didn't even know this game had quarter circles because I just felt like they didn't work half the time. I don't even know how they're doing that. This is just what I've gone through after playing this game for like an hour. Wow, this game, so far this game is not good. This game is not good. This game is opposite of good. This game is terrible. Future KinzieK, tell me what you come up with, because right now past KinzieK is livid. Okay, past KinzieK, I did my research. With the help of a cute bitch known as Unknown Drive, I was able to see just what was eluding me this whole time. I was sent a combo exhibition, and are you fucking kidding me? Every single combo in this video, for the suits I have unlocked for the godforsaken mission mode, requires a level of patience I don't even put into my nappy ass hair. This shit requires pin tip precise management of your thrusters, knowing the interaction interactions of your physical attacks, and having a tight-ass grip on the controls in general. Yeah, I'm sure that's possible with no damn training mode, and I have no idea if this is true or not, but earlier I was talking about not unlocking practice mode, but according to a guide I read, there isn't one even listed in the amount of modes there are. So even if I did dedicate the lifespan of my joints trying to do these combos, I'd have to do it in a versus mode, and that's just flat out stupid. With that, I can see why this game got low scores. It makes a worse first impression than that weird kid in class you just gave the N-word pass to, and let's be real, it was probably you. 2 modes, 4 characters, which is really just 1 character, and a mission mode that falls flat on its face with shit dialogue and way unbalanced fights, nah, burn it. Normally, this is where I would end the video like this, but no, that's not nearly enough for me. You see that 3 right there? That means that this is the 3rd time that they did something like this, and it fumbled the bag here. All my Coomers out there know that the 3rd shot is never the farthest, but god damn it, this shot didn't even make it out of the fucking testes. So with that being said, let me go back and see what I slept on with the 2nd game, and we'll figure out just how hard they deviated from being basically functional human beings.
I couldn't take it, couldn't stand another minute.
Battle Assault 2 is a banger. In every sense of the word, it just gets it right off the bat. Every character is different, and there is more of them to begin with. Yes, the amount of modes is basically the same, but with more options to try from the get-go, the natural progression of that is to just try it all, and I definitely found my favorites. The art style will age much more gracefully than its sequel, and it even controls better to boot. So if you're ever stuck between playing Battle Assault 2 and getting your penis stuck in a windshield, hopefully you'll make the right decision. Now, I know it's kind of common for fighting games to not have much to say about them, especially older ones, but just know that I tried to dig deeper with this one. But my general rule of thumb is that if it walks like ass, talks like ass, and controls like ass, then I'm probably not gonna keep indulging in my degradation kink for too long. I have a hard time calling anything straight up bad, at least in a serious sense. I feel like redeeming qualities count for a lot, especially with how different people are from each other. But when it comes to games like this, the only thing I can say while staying consistent is that if you like Seed enough to go through an active wood chipper for it, then still don't play this. The fuck? The frighteningly shit first impression this game makes is laughable. Only giving you 4 characters, which is really just 1 character with different astral signs, no training mode to even get to learn the ins and outs of actually deeper mechanics at your own pace, and the useless tacked-on mechanics that never became more effective than the 4-hit wonder. Also, I know what programming does. It actually upgrades your mobile suit in different ways, close range attacks being more effective, or your long range attacks being more effective. None of that shit matters. Ugh. Scheisse. But even then, I won't call the game bad, but avoid it if you can, and honestly, you probably already were. Hi everyone, this is So, here's the reason why this video is so important, so listen up please! Oh, come on, I said please. If you look hard enough in online forums and stuff, this game is almost universally hated. It just seems like no one likes it. It's not even in so bad it's good territory, people just don't fucking like it. It got straight 3s from professional critics, and looking deeper will show even lower numbers. There are fans of this game, but they can't even say it's good without a bunch of qualifiers. Now trust me, I understand of course, because I am High Guardian Spice's biggest fan, but me and Crossfire have history. After Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 and 3, I wanted a genuine Gundam experience. Yeah, they had Gundam in the title, but they didn't have the grit. Little did I know that the grit was only achievable through shit graphics and shit controls. That is the last thing I remember before refunding my $3. I went right back to my mech anime adventures and left the 1-year war behind for 7 years more. Till today. This is Crossfire. So, as is standard for the KinzieK channel, this jump took a while. Why? Because capturing older consoles gameplay is a bitch! My initial plan was to buy a physical copy of Crossfire and record it for the most accurate experience possible. But lo and behold, ye which doth not possess the component cables shall not prosper. So I had to order them. Then, when I got around to testing them, my second monitor was not compatible with component. So I had to uncover my TV I haven't used since like my 3rd year of college, take out my laptop with a battery that dies in the same amount of time it takes to lose lane to Silas. Fuck, I hate Silas. And after that...
Yes! Oh, it's working! Oh, I can finally capture PS3! Yes! Oh my god! Oh, I'm so excited! Oh, god damn it.
Not to mention that the performance of this game is so fucked on original hardware that I had to make a choice. Do I give the game the ultimate charitability by emulating it on the equivalent of Fugaku, or do I struggle with the OG copy and keep it accurate?
Target destruction confirmed. 2 targets remaining.
I don't like your plan. It sucks.
Yeah, I'll take a legal gray area over an actual gray area. We're hopping on Vulcan, bitch. Yeah, the emulation isn't perfect, but it performs much better, and if you're a fan of this game, trust me, you want it this way. Starting the game up... Ha! Remember installing games for faster load times? Pepperidge Farm remembers. You already know what it is. And our esteemed pilot's name is gonna be Kinky, because look at him! So the way this game goes is that you are a pilot participating in the 1-year war as a sergeant. You enlist different pilots that come in as PSCs, which means that they took a staff officer course in staff college. Yeah. These were college students. You also purchase suits for everyone to use and customize and update them in ways like increasing their shooting damage, giving them different weapons, or increasing their defensive capabilities, and the system works pretty well. The shitty part of this, though, is that every change you make requires a day or so to complete. The whole game actually runs on a day-to-day system, where every day you progress has the chance to give you new things to buy or new missions to complete. This wouldn't be so dumb if they didn't require you to manually pass days by yourself one by one. The easiest fix for this would be to automatically use up the required amount of days for whatever you're waiting on. Obviously, they didn't think so, but thank God for me, I guess. The way the upgrades themselves work is also kind of weird. You can queue up multiple upgrades to complete, but you cannot queue up multiple upgrades on the same suit at once. Now, honestly, I understand this because if you just blew through days, then missions would come and go if you skip too many of them. So I'll just judge it as is. Deeply flawed and ungodly tedious, but admittedly necessarily so. Enough of this dry-ass pomp and unfortunate circumstance though. How's the gameplay? Well, let's jump in our Zaku 2 and let's see what PTSD triggers this 1-year war will give us. Alright, now, time to make some enemies. Let's go! A huge complaint this game has received in its heyday is that it is incredibly clunky, which blows my fucking mind because no other Gundam game has ever been clunky before or after this. Okay, I'm fucking around, but I get it. It controls like a tank, but a tank that is high off of pixie dust. It's not terrible to get used to though, and honestly, it doesn't feel much different from the games I've played for the channel thus far. Back in my days of having no friends and no bitches, Crossfire was the only game of its type that I've played. But now I've played all these damn games to varying degrees of enjoyment. Some I've enjoyed less than this. It's kind of fun, okay? I think it's not terrible right now. Could it be better? Absolutely. But damn, right now, this shit kinda bleen. The first mission has you killing a few gems, and this shit is fucking hilarious. You can live the Zeonic dream of bullying gems, and God, I love it. Okay? Yeah, the first mission slapped. Would miss my jump attack any day of the week.
Enemy forces destroyed. Cease intercept. The defense operation was a success.
Could that be any more awkward? Hold on, let me see if I can do that. Hello, this is KinzieK. This is another video related to Mobile Suit Gundam. I am really glad that you are now watching this YouTube video about Mobile Suit Gundam. This is now going to be a transition into the next scene. Second mission. This one was where my experience took a turn for the fuck is this? Yeah, at this point, I was like, so my strongest suit is in the shop right now. I guess I'll take the Zaku 1 for a spin.
What are you doing?
Okay, like, yeah, but no. Here's where I learned that this game is about playing the long game and never using the Zaku 1 ever again. They give you easier missions to do that pay out enough money to do upgrades and buy new college students and suits, but if you don't pay attention to the missions you're skipping, you can be in a position where your pilot feels like shit and your suit is fucked, so you may have to fall back to another suit you haven't upgraded yet. Yes, that happened to me, and that shit kills morale worse than any death on the battlefield would. Now, if I wanted to look at the greener grass, then I would say that if you really want want to experience the 1 Year War and all of its tedium and just experience it in its most accurate format, then this is kind of the way to go. And this also leaks into the game's aesthetic, for better or worse. The game is drab and looks lifeless, just like it probably would in real life. Too bad this is a video game, and saying that would just mean that the game looks bad, and it really does. On emulator, it looks passable, but on original hardware, it just looks dreadful. I can't give that a pass either, since the grand majority of people will not be emulating this on powerful hardware. And that's sad, because this game can achieve a look that can be described as average sometimes. But honestly, there were Gundam games on the PS2 that looked much better than this, even the shitty ones. So let's conclude at, wow, this game looks good, but like in a bad way. Aside from all of that though, while the game is low-key fun, something was really nagging at me as the days kept rolling in game. Damn, this shit get boring after a while. For a long stretch, it's just mission, repair, upgrade, repeat. The only thing that changes is the mission variety, and it goes from killing shit to protecting shit while killing shit or just doing jack shit. And it stays like this until they introduce gun tanks, and fuck gun tanks! Yeah, I hate the gun tanks in this game because they are the one enemy that had me questioning constantly if I was under level. Them and the snipers. Snipers, if they hit you square in the chest a few times, will end your entire mission if you're not careful. Or even if you are careful, they'll hit you with the power of where the fuck did that come from. And yeah, all the fun I was having was tanked immediately by these two enemies. The clunky ass controls that were funny at first turned into ulcerative colitis. Yes, the PS2 games were heavy feeling, but this game makes Federation vs. Xeon feel like Nier Automata. And as far as I'm concerned, while I don't feel like this game is as bad as it's getting called online, it's still comparable to getting a paper cut on your tank. I spent time upgrading the shit out of every suit I had, going through day after day after day, incrementally upgrading the fuck out of my suits until I just couldn't be damned anymore, and it still didn't work against the almighty gun bitches. So that was Crossfire. And for a game that I had coming since childhood, I guess I did truly commit die. If you don't get it, watch my Battle Operation 2 video. I'll link it for you, okay, cutie? But oh no, we're not done quite yet. I'm coming back to this later, but for now, we have one last stop before we close this chapter for good. Oh yes, babes, we're looking at Ringo versus Zaf, because apparently y'all think I'm a Japanese scholar or some shit. Oh, God, okay, shit, that's Kira. Yeah, I don't want to do that, whatever that was. Oh yeah, I actually got in a match, okay. Alright, good. I can actually read the numbers. Yeah, whatever you said. It is difficult. Oh yeah, fly. Yeah. You can't handle my avian abilities, bitch. Oh, well. I lost. That was fun. Alright, back to the video. So, being on the PSP, this game goes the mobile game route and offers a mission-based structure similar to Crossfire, except it's more like a fast-paced arcade game and less like eating a microwaved Lunchables pizza. I went Zaft because that was the only thing I could read, and I named myself Mommy Ran. Our mission is as follows. Moving on. So the graphics and gameplay are right on par with Gundam vs. Zeta Gundam, like pretty much identical. And even the intro for the game shows this off. The animation for the suits are really well done, and they all play different enough from each other that none of the missions I played felt samey or boring. Being on the PSP while looking just as presentable as bona fide console games was really impressive. Yeah, the environments weren't as flashy, but hey, this game is a little old, I can cut it some slack. It plays well and left a much better taste in my mouth than Crossfire. At least I can run this game without it looking like Limbo and shit. Game's fun, full stop. It's 100% worth fumbling through menus because let's be real, you dropped out of Japanese 1020 because it didn't come with subtitles, shut up. So, is that it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Now, to properly send these games off, let me show y'all motherfuckers how a new type get down, bitch. Okay, cute bitches, stand up! We about to go to space with this motherfucking heat, bitch! Shout out to Clive, let's go! Yeah.
crossfire, bitch, I am so tired. Fucking around with federations and all them bitches liars. Then you drop me in the ruins and all these buildings fucking stank. Gun tank shooting at me so fast, I can't even fucking think. Upgrades take up a day and these missions don't barely pay. And I'm a rich bitch, make sure you heard what I say. And the amount of shits I give her on a limited time offer. Had your bitch with me in the forest and I swear to God I lost her. If you shoot me in the back, then bitch you better fucking kill me. Snipers do a lot of damage, should've leveled up ADP. You know what? At first I thought this game was actually gonna be heat, but then the joke was on me. The friends in this game are kinda weak. I can only die so much until I break my fucking back. The 1 year war was a long time, but damn, not this fucking whack. But you bitches never die though. In the comments let them know. Yay, new KinzieK vid, and I hope you enjoyed the show. The game's intro is long as hell. It's not a problem, it's just the first thing I caught wind of because they do that thing that League of Legends does, where they showcase the abilities of the different characters and all the situations are completely unrealistic. Like when they show off Zaku 2, Barbatos allows him to live longer than 2 seconds, and when they show off Barbatos, he slaughters an entire team by himself. But to be fair, that'll actually happen. Mostly every gameplay example is them hopping in the middle of shootouts and straight crushing everyone's holes. It makes it look really good though, and honestly the game heavily benefits from this showcase. Right after that, it brought me straight into a tutorial exactly like Overwatch does. I won't try to compare them too much even though they are born of the same freak seed, but these are two totally different games at the end of the day and we shouldn't forget that.
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
How does it feel though? Honestly, fucking extraordinary. Seriously, the movement is great, and this was scaring me because I genuinely thought it would feel like donkey piss, but like, it doesn't. Gundam Battle Operation 2 is a big reason why I was apprehensive about this game's movement, because I typically don't care for heavy Gundam games. If you're new here and itching to tell me that I'm wrong, please go to the video I made about Battle Operation 2 and bitch about it there. I haven't thought about that game since I pressed upload. This game though, I like it so far. I had 2 gripes with the game though, and spoiler alert, I never got used to them. R1 and L1. L1 would be sprint in other games, but in this game it's thrusters because of course it is. The thrusters are a movement that gets faster over time of using it, so it's more efficient to use your burst movement in the middle of fights, which does feel better a lot of the time, and using your extended running to get to the fight. What I couldn't get used to was its button placement, because I genuinely can't fathom my run being on L1 instead of the left stick. And I'm sure there are others that can't get it either. It just don't feel right. R1 being jump is weird as hell too. Obviously there are people that got used to this no problem, they kicked my ass, but even after I remapped it to a more conventional control scheme, putting jump on X and sprint on L3, this shit just wasn't clicking, so I just went back to normal. Nitpicking aside, actual movement feels good no matter what the buttons are, and the mobility you have across the board on any unit is awesome to have in a historically snail-paced series. Combat is also pretty damn good. Me personally, I like a lower TTK. That means time to kill for those that don't know. If you ever played One in the Chamber from Call of Duty Black Ops, then yes, I like it that short, like premature ejaculation short. But it is a team-based shooter, and it's also Overwatch, so I get why it's higher than usual. Overall, tutorial was great, and it helped me get into the controls. Now to look at the units, since this is the part I was really worried about. Now, I'm not the hugest Gundam fan out there, but the roster to me was kinda weird. You can play a Gem and a gun tank alongside Barbatos and Turn A. If you've been watching me for a hot minute, you know that I ain't touching these basic bitches with a 10-inch penis. We're rocking with Turn A for the first match because fucking duh. And trust me, Turn A just being here in general was enough for me to one-trick them, but like my mother probably said during childbirth, I don't think this is what I wanted. So Turn A has a low fire rate weapon that can be charged when aiming down the sights. This made me think that they were meant to be played as some kind of mid-range to long-range poker, but then I read the abilities and I'm like, oh, so this is a close-range skirmisher with a long-range weapon? Can't say I vibe with that nonsense, honey. I genuinely have no idea what to think of Turn A's playstyle, and my weakness in life is being confronted with things that I don't understand, so I'll chalk this one up to not for me, babe. Sucks too, because I was fully prepared to become a Turn A Gundam Evo one-trick channel, but I guess I'll have to stick to my other hyperfixations, like the 3 videos I was working on before I landed on this. The next unit that I tried was Gem Sniper 2. You can't hear this, but I was screaming at the top of my lungs during character select about how I wanted him to have abilities abilities that I couldn't use at long range like turn A. Unfortunately, GM Sniper made a little too much sense. He throws down a pad that allows him to jump on it for extra height, which is awesome because Widowmaker also has ways to get to high ground, and anything that reminds me of Widowmaker is nothing short of a masterpiece. Overall, he aight, but in general, if I'm playing a sniper, it ain't gonna be on a controller. My thumbs are only opposable because they oppose me. Not for me, babe.
Skip it up and that up.
Next unit was Granddaddy, and he is the mobile suit of all time. He shields, he shoots, and he exists. Can't take that away from Amuro. He's been through enough. But when it comes to playing him in this game, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's gonna be a hard-earned not for me, babe. Eventually, after I queued for another match due to sunk cost fallacy, I went Mobile 76 because this was the closest I was gonna get to being able to contribute to the team, as if I cared in the first place. Long story short, Pale Rider is fun enough since he plays like the all-rounder that everyone can pick up and play, but as was written in the sacred text by our Lord above, Barbatos goes swingy swing to my cranium. Not Pale Rider's fault, but not for me, babe. With a little asterisk that says if there's actual humans on the enemy team. Zaku 2 next, because God forbid I don't LARP as the superior faction, and also not disappoint you further. Zeon did nothing wrong except allow me to control its suit in this damn game. He can go invisible, which is kind of interesting, but honestly, if I wanted to truly feel invisible, I would just get back on Tinder. Plus, Rocket Launcher Boy was right there, so not for me. Holy shit, there's a lot of those. Dom Trooper, ooh, step on me, daddy. The unit I wanted to play like Soldier from TF2, except he's a support class, I guess. He can heal and provide fire from long distances. Yay, do I have to give a shit about my team again? I'm sure as this game ages, it will be people screaming, need healing, whenever somebody locks Dom, but right now it seems like there's no real need for a healer if you have Barbatos that's even remotely competent. Trust me, I ain't shit in this game and never will be, but even I can see how this game is the Wild West right now. So Dom Trooper isn't bad, but until people demand support classes and tell me that I should have been Dom, bitch, not for me, babe. I went ass Himar, and God, I could care less. Also, why does it feel like Barbatos can just cleave through my entire Wi-Fi signal? You know what? If you can't beat him upside the head. Once I saw these Doomfist ass icons, I realized exactly why Barbie could fuck me like a Malibu Ken doll. This thing is fucking insane to fight against and even more powerful in the right hands. Too bad I only have left ones, but you get what I'm saying. He can high jump and then come down like a fucking dragoon. And since the mobility in this game is really damn good across the board, it doesn't take long to run the fuck away from a fight that you started and came back to finish the job since your cooldowns are so low. I understand that he's melee, and balancing a melee character in a game full of guns is necessary for health of the character, but come on, if I was getting kills, like multiples of them, then there's a problem. Barbatos is really good and easy to just throw your hitboxes around with. Needless to say, I had fun with him and you will too, but since he is melee, you might want to bump that sensitivity up because playing him is kind of unrefined, at least on controller, but that's how it is anyway. Barbatos got a dub for me. I like him. He's for me. Those were all of the units I played, and overall the game is fine. It is just a big heaping pile of not for me, babe. And that's not the game's fault, but I'm just jaded and can't enjoy anything if Dokkaebi isn't in it. I'm sorry. I had fun though, and you will too when the game comes out. It doesn't even play bad on console either. My connection was fine, and that's all you can hope for in a network test. Hopefully they add more units to play with like Cubalay, and that's how I feel about Gundam Watch. So here's the fucking game plan. You listening? Good, because you need to listen close. These are the games that introduced me to Gundam as a concept. More specifically, Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 and 3, or as I will now call them, the Nasty Gundam. So there is heavy bias and also a lot of retrospect. There is no, and I mean no, objective truths you will get from this video. These opinions are all mine and they will stay mine until the end credit rolls. If you're looking for a super duper pooper scooper analysis of these games, then take your ass to Chris Gildart. I don't know who this is, and I ain't watched these hoes, but from the length alone, individually, he'll probably get you right. Alright, let's talk about this goofy-eye game. The Nasty Gundam...
First time.
Literally the nastiest one. But it's not like you can tell from the intro. It's actually interesting too, because on my Gundam Battle Operation 2 video, which I regret making every single day, someone in the comments took what I said about that game feeling like shit to control, and asked what I was expecting from gargantuan-ass robotic suits. And my response was basically,
Literally everything in this intro. If you're like me starting with the spin-off series, then I don't blame you for a second for thinking Gundam is always like this, because in this particular series of games, it's always portrayed this way. Getting into the game, though, is a little bit plain. You got space, planets, and when you highlight them, they go through heat death. Let's go to official mode and see how they attempt to represent this bombshell of an anime. Okay, so they got me. Can't have a Gundam game without me. Pretty much perfect if I do say so myself, it's what I deserve. And the stats perfectly match my fragility when close to someone. First stop is Odessa. No, not the electronic duo, but the city in Tejas or whatever. The story in this video doesn't matter because bitch, you've seen it. Fed's good, Zeon bad. I say Zeon did nothing wrong. You say seek Zeon in the comments. You already know what it is. It's your boy, repeating jokes. Ooh, that's a good one. Not really, whatever. Okay, first problem. This game has automatically inverted controls just like Gundam Seed Never Ending Tomorrow. When I move my stick left, I don't want my perspective to turn right. Second problem, this game is a bit janky, a little bit clunky, and a bit ugly. It's the first game and the one I didn't grow up with, so I'll cut it some slack since they did fix it in the other games, but right now, on my Nana's Operation Odessa, it's annoying. It's like the game can't really keep up with the moves you want to make. Play it as judo, same damn thing. It just feels slightly like the gentle caress of a trash compactor. Poo-Poo is in this game, and that's always good. She's in all the ones I like. Fra Bo is here, and she got... Overall, it is a game that functions. I don't plan on saying much about this one anyway, but if I had to give it a number, I'd give it a solid C. The Nasty Gundam 2.
Prepare for trouble.
Make it double.
This intro is way better than the first one. I'm so glad that shit is over. Right away, they realized that this kind of Gundam is superior to that slow shit, cause man, they went above and beyond on this one. The production quality is sky high, and I remember the first time watching this as a kid, I thought I was watching Jesus come back, but unfortunately, he was just a permanent pen pal from Uruguay. This game is much prettier to look at too, sporting a new thing in the background, more classy text, and Neptune or whatever. In official mode, you have the same selection of characters, but with the added touch of perfection of being able to play as this masked loser named Char Aznable. Remember him? He gave me that double-decker dome before the 1 year war, and yes, that's canon. In my head, but does it matter anywhere else? Before I forget, inverted camera is the devil. No one yet has defended this on my internet that I've seen, but just in case you think that is a false statement, then let me be the first to revoke you of your cutie rights. Let's see how this game looks. It looks okay. Not as good as I remember it looking, which basically means I thought I was actually Amuro. I am his cousin after all. But it looks better than the first one by a country mile. And a country mile is pretty damn long, ain't it? Although I swear it looked more detailed than this, I can let it slide. Because where the fuck did all these balls come from? Rubbing all up on me and shit. Yeah, there is way more enemies on screen than the first one. And it's way more satisfying to kill shit since there's always fodder shoulder width apart from you. It's a hoot and maybe even a holler. The moveset on Zaku 2 isn't amazing, but it's better than unseasoned McSaltine over there. Overall, good intro to the game. Let's see the next level. Oh, okay, now I remember. It was Gelgoog all double cheeked up on a fucking Thursday. Depending on the lighting and other shit like that, your suits can look really good, and Gelgoog is no exception here. He's shiny, detailed, and the moveset is really cute, letting you pick up these irrelevant fucks and throw them into more irrelevant fucks. Lala is here. Couldn't begin to tell you why. I was too busy tabbing out and buying a figure of her. As is probably obvious at this point, my inner child was wetting the bed again. This environment is so beautiful, and the fog is ever so delicately placed on the scene to truly make this a believable scenario. From my memory, the other areas are also like this, having lovingly crafted areas that really show the scale of the mobile suits, but also not making the suits feel big and clunky. Even the older suits like Gelgoog. So yes, I'll give this one my patent-pending perfect rating with no drawbacks. Hopefully the third game is just as nostalgic, cause if it is, then baby, I got some bias for you. The Nasty Gundam
3 big balls. Look like we playing tennis. He got a big dick. I think it's named Dennis.
Now, from what I remember, this game made a lot of changes. I was actually waiting for this one to come out, and I watched a couple of reviews about it from two people. The Scullo guy, which seems like a dead channel now, I hope he's doing well, and Zeitgeist Reviews. And he played a big part in my decision to get this game back then. Of course, this game was full price back then compared to the second game, which I got in a 20 or less bin. Was it worth it though? Bitch, I thought so. But I mean like today. Yes bitch, I think so. First things first, and this is all for me and me alone, and if you guys agree, but Into the World is worth the price tag alone. The vibes are just concrete. I remembered this song and all of its versions being super nostalgic, and hearing them again in game after so long It was really great, okay? My inner child is thriving, bitch. The game also looks much cooler now. They went for semi-cell shading, semi-realistic graphics this time around instead of closer to realistic textures, and it really brings out the anime in this anime game. Every suit looks cute. It gets my cute bitch stamp of approval, and that's really hard to give out, trust me. Best girl in this game out of the characters I have unlocked to see is Tifa, pre-7th Heaven, looking a little different and having an extra F in her name, which makes her name stand for "This is Final Fantasy, actually." And that's true, cause Koichi told me, you can ask him. He also told me that her last name was Pickle. I don't make the rules, I just follow them. On to the gameplay. For my 700th first time playing this game, I went with Banazher Lynx. Fun fact, I used to call him Bang Her Lynx. I was a kid and you still are one, don't judge me. In game, this game looks genuinely fantastic. It's stylized and in some cases jaw-dropping. This game can handle a stupid amount of stuff happening on screen. The action is much more fast-paced, even with the suits that have less than stellar movesets. Alongside all of that, the game does not disappoint with the amount of enemies on screen either. While there isn't a whole lot like in the second game, since the action is faster, it doesn't feel like much of a loss in that area. Overall, I really like it, and seeing the evolution of the gameplay one after another really puts into perspective how these games were made, which leads right into, let's look at these dumbass games again so I can extend the video and talk about other shit. Nasty Gundam 1 wasn't great, but it damn sure wasn't good either. Bitch was a fast clunker, like how do you even do that? I'm glad I didn't grow up with it, cause then nostalgia would have fooled me into thinking it was underrated when it was really just under. Sorry if you do like this game, I truly am, but that's just how I feel. And it's actually great that y'all liked it, cause y'all enabled the creation of two much better than it games that I got to play instead. And for that, I thank you for hyping mid. Nasty Gundam 2 makes me squeal. I love it. I think it's genuinely so good for a sequel. It kept the scale of the first and made it good. It's damn near a remake tier creation. The controls are more solid, there's more options for combat, and it looks like the number 69. At my funeral, if they don't play the pilot select theme, then I'll come back to life and politely tell them to get their shit together and swiftly die again because, ew, who lives anymore? Nasty Gundam 3 was a perfect way to shake it up Chicago. And speaking of Chicago, this game flicks my bean. It's incredibly fast-paced. They shook up the foundation of the second game and made it a more linear experience, and the more drab areas of the first and second game are basically covered in glitter and Astroglide. And what about Nasty Gundam Reborn? Simple, really. I don't own it anymore because it's not physical and it's not downloaded anymore. Plus, this was a video about the games I grew up with. Reborn was not one of them. I barely played it, and honestly, while I do see that everyone loves it and wants it to return to modern day consoles, all I can say is, me too, so I can make more content. Just emulate it. Sorry, I only tend to emulate games I own physically or digitally. Don't worry, if it's meant to be, I'll Edo Tensei this series on my channel, but for now, the big three needs rankings. Gundam 2 is only slightly better than the third game. The first game is, and that was the best Gundam trilogy of all time, somewhat. Hi everyone, this is KinzieK. The new uber crappy series that was shown on CN a while ago. Total disgrace to the Gundam series. It's unfunny, the action is slow, and the Gundams look so stupid. The two games that we're looking at today are both tailored toward SD Gundam specifically, and I was ecstatic because one of them is a shining example of what I think Gundam games should be, and the other is slicing your carotid artery. Steaming pile of mini Gundam turd. Seriously. Not related to the Gundam series at all. At all. The last SD Gundam games that I looked at were MS Saga A New Dawn and G Generation Crossrays, and both were a nice breath of fresh air, but also weren't the most amazing games to me, so more like a breath of fresh air in the oblongs, or like Cleveland or something. But either way, I appreciated the change of pace, and I wanted more like it ever since those two. Now, I feel that if I want to play the newest SD Gundam game that literally no one talks about, I wanted to juxtapose that, I guess that's the word, with a game that came from 3 yester generations ago that is within the same series, fits within the same genre of gameplay, kinda, I guess, whatever, and people also don't talk about. SD Gundam runs circles around totally Actually, hold the fucking phone. You're lying. You are literally
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
So yeah, SD Gundam Force Showdown and SD Gundam Battle Alliance. We gotta walk before we can run. So let's walk through some glass together and experience SD Gundam Force Showdown. Starring Yuri Lowenthal. Again, I can never escape him.
It's my stress, that's for sure.
Now, ignoring the fact that this game looks like something that would come on Jetix, and yes, I know it actually came on Toonami, leave me alone, I just wanted to make a cute reference. SD Gundam Force Showdown is just one of the most wool over my eyes ass games I've ever played in this series. Games with amazing presentation that end up being equivalent to a sinus infection are some of the worst experiences, period. Games that are bad from the start are easy to drop, but the ones that don't show it at first, they hook you. They hook you, and then you want to find out if it was really a fluke or not. Showdown, more like Man Down, because this game tried to kill me. The intro is kind of like a Saturday morning cartoon show. I have no idea if SD Gundam is like this in the media, but the animation is pretty damn good. It shows this silly little guy beating the shit out of other little Zaku things, and then the other guy is all like, I went the sorcery build, witness me you troglodytes! And then this other dude is a samurai, and he's gonna Yuri all over their Lowenthals. Now we have our group of 3 powerful protagonists. All have showed off their diverse abilities, and the organization they work for is ASS, the Awesome Suit Syndicate. What? Oh, you want to correct that misinformation? Do it. Go down to the comments and tell me what the name of their organization really is. Don't pause, and as you scroll down, you should feel your penis get smaller and smaller in size. Now, typically, when I start recording any game, I go to the options to tweak any settings that make the experience easier to...
Zacko!
Our
Game option!
What the fuck?
Today's meeting is all about how this option screen lets you set your speakers according to the TV you're using!
Okay, now this is a phenomenon that most would call an inconvenience. I'm glad you can skip this, because that alone makes this a cute scene for those that want to watch corny English dub instead of the digital equivalent of a flat tire. Zakkos are cute, and I suppose this isn't terrible. Maybe the endless downward spiral of life has made me bitter. Who really knows?
Want to remind you to take a break from the game every once in a while, Zacko!
Take a break? That sounds great! Too bad I'm always working, you gaggle of green goofballs, Zacko.
Now it's time for us, the Gundam Force!
Oh wait, that's what they are, they're the Gundam Force! See, I told you earlier! What do you mean I'm gaslighting you? You're being unreasonable. Calm down. The SDGF's main objective right now is to investigate the dimension Halo. What is that? I don't know. Neither do they. So they send in the best of the best to handle it. Side note, but holy shit, I love this art style. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The early 2000s hyper anime 3D JRPG look, your Virtua Quests, your Star Ocean 3s, your Xenosagas, I love it! The game in and of itself doesn't look amazing. It's a standard PS2 game, and it probably didn't even look that good back then. But these art styles will always be timeless to me personally. Back on track though, let's formally meet our playable characters, starting with Captain Gundam.
I'm picking up multiple energy sources coming from the Neotopia area inside the dimension Halo.
Oh my god, I can't believe there's energy sources in the Halo. I sound like a 4Kids dub character. I activate Mirror Force to destroy all attack position monsters you control. Why the fuck do I sound like Nuxtaku?
Zero is next, and Mommy. Sorry, Mommy.
How unsightly.
And Bakunetsumaru is the last one, and he's...
A samurai.
He and Zero argue a lot. It's not the most witty banter, but hey, it's a kid's game. They can't exactly call each other cocksuckers or motherfuckers. I think the way it is now is fine for the age gate. Okay, yay, some gameplay. Fuck, this camera feels like it's hanging off of a trapeze artist. You're telling me there's nothing else in 2004 that y'all could have done? This is like weirdly intentional. Like, I almost don't want to point out how sloppy this camera is due to it probably being some kind of joke. It's truly egregious. But hey, according to the intro movie, I have the promise of some baller gameplay to look forward to, so let's not pass judgment. Let's just talk to Belle Wood. Oh shit, wait, hold on. I can look around my room and name my characters some stupid shit too. Oh, here's my cool character named Thumbtack Wall Scroll. Okay, we're finally able to play this game. It's time to live the hack and slash fantasy afforded to us at the beginning of this game. Let's fucking go! Oh, yeah, this is a game for the little kitty witties, so I guess tutorials are necessary. Okay, now let's play... Whoa, what the fuck? Someone had to play this and be cool with shipping this bullshit out. I know y'all can't feel it, but I know y'all can see that something is just off. Like, off a cliff in Minecraft. This camera and the movement is just so garbage. You auto-aim at enemies and you can swap between targets, so like Kingdom Hearts, but made in Pee-wee's Playhouse.
This is crack. rock cocaine.
This is a necessity as well because actually trying to hit things is super clunky and just completely hindered by this camera work. Shortly after I realized that auto aim was so powerful, I just sat there and shot my gun, and it was very effective.
I shoot niggas for fun.
Unfortunately, playing with Captain Gundam never got better. It was truly life-threatening shit, and personally, I do not acknowledge him anymore. Now, to be fair, there are 2 more characters that they showed off, and they seem to have much more eccentric styles and more personality. So let's see how Zero plays. Okay, now we're cooking! While Captain Gundam gets all the terribleness figured out, here comes the SD Step-On-Me Queen herself to pick up some of the slack. Yes, the fighting is still like driving a truck with bad shocks, but her moveset is much more fun because she just overcompensates for it by being fucking badass. The combos in this game, if you can land every hit, ends with a super duper move, and it typically is a stronger version of whatever thing you were using before it. In Captain's case, he just shoots a bigger dumb bullet. With Zero, she causes the second Ice Age. She also has some pretty sick movement options. That means basically nothing, but it's cool nonetheless. Around this time was where I also realized that playing at 2x speed on an emulator was basically a fix for the game. The game is sluggish and weird to play normally, but actually gets some twitchiness at double speed, and it also makes the game snappier to play as a result. Yeah, regular PS2s can't do this, but if you're playing this on one of those anyway, then that is what I affectionately refer to as a you problem. Now on to Baku. Hell yeah, now he's pretty badass! Zero is a bit more graceful than him, but overall they both play better than Captain Gundam. I use play better pretty generously though, because no matter who you're playing as, the game overall just ain't it, chief. It's literally like wow, who did that? I think Never Ending Tomorrow is better, and I will hold that to my fucking chest. But, of course, y'all already knew that if y'all read the title. So let's get to the best of SD Gundam games, in my opinion, before I pass out recording this line. Fuck, I'm hungry. Now, when this game came out, the cute bitches in the Discord said that this game was adjacent to Kingdom Hearts, and that is a hard sell. I am a huge Kingdom Hearts fan, and comparing one of these things to my beloved is something that I can only meet with a curious optimism, because I do believe that anyone who says something like that has to know what they're talking about. Side note, but this game was developed by Art Dink. This only reminds me of that one Cat Icarus video about Mr. Domino, and he says it like
a Japanese company called Art Dick.
So I'm already warmed up and ready for a mating press. Let's get to the game. Right off the bat, I can go ahead and tell you that this game is the best timeline version of SD Showdown. Yes, they have a million more times the horsepower to work with, but as I have shown on this channel before, sometimes the raw power of newer hardware doesn't automatically mean that they'll use it the best way they can. This game feels like the game that Showdown should have been, and that has nothing to do with the higher power hardware in my opinion. Not only does the camera function, not perfectly, but it definitely works, which is as much as I can say for SD Showdown, the combat is much more fluid by comparison, and it really does allow for some combo expression, which does align with the Kingdom Hearts allegations. Allegations? Like Sora assaulted someone? My experience working with Xemnas, speaking my truth. Now, to reiterate, it's not exactly a fair comparison, and I know that, but I think this is a valid chance to call out fundamental flaws within games, no matter what or when they came from. Your game could be on the PS1 with no analog sticks, and you could still put work into having a functional camera, no stiffness in combat, and still have enough time to take the dog out at the end of the day. The combat is impactful and responsive, and even a bit twitchy, which I love. You can cancel your attacks with the guard button and create new paths to beat people up, even though the combos aren't really required to be longer or anything to be more effective, but it's fun to have the option to craft your playstyle. Overall, the gameplay is satisfying, and while not perfect, it's fucking close. Now, where the new generation does help this game out is in the graphics, and this has got to be my personal favorite looking game besides Gundam Evolution and Gundam vs. Zeta Gundam. It looks genuinely beautiful. The character portraits and sprites are high quality, and the 3D models look just masterfully done. I'll get into this a little bit later, but I have to touch on the models. The models hold a lot of weight to me personally in Gundam games, as I think I've made that clear at this point, and this game passes the vibe check with flying colors. And I can't lie, the story premise isn't that bad either. I've gotten pretty used to the Gundam story thing at this point. Typically in Gundam games, you go in order of story, going from MSG to Zeta to ZZ to Char to wherever they decide to stop in whatever game it is. Here, you fight Ramba Rao's Goof as the first boss fight, but plot twist, it turns into Barbatos? So naturally, something is fucked in this Dragon Ball Xenoverse. After that fight, you make it back to base to regroup with these two cuties. Juno Astarte, who I started flirting with frame 1 because my Riz is unbeatable. Whoa, Gundam Barbatos? That was rad as heck, man. Absolutely bonkers, bro. That was the fucking bee's knees, my dude. Right. There was a cute little scene as well where this character doesn't have a name, so Juno, the other character, gives them a name, and their name becomes Sakura Slash. Sakura coming from her code name SACRA, which is close enough to Sakura, I guess. And Sodashu coming from the fact that they have a slash in the code name. Look, I said it was cute, not groundbreaking, okay? Now, the baseline premise I mentioned before is easy to explain, which I appreciate. There's some timeline fuckery happening that screws with the events of Gundam. These events of fuckery are called breaks, and of course we have to stop these from happening because these events, while they're all simulated, can actually screw with the real timeline. While I was playing, I couldn't help but think about Dragon Ball Xenoverse. We even have our own Trunks and Supreme Kai of Time. But where this game really impresses me is the way you progress and unlock content. The game is more or less linear in terms of just your typical beat 'em up, but this game ups the replayability by letting you collect blueprints of other mobile suits and getting to play as them. And what I thought they were gonna do was only give you mass-produced suits at the beginning and slowly drip feed you the cool suits. And they were doing that for a little minute until they just dropped Barbie on my fucking head. I feel like this is a great way to unlock characters in like fucking anything. It's not too slow, the dopamine gets flowing from the unlock animations, and the suits are all assigned to different roles, which means stat and move differences. No two suits that I've played with at this point have been so similar to each other to where I wanted to just play the same suit over and over. Some suits are better at the brah brah, and other suits are good at mauling things until the pain stops. You can also level up each suit individually and fit them with parts that upgrade them in specific ways that suit you. Because I got started in the game so late, they gave me so many level up credits that I was able to start a small crypto business. Zako coin. So yes, I leveled up everything I could, but they do limit your stats for a while until you progress, so you don't one-shot everything in your way, which I do admire because there isn't that many enemies on screen, so if you could just get rid of them that fast, then this would just be SD Fallout at a certain point. Which isn't to say anything about how the game looks. Yes, I'm going back to that. This game is literally the graphical equivalent of an oasis in a desert, but instead of sand, it's a melty blood player's sex life. I am sorry. Something about this game's lighting and shading really just works, and I really hope they reuse this for future games, not just this. There's this per object motion blur that the game uses in moderation that really accentuates how swift yet graceful these animations are. It's right in the middle of realism and stylization, and I got used to that in New Gundam Breaker, and it is used to great effect here. There's environmental destruction, which isn't handled the most tactfully, but it's there, and it's fine. These factors all come together to make a game that looks like a scale modeler's wet dream, and don't worry, I won't tell anyone you're dreaming about fucking robots. I also wanted to touch on the movement in this game a bit more, because this is something that I cannot stress enough, and I will shout it from the heavens and hells as many times as I need to. Animation canceling is one foolproof way to make your game better. Even if you're making a fucking online card game, bitch, you better let me cut those card animations by 5 frames. Actually, you can cancel pretty much anything in this game with your block button, which means you can wave dash, which immediately makes me want to go through with this dumbass idea. As far back as history goes, KinzieK has never speedrun anything in his life, except for the first level of Sonic Unleashed, and the first level of Sonic Adventure, and getting into the castle of Super Mario 64. But that streak of doing absolutely fucking nothing with their time ends today. This is KinzieK summoning Salt Edit, or whatever. That was fun. If I had to put a teensy tiny itty bitty yellow polka dot bikini on this one, just play the game. Buy it, download it on Game Pass. It's worth every digital smackaroon you spend on it because it's genuinely a good time and very competently made. It is the best SD Gundam has to offer out of everything I played. Don't forget that literally out of everything I played on the channel. Not the best SD Gundam game ever. I don't know that for a fact. Just putting that out there. If you really want to twist my arm, one of the best Gundam games games I've played to date, actually. Avoid Showdown like the plague unless you want boils or whatever plague bearers get. These are the type of Gundam games that should get pushed into the greater consciousness, because the fact that I hear more about Gundam Battle Operation 2 than this game is criminal in my honest opinion. Lock they asses up. Lock them up. There's enough space for this gem, so give it the space, goddammit. It deserves it. If I get even one other person to play it for the first time, then bitch, I did my job. Hi everyone, this is And What About Nasty Gundam Reborn? Simple really. I don't own it anymore because it's not physical and it's not downloaded anymore. Plus, this was a video about the games I grew up with. Reborn was not one of them. I barely played it, and honestly, while I do see that everyone loves it and wants it to return to modern day consoles, all I can say is, me too, so I can make more content. Well, I guess that came up sooner than I thought. I'm so reborn. The Gundam game of all time. It exists, and it's not very great at it. What I mean by that is, Gundam Reborn didn't get a physical release in the States, which isn't very patriotic. But despite that, a company's poor decision making will not stop me from correcting them with ethical, and sometimes unethical, emulation. I've played the other games in the series and made a video on them as well. And if you haven't watched the nastiest Gundam video on YouTube, go for it. I won't spoil everything, but I maintain that Nasty Gundam 2 is the best one so far. Nasty Gundam 3 is great, but not better than 2 in my opinion. And Nasty Gundam 1 is the child that you leave behind on purpose while hoping that your next child is better. Now that you know where my heart is, let's see where the Nasty Rebirth lands on that scale. I wonder if the placenta is made of pure Gundarium alloy.
It's my stress, that's for sure.
So, thanks to a cute bitch named MT's Thoughts, I found my way to experiencing this one again. I recently repurchased it so that I could emulate it with my conscience clean. You're welcome, you moral police that consistently spread misinformation about emulation. Trust me, everyone loves it when you do that, especially on Twitter. No, they don't. Like, literally no one likes you when you do that, including me. You have no friends, and I hope the next meal you microwave stays cold while the plate gets hot. Nasty Gundam Reborn was released roughly 3 years after Nasty Gundam 3 in 2013 or so, coming out when I was in the process of going to high school. Getting right into it, Gundam Reborn has official mode and ultimate mode. Official mode is the story, basically, and ultimate mode we'll get to later. In official mode, instead of selecting your pilot that represents a particular era in that timeline, this time you just directly select the series and whoever you get to play is just kind of whatever they determine is appropriate. Now, typically, I don't cover the story of Gundam games because aside from exceptions to this, like SD Gundam Battle Alliance and MS Saga and New Dawn, the story is not presented any differently from how it's usually presented. Yeah, there will be different details here and there that are expanded upon, but just like the Dragon Ball Z games, there's a point A and a point B, and you all have seen both. But just like this game is reborn, I want to be reborn, and actually cover the story this time around, just so I can say that I did. Let's start with MSG, otherwise known to fucking normies as monosodium glutamate. Essentially, humans did a space migration, and due to that, Federation is in their bag, living on different space colonies and having a pretty good time. But then the Principality of Zeon got in a silly, goofy mood and decided to say, hey bitch, INDEPENDENT, do you know what that means? And started a war. Federation lied, people died, Zeon pissed on everyone, and it was crystal clear. After 8 months, the feds decided that enough was enough and created new models of these tall things. I guess they went to Game Exchange or some shit to get new parts, I don't know. Enter Amuro and Frabo. He's my cousin, and she's Char is the leader of Zeon, and what a leader he is, sporting a red outfit and a fashionable helmet. His mobile suit is also red as well, and that bitch goes fast as fuck, boy, earning him the title of Red Comet. Char catches White Base lacking, and Amuro catches himself lacking, so he straps up and hops in the Gundam, and now we have our first level. Oh, thank God, I hate writing about story. So, as I have gotten really excited to see over the course of covering these games, the way that they do cutscenes is always a face-blasting spectacle. Even in the first Dynasty Warriors Gundam, but Reborn is obviously a higher caliber. This also makes me want to look at the one from Journey to Jaburo and see how I feel about them both. And you know what? Let's grab some clips from other sources and get a bit hyperfixated. Make sure you grab your Doom boxes and fidget toys. Comparing the two games and how they both plug in the Gundam-shaped router, the one from Reborn obviously shows a fuck ton more detail and is closer to the anime than the one from Journey to Jaburo. But I feel like this was the cutscene that they wanted to make way back when, but didn't have the tools at the time. They being Abstract, because who knows who the fuck made these two. The one from Gundam Origin definitely has more flair to it when it comes to how it looks, but takes liberties with the length of the scene, at least from this clip. The one detail that is absolutely key though, the eyes turning on, and they all do it, so that's pretty gnarly. If I had to choose what I like better,
Considering that I think that what makes these cutscenes effective is how close they are to the source material while also showing off what the respective hardware can do in creative ways, I choose Star Ocean 3. Now let me level with you cute bitches. This is the best game in the series. Like, it's literally not even close. And yes, people have told me that, and I believe them, but having it in your hands is just so different. Movement is perfect. This game is so blindingly fast-paced that it's close to, and sometimes even surpasses, nasty Gundam 3. Every movement is one-to-one, and if I had to be honest, slow and clunky is out of date, and this game ate and left no fucking crumbs, bitch. If that's a hot take, it shouldn't be. Turn off the stove, weirdo. Ripping through this first level also makes me reflect on how it felt playing the Gundam in the other games versus this one. They really souped up the Gundam in this game, which raises the baseline quality of how suits play up by a large margin. If the little pissy suits are fun to play, then that definitely means that the stars of the show are extremely fun to play in comparison to the other games where the mass-produced Andes were hot poopy. And the mass moneymakers were fun, of course, but could always be better. And needless to say, Reborn took the handcuffs off and unshackled their common sense. Make everything faster, no fucking shit, attack button, go. At the end of this level, seeing as Amuro is a newbie and has never piloted this thing before, you'd think that he wouldn't absolutely smack the dog shit out of Char Aznable, the Red Comet, but lo and behold, I guess Char wasn't as noble as we thought, because Gundam carries this urban child to the big leagues, and Char was not expecting that shit. Amuro realizes that war is weird, and we get our blood money for running through the Principality of Zeon like I'm Green Gobbler, and Amuro is pretty much the main character he never wanted to be. So White Base makes its journey with Char and Chase. They all thought that they would be let off the hook after that fight, but then they tell them to make a journey to Jaburo. Bright is just like, what? And for good reason, because what the fuck, dude? These people aren't with the shits yet. You gotta train them, dummy. Oh well, Luna 2's commander was feeling a bit quirky, and because of that, Char is able to get their ass again in their most vulnerable state of Earth entry. We're in the Gundam again, and it's fine. I like this a lot. I will also say that I do adore the new map layout of this game in particular. In Nasty Gundam 2, the map was kinda like this, but then they switched to a room corridor layout in the next game. I didn't hate it because who cares, just go from one area to the next, but having a space battle fought in actual space? I don't know, I do like this more over the linear hallway setup of the last game. We meet Char, and then we meet Char. And we also meet Crown, since he's not piloting the red one. I will not leave him thinking that there is any pride to be had in being mass-produced. Fuck off, you irrelevant green fuck. After dumpstering these two, Gundam is barreling towards Earth at breakneck speed, and so is Crown, and Char just lets this dude die. Amuro is still reading the manual, and that is so fucking wild to me, I could fucking never, okay? Amuro is alive and made it safely. Frabo is relieved, but all Bright says is, the Gundam made it, you insensitive bitch. Garuma. Now Captain Garma is fucking hot. Like, are you serious? While Zeon is mobilizing, Amuro is left fucked up, and like, they fucked him up. A brand new soldier going into war that much in rapid succession, and your superior don't give a single fuck about how you feel, and he smacks him twice! Amuro swears to never pilot the Gundam again. Bright has a typical reaction while completely disregarding Amuro's mental health. In this level, since Amuro needs his nappies, we're playing as Kai this time around, and this is what I'm talking about. Because of the upgraded systems and overall polish of this game, even this 16 character feels great to play. He's even got a bit of sizzle in his fajitas. Well, that didn't last too fucking long. Amuro takes the spotlight away from Kai after throwing his temper tantrum, and honestly, I want Kai back. Like, for real, I was genuinely having fun playing with the cute little red thing, swinging his arms around and shit. But for this mission, it's just as fun as it always has been at this point, and we learn at the end of this level that Char set Garma up to get shitted on. Should have read the manual, stupid ass. Garma should have also subscribed to my Patreon that helps you stay alive during kamikaze attempts, or so I've heard. As is to be expected, Garma's death spread like wildfire, and his father, Degwin, didn't particularly like that his son fucking died. But hold that thought, Garma's brother Girin didn't give two fucking shits, and immediately started working game on his brother's death. Because Garma died and Char didn't stop it, even though he did it, devious little minx, he was knocked down the totem pole, and Girin gave a proud speech on BET Plus or some shit. Gotta say, Girin, doing this kind of shit in bad faith will not give you very good Garma.
Nigga what?
And honestly, fuck this guy, because his greed is only gonna lead to more bad shit happening. Like an entire game being made on this premise. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. I'll come back to Reborn in due time, but before I move on, there is a tiny elephant in the room. I've been told a few times that I should try a cute little Japanese game called Girin's Greed, and as an English speaker, I definitely tried to stick to the games I can actually read, until Yeah, Gihren's Greed Menace of Axis V is English patched as good as it's gonna get, I suppose. From what I see on various internet repositories, it seems like more people are happy that this game exists rather than being happy about the actual quality of it. And I don't typically research things that can give me an early opinion without trying it for myself. So here's all I know about Gihren's Greed. This dude loves taking back shots.
Oh, no.
So I've called this Gihren's Greed 5, Menace of Axis V, Menace of Axis 5, even though this is the 4th game in the series, and at this point I have no idea what the V is even for, besides denoting that this is a re-release of another PSP game of the same name, but lacking the V. The Gihren's Greed series is actually massive, spanning way too many games and using up way too many of my brain cells. I also faintly remember a comment saying I forgot Gihren's Greed on my 2+ hour video about every single other Gundam game released in North America. But no, I didn't forget to include it, the game forgot to be relevant. But besides that, spielen wir den Scheiß, cuties.
You must be missing.
In Gihren's Greed Menace of Axis V, you can choose from the Feds, ZZs, Titans, and Axis. Ooh, hey, come on. We're going with her. What the fuck is this difficulty select? We got the usual suspects, but then we have Hell and Special? What the fuck is Special, and how is it worse than Hell? Let me guess. If Hell is extreme difficulty, then Special is equivalent to playing Gundam Battle Operation. The story is kind of the same as we just went over, but with way less movement. And no, don't say this is the PSP, therefore they couldn't do better than this. They used to put PS2 type shit on this thing. I don't want to hear it. The story is told from the perspective of Axis growing to be more formidable with the new lead of Haman Karn, daughter of Maharaja Karn. Girls rule the world, baby. Let's see how this game...
What the fuck is this shit?
So before I go over my thoughts, I will show y'all my very first off-the-cuff reaction to this gameplay. What in the fuck is this shit right here? This is their king? This is gameplay. Look at this shit. Move? Is this like any game you've ever played in the year of our Lord 1870? This is a game. This is what this looks like. This is not gameplay. Okay, I'm gonna start my move. I'ma move. Wait, bitch. I'm trying to move and they won't. What is this? When I first, and I mean first, played this, which is what you're looking at right now, I didn't even know that this was the game. I thought this was looking at an overall map and then I would go into a battle screen or some shit. Turns out that this is a turn that you take a la Fire Emblem. I would have looked at the tutorial, but oh wait, Hajime Mashite, Satan. I didn't know that so many of your disciples wanted me to play this. Oh yeah, sure, I'm down for whatever. So yeah, probably the most effective roadblock I've ever seen mortalized in a game. One thing I hear a bit more commonly recently is that in the Gundam games that I didn't particularly care for, they all somehow get better after the points where I stop. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. There is no shot that it gets better than this, at least in my opinion. This feels like I'm doing a training module for the Dow fucking Jones. There's gotta be a financial market, cause this is bullshit. Okay, the roast is over. Let me try to pick this apart. On this screen, I pressed end, and that's how I found out that it was a turn-based war simulator. Nothing happened that turn, and they say more things. On my next turn, I dug into the menus a bit. I hazard to believe that even in the native language, this would have made any more sense to anyone else in my position, considering that even English couldn't help me out that much. You can see the units that you are responsible for in this list and their HP value, but in general, it seems like they wanted you to just kind of know what things are from the jump, which isn't a problem, but fuck, this is just weird looking. I also didn't realize till now that the background image wasn't just a background image, but was the fucking thing I was supposed to move. Oh, okay. So you move as one unit entirely, okay, I understand that. Click on this planet right here, I guess. Wait, this leads to a fucking battle? What in the fucking... Are these fucking rectangles my people? God! So much to my dismay, I initiated a battle scenario, and honestly, I'm glad that Super Robot Wars exists, because this is far below the standards that I'm sure most are expecting. I hesitate to call this bad, and I won't, but I'm struggling to see how this fits the textbook definition of fun. Like, be honest, do you see this and your dick gets hard? No, it can't be true. You know you lying if you say it do. Get your hand off your dick, cause you know it's soft as shit. Bitch, don't. Cause you know that shit flaccid, motherfucker. Don't you fucking tell me it ain't otherwise. You know that shit soft as fuck. You know that shit touching your balls sack. Anyway, I started a new game and put it on the special difficulty, and lo and behold, they specially beat my ass. Overall, gotta chalk this up to a hearty and well-deserved not for me, babe. I think this is a nice way to say that nah, I ain't fucking with this and never will. No, I don't care if it gets better. No, I don't care if the game has actual hentai images of Loran Sayek getting his back blown out harder than the ending song on Pablo Honey. Giren's Greed is now out of my vocabulary. If this is your bar for fun Gundam games, then like, have you tried heroin? Like actual black tar heroin. So I have covered a decent amount of the Gundam stories, so let's sample around. Let's go to the Cosmic Era and check out Seed Destiny so I can just have some fun. I have a lot of Seed fans and Seed haters, so let me do what needs to be done to make you both happy and give my very nuanced opinion on this story. All of the characters are obscenely hot. Like, what the fuck? Oh, and the story is. That's all I got. I hope you enjoyed that breakdown. I am literally the Vati Vidya of Gundam Seed, no need to tell me, I already know. First level has us playing as a Zaku with more thorns on it. It plays nicely, a bit boring, but the mechanics keep it from feeling too glonky. As usual, the cinematics look amazing and I had a blast watching them. Now we get to play as the real fish. This thing got some fucking heat on it. You can swap weapons by using different attack combos and each one will end with a different weapon. It works well and I really liked experimenting with all of them. Big Sword, Twin Blade, and the Blick, and they all feel wonderful. After doing that for a while, this dude named Durandal calls out Atherin for going by a fake name. You bitch, he can have whatever name he wants. More things happen and now we're piloting the same suit again. I like it, but I want to see more, so let's move on. Back to UC, we're trying out Unicorn. This is the story of Benazir Lynx, who pilots the Unicorn Gundam. This art style is incredibly cute and I wish I could own a figure of her. He got this suit by it being given to him by some dead dude and it has a horn like a unicorn and that's why it's called that, not because he joined a poly relationship between two Seed characters. This suit plays amazingly. It already did in the third game, but Unicorn feels really at home in Reborn. To be honest, it feels like this was the linchpin for the advertisement for this game. I don't know if this was intentional, but it feels like they really pushed Unicorn this time around. And it works, because I definitely played this era first when I played the game back in the day. I like this chapter too. I really feel like official mode as a whole it just works, and the scenes are very well designed and I can't get enough of seeing all these suits rendered in such beautiful ways. It's a W, and I think that this is the best story mode that these games offer. Now finally, we have one last stop. Ultimate mode. What makes this mode ultimate? The fact that you can play as this cute bitch, and if you've been here a while, you saw this shit coming. Turn A literally feels like having a really nice conversation with someone you really like. This is the best a suit has ever felt in these games, and if that is a hill to die on, then bitch, I will fucking rot. This is always and will forever be my favorite suit, and girl, it slays with Butterfly in this engine. It looks beautiful, it gracefully murders everyone in sight, and overall just ties this moveset together. The icing on the nipple is also that you can... Bro! We are so back, bro! Oh yeah, ultimate mode is cool too, I guess. It's basically a random as fuck mode that seems to teach you about the game's core mechanics, but honestly, just go nuts, who really cares? Use all the suits you want, level them the fuck up, and just have yourself a classic nasty Gundam experience. Needless to say, this mode will last you a while just from trying shit out. I love using my favorite suits and the dialogue is eternally skippable. I like it, okay? Now at this point, you know what it is. Any way you can get your hands on this shit digitally or otherwise, fucking get it. I think Reborn literally makes the others obsolete in a way. Like, it's so over for the other ones. This one is my favorite now, hands down. And when it comes to Giren's Greed, listen, okay? I've played a lot of shit in my life, okay? Like, I mean straight up unforgivable, sinful shit, right? And none of these things have made me genuinely question what the hell was on my screen. Not a single one of them have made me feel like I was doing an assignment for Cartography 2010. That game made me actually consider joining Zeon and fighting the one-year war my damn self. If you put a heat hawk in my hands and I look down at it, it is a heat hawk, not ET for the Atari. So yes, this is what a Gundam Reborn and Giren's Greed video looks like. If Spoonie could do it for Final Fantasy VIII, then I can definitely say this.
I take it back.
I was wrong. Well, kinda. Just saying, if you're new here and you don't really care about the context, I left a chapter for you so that you can tunnel vision your way to the game. But if you've been here for a bit and watched my video on the PS2 Gundam games, then this part is the part that matters. I mean, the other one does too, but come on, continuity is important, don't be rude. A couple of years ago or so, I covered all of the PS2 Gundam games that were available to be emulated and were released in North America. The point of it was to look at the Metacritic scores and compare my experience with those scores. All of them got a nice chunk of my time, but one of them slipped through the cracks, and that game was Gundam Encounters in Space. I played it for about a half hour, found that the controls were stupid in my honest opinion, and I called it garbage based on that. I always put the laughs first, but in this case, I just assumed it would go over well, and For a little bit of people, it didn't. The video overall was received well, and I appreciate that, but apparently people really like this game, and I could not imagine why at the time. That's why I've been doubling down on this one for a little bit. There seemed to be a pressure from select Gundam fans for people to cover their games in the ways that they want, where you basically have to say, Gundam game good, and play every game they want. And while I did play almost every Gundam game in North America, and even some Japanese ones, I doubt that I will ever satisfy a Gundam fan, like ever. They don't even like their own games or shows half the time, and I would know. I was one of them. And the hate comments I've received, yeah, I've seen those same people under other Gundam game review videos self-glazing about how nostalgic they are for those games. Y'all ain't slick, and y'all are attention-seeking leeches. If you don't like how I cover shit, I get it. I ain't no ace pilot, but there are people out there for you. Don't waste time with me. They got you covered. I'm gonna do my own thing. But one thing remains extremely important. I want to correct my mistake and give the people who actually checked me on this some credit. I didn't give Encounters a fair shake, and it's on me to correct that. I'm gonna play this one from the beginning and play it for real for real. It's basically still blind because I didn't touch the story, but this time around, I'm gonna be an adult about it and just try to see what everyone was trying to tell me. So if you were one of those people, congratulations! You stole my treasure from my palace and I had a change of heart. Don't ever do that again. Also, since I'm officially taking this off of my personal tier list for the PS2 Gundam games, that means that the next worst one out of the ones that I own is Journey to Jaburo. Why am I saying this? Because before I start looking at encounters in space, I need a smoke break. Ooh, I hate this. Ooh, I hate this. Oh, he's gonna come. Oh no, I gotta lock on to him. Wait, no, I gotta shoot him. He's gonna come back around. He's gonna come back a fucking round. And he's gonna throw off my lock on. Have to fucking go. And I'm the ace. If I die from the plastic fumes, that shit was worth it, I don't care. Orange River shot that, by the way. Please show him some love. And me. Don't forget me. I have a Patreon and memberships and they get the same things. You don't want to pay money? That's cool. Then you can subscribe. That's free and it's just as cute. Thank you, babe. Just for full disclosure, this video is gonna focus on my experience with the white base story mode, but I did try the other modes, namely Thoroughbred and Ace Pilot. I didn't record them that much because no matter what, this shit is a space game and it just isn't different enough to bloat my hard drive with anything else besides white base. In my original video, I said that the intro was pretty damn good, and I liked the gallery mode because the models looked really damn good, but I didn't like the controls. And I meant what I said, but my fuck up was calling the game garbage as a part of my narrative. That's the rundown, so I don't have to mention those things anymore. But one thing I can do is say that I did like that the game prioritized action-focused gameplay instead of clunky shit. And to this day, I still think that's true. But let's start at the beginning, alright? So when I first started the game up, I actually forgot why I thought the controls were dumbby and kinda stupid. The first tutorial was actually good, and I liked the straightforward move around and shoot what's in front of you type shit. Just sensitive enough to be satisfying. And if I want to be embarrassingly honest, felt like robotic ass Kid Icarus Uprising. What the fuck was the problem? Oh, the Battlesphere. The Battlesphere sucks, okay? Like, full stop. It just does. The controls for this are awkward and just don't feel good with the camera going up my asshole and out of my mouth anytime the enemy sneezes and breaks the lock on. Whether this experience was intentional or not, it never felt great, and that is the vibe I will be going into the rest of this game with. I like the shooting sections, but the Battlesphere can roll its ass out of my life. Alright bitches, white base. Let's do this shit. The game starts off very typically. Like, do I really need to tell you what happens? Amuro, Suit, Frabo, Red Comet, Space, let's play. So I will once again reiterate, this game looks good and feels good only when you're on rails and the game is giving you targets to shoot down. Now let's define the word good because I feel like that's necessary. It means to be desired or approve of on Google. I approve of these controls. Now the definition of suck, because the Battlesphere sucks, It means that it fucking sucks. Your first exposure to the battlesphere, not counting the tutorials, is a couple of jobbers and a ship that is strangely vulnerable to basic gunfire. Fine enough, I'll call this inoffensive. After some shooty bits, you get back into the goddamn combat bubble again, and I have to fight off Big Ro, aka Stupid Ho. Every time you get your eyes on it, it'll jitter its way out of your lock-on and you'll have to press the lock-on button again. Now it's a new year, so I'll try to be fair. An enemy that excels at making the game feel worse to play by being annoying doesn't feel good to fight against, in my honest opinion. If I weren't being fair, I would have said fuck this, fuck you, fuck Gundam, fuck Amuro, fuck Federation, fuck Xeon, fuck Char, fuck Prof, fuck Lala, fuck Encounters in Space, fuck me. But it's a new year. There's no reason for all that negativity. Instead, we're gonna press retry.
Who the fuck is that?
One thing Big Ro does that annoys the hell out of me is that he comes after you and gives you a big hug like Barney. This move does a fuck ton of damage, and if I never learned to dodge properly, this would have hard stuck me, I'm not even gonna lie. I beat Corrupted Monk with base health and damage. I refuse to let Encounters in Hell do anything close to beating me. Hey! Snap what, bitch? Snap what? Who need a fucking snap seed? It ain't me! Fuck you, corrupted bitch boy! Eventually, I get the wrinkles back in my brain's surface and dumpster this slur. Which slur? You decide, in somebody else's comment section, not mine. I will praise this game for one thing though, and it was something that I never saw the first time I played this. This game has anime cutscenes that are pretty engaging to watch. Putting Lala on screen has a lot to do with this. She's just so fucking cute, bro. Also, the soundtrack, dude? I feel like they cut these scenes a bit short, but then again, I could just watch this shit if that mattered to me that much. They're also fully voiced, and they are voiced well.
I can understand why you'd be a little nervous around an enemy soldier, but don't you think a word of thanks would be in order at the very least?
Let's go to the next mission. You gotta kill some Doms, and every time you knock one, he counts up his body count. This is a really nice detail.
1, 2, 3, 4. How many are in my store?
Lala is our biggest fan, apparently.
The white mobile suit will win.
Killing those Doms are really scaring this dude, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm kinda the shit. Now we gotta kill the Chevy, the Chevy, the Chevrolet, the drove my shit. Okay, fuck this. This is bad bit. Side note, but Chivy means to tease or annoy with persistent, petty attacks, and that's literally all this gameplay is. You just turn your brain off and mash this thing and all of its pilots down into a fiery paste. Something about Char in this shot just makes me want to call him a slut. I don't know what it is, though. Another mission down, and it's pretty nice so far. There's a level of detail in this game that I wish were in other anime games, to be honest, even hard hitters like the newer Storm games or My Hero 1's Justice. The controls still suck, never will forget about that, but everything around the boo-boo is pretty damn good. I was even getting engaged with the story, which I find myself not really doing much nowadays with these Gundam games, but I don't know. I like it here, probably because the missions are very short, which allows me to actually look forward to the next scenes. And that's neat. Another thing I noticed while doing the next mission is that the locked projectiles are very generously guided to the enemies. No problem with that at all. I love it. Less work I have to do, the better. These shoot 'em up sections are much better than I gave them credit for last time. I love the environments they drag you through, and sometimes you even have to dodge the environment and go through corridors and shit to not get hit. Wow, do I like this game now? No, not yet. I know there's a battlesphere in my future. Let's not get too hasty. Ah, there it is. In this room, the camera makes me hurl. Some of you cute freaks out there might think this is cool and realistic, and that's totally okay, but I think the fluid is leaking out of my ears the more I play this, or that might be the plastic fumes. Gotta say, the battlesphere is slightly less bad indoors because I have a reference of how close or far to things I am. And that's better than when it's in space, but it's just kinda rough in general. Now we just gotta clear out the rest of these shootables, and the mission ran kinda long because I couldn't hit everything reliably even with the aimbot level lock on. But eventually I made it through. We gotta chase Big Zam down, and we're the only ones that can do this. Don't worry though, at this point I have gotten more or less used to the controls, and as a result, I know how to dodge consistently. All you gotta do is stay on its ass like a 14-year-old white girl stays on Twitter, and we will do fine. After fumbling my way to capsizing the Big Za...
The Big Za! I won't let a punk like you beat me!
Well, a punk like me just beat you. Rest in shit, Big Zabby.
It was a misinput, calm down! You calm the fuck!
I tried out versus mode because for the life of me, I couldn't fathom what versus mode would even be. There's no goddamn way that they would have two people in that dumbass battlesphere, right? Damn, that's what it is? Crazy! Yeah, no. If I subjected anyone else to this, we'd probably end up vomiting on each other from motion sickness. Moving on. I mentioned this before, but I will say it again. The voice acting is really good, and I'm a fan of it at this point. This is quite the cinematic experience. I do genuinely wish that I had gotten this far back then, but now I appreciate that effort tenfold. Now to just find the guy that came up with the battle sphere and ask him what the actual fuck that was all about. At this point, I don't want to call this gameplay bad or good, definitively just boring. Mashing the melee button is all you have to do to any of these dudes, and doing anything else is just wasting my time. Also, Gyan is just a zesty ass suit, just saying. I love Gyan and Makuve to death, but call a spade a spade. Ooh, I like this area. Nice change of pace visuals wise. Now if only we could be on the ground like a Never Ending Tomorrow. Ugh, did I just give an indirect compliment to Never Ending Tomorrow? God.
Casball! Casball! Please! Come back!
Okay, that delivery was extremely Bible black coded and you will not change my mind. Okay, so next mission, we gotta defend White Base. Okay, very easy. After we kill a man, we get another cutscene where they tell him to stop working on the Gundam because Amuro is outgrowing the Gundam with his reflexes. Ooh, does this mean the controls will get better? So here we have some familiar faces, and Degwin, the dickhead, and oh no, fuck you! Giran says that he will be the best fascist he can be when he grows up. Man is not beating the Mussolini allegations. Another mission, more of the same shit, but then Amuro hears a strange noise and then a ship comes from the distance. We give chase only to find that Lala is piloting this ship. Yes, Lala is inside of a man. God, I wish that were me. So she's protecting Char, and after this, I get the best thing I've ever seen in a Gundam game to date.
I'm afraid you come too late.
Came too late?
Why did you have to wait so long before you appeared in my life?
A detachment alone? What a shame.
The song is perfect, the set piece is perfect, everything here is perfect. This game is perfect. Well, kinda. All of the cinematic chops that this game has reaches a peak right here. Almost everything works here. Even the stupid battle sphere didn't get worse, so that counts for something. Then a cutscene caps this entire gameplay section off. Me and Lala have an encounter in space. Then Amuro accidentally kills Lala, and this made my jaw drop. Amuro is grieving. Char even sheds a tear. And when I got to the results screen, too bad the controls are still ass. I think I like Encounters in Space now. It hit all the right notes with me, and I can say that this game really shot up in opinion for me, and it's right below Federation vs. Zeon now. Yes, I like this more than vs. Zeta and Zeonic Front, but to be honest, that wasn't that hard. And now that you have my full opinion, I guess there's only one thing left for me to say. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, that's the first apology thing out the way. Hey everybody, it's KinzieK. I'm apologizing for Encounters in Space, the shit I said 2 years ago or whatever. Look, I got a ukulele for this. This bit costs $40. It's pink too. I love the color pink. Colleen Ballinger core. Apology song, I name it Encounters in Debt. I'm sorry for what I did. If you don't like it, go to bed, cause I'm your dad and you're a kid. That's all I got. Suck my dick. Okay, alright, back to the video. But the controls are still fundamentally goofy as hell in my opinion, and the camera gave me vertigo. But other than that, it's good. I like it. Cute bitch stamp of approval. And here's a side note, don't skip this, okay? My opinions and tastes are changing every day, and my videos at any time period reflect this. I didn't cover every Gundam game because I'm some massive Gundam fan. I cover them because I like games, and they are insane games most of the time. Being a dumb bitch in my comments is not what changes my mind. Making a good point is what does that. And Encounters in Space fans were the ones to do it. I'm extremely appreciative of those that get just why I'm doing this whole thing. It's to make people laugh and talk my shit about video games. If you get it, let me know in the comments. If you don't get it and you get irrationally mad about every negative thing I said about your favorite game, then I don't know, bruh. Play better games or touch better grass. I don't care what you think. Hi everyone, I'm pissed. Well, not really, but you know. Really mad! Let me begin with this. I am writing this very sentence on February 26th, aka my birthday. Happy birthday to me, I guess. And Gundam Breaker 4 got revealed 5 days ago from today. What a birthday present that was, huh? Everyone going to my mass builder video and being like, well, this aids like milk. Baby girls, I'm a small fucking YouTuber. I title my videos to get your attention, and I promise you, it's never clickbait. In Mass Builder, I said this, and I meant what I said. Whether you like it or not, if you want Gundam Breaker 4, this is probably gonna be it for a long time. Yeah, I said that 4 months ago, and I own that. I genuinely thought we would never get Gundam Breaker 4, and if we did, it wasn't coming to my neck of the woods. Well, 4 months later, they revealed both, and I immediately knew it was gonna be the best Gundam game I will have ever played. Why? Because of that big ass 4 in the title. They will not, and I know they will not, fuck this up. Now, as soon as I saw the trailer, this was just the best fucking thing ever. I have no reservations in saying that, and I'm sure future me will agree. I'm typing this potentially months away from release, and I know damn well this will be a damn good Gundam game. One thing I don't understand though is why everyone is so skeptical right now. I have covered almost every Gundam game released in North America and some Japanese ones, and throughout that journey, I have read some of the most non-grass touchingest shit about why the fuck I should like Gundam Battle Operation 2, Giren's Greed, Gundam Crossfire, and any of these other redheaded stepchild Gundam games that I don't care for. While that's fair, I allow anyone to say anything they want, and I do read it. Japanese from someone just typing their Steam review script in my comments just ain't gonna get much love from me, boo. How the fuck are we gonna start being skeptical about a game where we can knock 2 people in the air and then pull out blasters and shoot them while they're in the air like our name is Dante? No. I refuse to let anyone around me do that skeptic shit. This game is gonna be fucking fire, and I am so confident about this that I'm gonna record this shit immediately and not change a single thing about it. Now, future KinzieK is gonna take over from here if they haven't said fuck it and started watching Grey's Anatomy. See y'all in a few months or whatever, and if I'm wrong, I swear I will give myself an ungodly amount of shit for it, so you don't have to. And how do I know it's gonna be that good? Because I fucking said so. I refuse to let anyone around me do that skeptic shit. This game is gonna be fucking fire, and I am so confident about this that I'm gonna record this shit immediately and not change a single thing about it. Now, future KinzieK is gonna take over from here if they haven't said fuck it and started watching Grey's Anatomy. See y'all in a few months or whatever, and if I'm wrong, I swear I will give myself an ungodly amount of shit for it, so you don't have to. And how do I know it's gonna be that good? Because I fucking said so.
Why did you say that shit?
I meant it at the time. They were gonna release a network test. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Did you learn nothing from Gundam Breaker 3?
I put well kinda in the title.
Well, this time, well kinda won't cut it. This is an important one.
Oh, well fuck me. If they don't read it, that's not my fucking fault.
Well, none of that matters. Is the game perfect or not?
No. Hi everyone, this is KinzieK. Gundam Breaker is the series that allowed me to be able to upload to a small auditorium level audience of people rather than just a few of my friends and maybe a bit of family. The first video about Gundam was on New Gundam Breaker, and I went in completely blind and said that yeah, it was a bit on the shit ass side, but in a vacuum and on a sale, it was at least worth a weekend and had some redeeming qualities. Then I played Gundam Breaker 3 and I called it perfect, well kinda. And that basically meant that outside of some personal gripes that I didn't think largely counted against the game, I thought there was nothing wrong with the game. From there, I've played almost every single Gundam game released in North America, and I've seen my fair share of the shit and my fair share of dog shit. Today, it all comes full circle. Gundam Breaker 4 just came out and I thought this wouldn't happen. When I did a video on Mass Builder, a Gundam Breaker clone, I said that this would probably be the closest we get to this happening. And while that was true for a few months, they did the unthinkable and released a good Gundam game for fucking once that they can't shut down based on the previous best Gundam game ever made, in my opinion. That title ain't clickbait and it never will be. I'm gonna break this game down the way I always do. Very cute, very demure, and very Now, with all of that being said, there's one more order of business. You see that white guy at the beginning that was interrogating me? He was actually responsible for not only filming me smoking a cigarette off of the flames of a burning Journey to Jaburo case, but me and him collab pretty often on and off the script, and I want to pay it forward and give him his flowers. So no, it isn't me being sponsored by some greedy company, but I'm sponsored by a cute-ass little boy. Orange River is a guy that makes content focused on sci-fi media ranging from Star Trek, Metroid, Mass Effect, and
even one-offs like Battlestar Galactica and Cyberpunk, a collab video between the both of us. All of his videos are educational, packed with content, and sometimes just downright silly. So if you don't mind, please go show him some love. I'd appreciate that. He has played a huge part in me wanting to grow and make banger content for y'all, so I'm equally gonna support my friend the same way. Big thanks to Orange River aka Tyler Pilkey for sponsoring the video.
It's my stress, that's for sure.
Getting into the game, you get to name yourself, and of course, my name is KinzieK because you are cute. I know you smiled at that shit.
I caught you in 4K.
So since the game immediately throws you into the story, I guess we'll start right there. From the moment I got introduced to this game's dialogue, I knew it would be a completely transparent ass, friendship is magic ass, Magi Nation ass, Alfred the Hedgehog ass. Hold up, what's another show y'all probably haven't seen? Monster Allergy. You meet a boy named Tao, who is basically the tutorial immortalized as a pussy boy character. He shows you the ropes and gets you acclimated. If you couldn't tell by now that Tao was a small and insignificant manlet, he is relegated to using an SD suit. In this world, the game is GB4. It's a meta thing where you're the player inside of the game and everyone else is a player in the game. So extremely technically, it's an isekai, but there's no albedo to shove her titties in your face and there's no one getting reincarnated as a slime. I mean, you can probably kind of look like one, but I digress, I'm not building that shit. After you do a few things, you get to customize your suit, and it was then that I made a pink and green aka sorority mobile suit. I would do the little call out that they do, but I like having my kneecaps, thank you. Later on, you meet a character named Lin and your trio is formed. I like Lin because she checks the shit out of this dude and puts him in his place.
Oof. I could do without the attitude, jerk.
Yes, queen. Anything for you, my queen. The actual story part happens when you experience a weird glitch in the game, and this worries you, but it doesn't affect anything right now. And the mission you're on progresses as normal. The game is in beta for them, so they just write it off and keep it pushing. Then after the mission cutscene is more Saturday morning slop tune shit, but after a while, Lin is mind broken, and honestly, it was around this point where I gave the story some time to make me shut up and listen, and while it was at least kind of interesting that the story actually twitched a finger and convinced me that it was doing something, they always found a way to bring it back to the past Samurai Jack and disinterest the fuck out of me. The overarching event that the characters are doing is clan battles between other clans in the game in the style of a Grand Prix or a tournament, whatever you really want to call it. The group is essentially trying to recruit people to our cause, and as a result of this, we get to meet a fuck ton of characters, but what they really end up being are anime tropes. Mind Broken Lin ends up recoloring herself because she's just a weird digital clone of Lin's character, and Tao names her Lilin because she stutters saying Lin in a cutscene, and her trope is that she's just childlike and head empty. Tao is annoying and continued to be. Lin is an enjoyable character, but in general is just there to complement the other characters, and Sheena is also there. Lin and Sheena drop nuggets of them having past traumas outside of the game, with Lin having like no fucking family besides her cousin, and Sheena feeling trapped within the walls of her family, and her playing the game is like her being free from that and being able to make friends as close to normal as possible. Trauma jump scare aside, I do think that those are good character attributes to have, but having this sitting right next to a tournament arc story where we have to care about our group of Sonic heroes, girl, I'm good. Now, the most interesting part of the story is obviously the glitching that the characters experienced earlier. I was very ready to write this story off at this point and just turn my brain off and just play the game, but I noticed that this game's story had a bit more underlying discourse going on than I was expecting in my Discord server and on Twitter. And I'll go over my experience and give you the cute bitch version of events, but spoiler warning, this shit was so fucking corny. This is where the story actually decides to speak up instead of being socially anxious. So another spoiler warning, just in case you want to see the ending events for yourself. You got 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 2, 1/4, and 1. The glitch is actually a virus that a team called the Freedom Fighters are exploiting to make their Gunpla stronger than usual. The virus was actually uploaded by one of the team members of Freedom Fighters called Chaos, and we'll get to him a little bit later. This team was initially a part of the Grand Prix part of the story, and even then they were so comically evil that I actually liked them, but now they're a core part of the story. During a mission, we fight them, and Sheena notices that these bitches are a little strong. Even when they lose to us, they don't really even care, but of course we find find out that they are cheating little snakes. Our team rubs their brain cells together to finally spark a charge, and they come to the conclusion that the GBV is the cause of everything. The glitches, Lin getting mentally owned, the unnatural increases in strength, the ability to awaken your Gunpla and unlock shonen protagonist mode, all of it. GBV, God, this sounds like an STD, is also able to infect people without them knowing. Also, GB4, the video game that they're playing in the game that is also called GB4, is so weirdly immersive yet also weirdly static. Like, call me crazy, but it really feels like they do go beyond the boundaries of a video game pretty fucking often. Like they're writing a story that doesn't take place in a video game, but then they want it to be a video game so much, and this feels very Sword Art Online-ish or Overlord-ish, but no one is at any risk of anything happening to them in-game. And don't even get me started on the ending. We'll get there, never mind. The League of Villains that are fucking around with the virus are finding out just what makes our team so good at winning, and are also revealed to be wanting to use this virus to unleash the power of GB4 and basically do some hood rat shit. Also, if you didn't know that this story was childish as fuck, I don't know, maybe I just hate fun. So we still have a tournament to do, and our opponents are the team that is the highest favored to win, the team led by a character named Meister Jin. We start to fight until a glitch happens again and Chaos enters the tournament battle unprompted. Lin thinks that he's going after me, but no, who Chaos really wants is Lilin, who is revealed to be an AI entity that he seeks to manipulate and control. So Chaos hates AI, so he seeks to control it, fair enough. Also, Mr. Afro Guy, aka Mr. Gunpla, is actually Misa from Gundam Breaker 3 and is Lin's cousin and legal guardian. Cool. So Chaos takes Lin and builds a massive fortress and tells everyone in GB4 that if no one can defeat him, then he will destroy Lilin and the entire game with her. Even though literally no one besides our group and friends have a reason to give a shit about this, if he shuts the game down, just play Star Ocean 3, dummy. Or just go the fuck outside, because these characters take this game way too serious. Literally just shut the computer off. Also, circling back to my observations about how this game's writing seems off?
I couldn't save Lilin.
It wasn't your fault. It was that creep who kidnapped her.
You keep saying kidnapped, but he just has her in-game avatar, right? She should be fine as soon as she logs out, shouldn't she?
Mashima is spitting though. Yeah, she's an AI, but if this happened to anyone else, what is stopping them from just logging the fuck off or uninstalling or deleting the account? Like, I really don't think this needed to take place in a game, but I don't know how people really feel about that, or maybe I'm just overthinking it. That's also possible. So let me speed this up a bit, you heard me. Chaos set up 4 trials for you to complete in order for you to gain access to his fortress and beat his ass. You have to defeat his 4 kings consisting of 4 anime villain tropes and collect 4 keys and open 4 locks. Damn, Jen, did you write this? 4. Oh my god, okay, damn. 2 of the kings consist of 1 being a Dami mommy.
I need to cut you down. I want to hear your screams.
Oh my god, beautiful!
And a girl that has probably said Oni-chan and Bakayaro enough times to give an internet loser a hernia from all of that sperm buildup. But each mission gives you insight to each king's motivation. Most of them really don't have one that aligns with Chaos and are really just kinda whatever. The strong guy that looks like Gamagori from Kill la Kill
Gamagori
is doing it for Dora the Dami mommy. Kara, the little volatile yandere girl, is only doing it because the bitch is evil and wants to get stronger. Dora is doing this because hearing that some nerd wants to shut down a game that's in beta that will inevitably get put up again and he will inevitably get IP banned gives her chills, or in an indirect anime innuendo speak, gets her pussy wet. And Kuro Kante is the strongest and he wanted to keep being the strongest, I guess. Killing the 4 kings is pretty easy, but every mission after that has you killing a monolith, and every single time you have to deplete its health to a predetermined amount and then it'll shield itself until you kill the enemies that will then take the shield back down. These are the 4 worst missions in the game, period, no contest. They are all such a slog, even with my parts leveled the fuck up. Basically, if you know, you know, and if you don't know, I don't know how you don't know, you know? But then we get to the fortress and fight our way to Chaos, and this mission is pretty damn cool environment-wise. There's all these sprues and Gunpla boxes just strewn about the place, and this is actually pretty cool when you know the villain's motivation, no matter how terribly presented they are. So let's talk about it. So now we make it to Chaos, and it's here that we finally get the straight-up reason for Chaos's desire to extend server maintenance. He He opens up that he doesn't really hate the game, but like I said earlier, he hates AI so much that he wants to completely get rid of it because he thinks that GB4, the in-game GB4 that is overrun with the influence of AI, and he thinks it's replacing the human element of Gunpla simulation. At this point, it basically becomes the battle of the dumb bitches. Our team is on the defense of AI, saying that AI is more human and feeling than Chaos ever will be. No, it's not. And Chaos is just a fucking idiot. Even though I think the core of his message is pretty much correct in general, I just hate that it's attached to this garbage storyline, whereas the good guys, we're saying that the use of AI in this instance is good actually, even though Lilin is a fucking sentient AI and we should just be friends with it. Like, Chaos gets so close to saying the good part out loud, but no, he just wants to save his favorite Gunpla game from the scary AI replacing human potential, even though this is a video game. Like, he says that Meister Jin should owe his success to Awaken, which he calls an exploit and has been used by the best players to change the game up, and this should have shown him the latent heights that humans can reach. And same for me, the player, who can also awaken, and he wanted me to join him because he thought I'd feel the same as him. Is he spitting? A little bit, because he is saying some true shit, but I think it's misguided. In this story, it feels like we're supposed to think this guy is bad because we have to save our favorite game? And I think it's a load of wank, personally. Chaos goes on and on about how he's breaking the restraints of the system by making himself stronger in the video game, and how we're defending this prison we call GB4. Just a reminder,
Hey yo, what the fuck?
But this story is just so juvenile and childish that I honestly can't believe they didn't just keep the story at the Grand Prix and just have some tournament drama. Like, seriously, this doesn't feel like character motivations. This feels like I'm listening to two groups of developers have a hissy fit at each other. Oops, also Chaos is a former developer of in-game GB4 that left the project because of the game's use of AI assistance. Grown ass man. He screams and cries about how this world was built by humans. You mean developed, you fucking, and they keep dropping nuggets that this world is for everyone, even a sentient AI. We beat his ass, and during this time, the character Artal says,
"Human or AI, all are welcome in the world of GB4, no matter their origins.
All are welcome here. It is a world with room for everyone."
Oh yeah, everybody. That's why you're gender locked and you can only go by he, him pronouns. That's the end of that. He goes off about how it should have been him, not the AI waifu, getting the praise. And he says that because they ran simulations with AI, he couldn't bear to see his game getting the human aspect replaced. That's why I think the levels having all of those runners everywhere is pretty cool, because that is the one thing that is synonymous with human Gunpla building, is that you make it. And I get that. That's a nice thing to me. But the rest of this,
yeah, sorry. Yeah, no.
they put Chaos in Gunbreak jail or something. Girl, what's stopping him from logging the fuck out and despawning? Is this a subscription service? And they all get back home. The AI is glad that she found real living, breathing friends and totally won't go haywire when Lizard Squad gets their hands on her and the game ends. This story needs to take several seats. Just so y'all don't get it twisted, Chaos's statement on the creative spirit and freedom of humanity is something that I believe should be protected. Duh, I make videos for fun, but bitch, this should have stayed in the drafts. Using this kind of story as a background for actual gems of truth works against itself when it's just lame all around and just tucked away at the end. It's not worth getting there. It's alluded to, but I just think it was a mistake to go so hard at the end and it's not even that good. Maybe it could start a conversation, but the amount of glazing these characters give to AI is just suffocating. They try their best to paint Chaos as this fucking like crazy AI harebrained person and treating the good guys like the saviors of AI in the future and tomorrow and all that shit. I don't care for it. What I'm saying is that the story was at least a net neutral before they decided to get weirdly preachy about living happily ever after with the cute AI brainlet. I said this about New Gundam Breaker and I think it's true here as well. This story is meant to facilitate progression, grab a fuck ton of pieces, unlock key features and gameplay, and nothing more. The reason to be here is clearly to build your shit, and the game knows that too. Now, I feel negatively about the story, and when it was just about the tournament, I just didn't care. At least it bothered to invoke a feeling, but bitch, I did my time and it wasn't worth it. I got my 36 breaker boosters for 36 story missions played, and at the very least, it's not Gundam Battle Operation. Hola! Wait a minute though. I said what I said, but let me give this story some credit. The voice acting on all sides, yes, even Tao, is good. I don't like Tao. I think the way over the top, toxic, positive nature of his reactions to characters is insufferable, but I think his delivery is fine at least. The stars of the show end up being the side characters for me. Chaos is just a fucking lovingly voiced character. His character design is interesting, and in general, I think he's fine, and I can say the same shit for most of everyone. They showed off all the VAs, and I don't think that was a mistake. They did a good job, and I hope they get more work. If this game was voiced with AI, I would have pierced my eardrums, so I guess Chaos did nothing wrong. Oh yeah, this is a game too. I personally held off on talking about gameplay because it is its own type of thing, but I do think that the gameplay is absolutely fantastic. I didn't know how exactly I would talk about it because, you know, Gundam Breaker 3 is a thing, and I made a video about that too, and I did think about comparing the two, but that game also isn't available in the US without importing it, so to some people, this is either their first or second Gundam Breaker game, with the first one being boo-boo, and this one being actually good. So I've decided to only compare GB3 with this game if I deem it necessary, but this is a GB4 joint, and it will continue to be, so let's get into it. The gameplay is damn close to perfect, if not just perfect with some imperfections, which means imperfect, but hear me out. I have played almost every Gundam game released in North America, like I said earlier, and I think the best ones, period, in order, are Dynasty Gundam Reborn, Gundam Breaker 3, Mexi Boost On, SD Gundam Battle Alliance, and Gundam Evolution. And I think Gundam Breaker 4 is right under Nasty Gundam Reborn, save for it being a Dynasty Warriors game and not necessarily a Gundam game. Gundam Breaker 4 is my second favorite Gundam game, and it only beats Gundam Breaker 3 for me because it's just the same game, but with small quality of life changes and the promise of future support. But a lot of people haven't even played that, so fuck it. What does this game do? Essentially, it is a beat 'em up or hack and slash, whatever you prefer, but I think beat 'em up is more accurate. Beating someone up implies that you are having to hit it multiple times to take it down, when hacking and slashing kind of implies that you're effortlessly doing it like Dynasty Warriors. Anyway, the game feels good to play. You will enjoy the game whether you're playing with the base shit or making your own shit, which you should be doing. The customization is basically the same as it was in GB3, but for those of you that haven't played it, it's better than New Gundam Breaker by a landslide. There is now no need to cope with playing New Gundam Breaker. It is now obsolete, and I'm happy to say that. The game allows you to create literally whatever you want with being able to adjust your parts, size, and position, and all that good shit. It's literally what is expected and demanded, and they delivered. Now, in a very specific case, which is using Super Fumina pieces and Mobile Doll May pieces, they do not allow you to paint those pieces, but honestly, I don't think that's a hugely bad thing, because I just changed my pieces that I can color and work around it, but it is an objectively weird thing, because why the fuck not? You should be able to color everything, and I'm sure that people will be modding the dog shit out of this game, so I'm not too worried about it. I would also like to mention that this game drowns you in in-game currency, and buying pieces are so fucking cheap, it's insane. Cheaper than New Gundam Breaker and cheaper than Gundam Breaker 3. 10,000 GP gets you a high grade and all of its pieces and the weapons included, and the rarity of each piece is random. So say you snag a couple of pieces from a suit like, let's say,
which, of course.
Bitch! Thank you very much. 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 Thank you very
Every single piece you buy can be higher rarity and have higher levels too, but the rarity affects the amount of passive slots you have on your pieces, and I don't know anything about anything else, but that's the main thing. Now, while I've been glazing pretty hard, I will say that you don't have every feature unlocked right away. Plainly speaking, this game limits your progression pretty hard if you don't play the story. The story mode caps your level, your rarity, your ability to heavily scale your pieces up, and basically keeping you shackled until you beat it. This isn't a huge issue if you just skip everything, which you can do, but some of these fights suck ass, and some also do that thing where you can't kill them until they quit yapping. And let's not forget about those monoliths. Yeah, I'd really like to be able to skip that shit. But despite all of that, I have been collecting and changing my suit like every mission or some shit. You can really get your juices flowing here, and that's great. The story didn't kill that level of fun I was having building my suits the way I wanted and using the tools I was given in every single mission. They have you unlocking same gameplay features all the way up to the end of the story, so at the very least you're getting something for doing that bullshit. Even then, you're still gonna be getting a fuck ton of parts along the way. You're gonna be able to do whatever you want. And that creativity even extends to the combat, and bitch, let me gush real quick. The combat is stellar. It's fucking beautiful shit. The combo variety, the weapon variety, even though a fair amount of these animations are from Gundam Breaker 3, but like I said, that doesn't matter that much. The freedom of expression through combat would put Marvel 3 to shame, baby. It feels so fucking good. I can't stress that enough. And as far as the performance goes, it's been a smooth as fuck experience on PC at 60 FPS for me. Now, there is something about the combat that I want to bring up, and it's related to GB3, but not in a way that's comparing them, but rather it confuses the fuck out of me. So in GB4, there is a new movement mechanic called emergency drop that does what it says. You fall to the ground immediately when you're in the air if you press the jump button. It works as intended, but the only reason to use it is because you're up in the air above an enemy you can't hit. This problem was not in GB3, and I played it again just to check, and no, the game lets you go down and hit shit, and I tried to reproduce it and I just couldn't. But enough times to bother me, in GB4 I have been above an enemy and they don't bring you down far enough to hit them. They created this issue and then Band-Aid fixed it. It's so fucking weird. But it is a minor annoyance at most, and the combat is mostly grounded and a lot of moves will bring you to the ground. So once again, it's up to you how much this bothers you, but when it happens it slightly nags at me and then I reposition. No biggie, but it happens enough for me to talk about it. Also, lock on is kinda squirrely in bigger boss fights. Every now and again you'll fight big boys, and after they do a move they'll have weak points that you can lock onto and knock them down for free damage, but usually you won't be able to get every single one first try unless you're in the lucky position to be able to hit them all. And most times the lock on will be jumpy as fuck and not lock on to the right thing. And you can use long range weapons to hit them, but the lock on still gives you the same shit. I don't know if you can even make this easier by switching lock on types, because I did forget how to switch, because even at the beginning of the game it felt bad to me, so I opted for auto lock on. But with auto lock on, which I assume most people will be using, lock on felt low-key gross on some big bitches. And do I like big bosses? Not that much. They will just spam big moves 100% of the time, and if you don't level up for these they can take forever. Alternatively, if you do level up, you melt them faster than your brain on black tar. They are whatever to me, let's put it that way. I don't build Gunpla, so I'm not the type that'll go, oh my gosh, is that a perfect grade Unleashed RX-78 too? I would love to fight a perfect grade Turn A Gundam so that I could say I'm pounding Loran Sayek from behind with my fists, but alas, there's always DLC. In general though, the game is just fucking fun. Fun is subjective, but this game is subjectively fucking fun. If you want to have some fucking fun with the new best Gundam game ever made, then skip those cutscenes, pick up some parts, and get to mashing, because this shit is fucking fire. Even before, during, and after the story mode, this shit is pure flames at its core. The gameplay systems are on top, and everyone needs to experience this at least once, especially if you're a Gundam or Gunpla fan. Also, Pac-Man has his own level dedicated to him. It's cute, but I'm not playing that more than once, but it's cute. And I also feel like I should bring this up too. The gameplay loop is just fine, but like I said, for GB3, it's also the same in GB4. The gameplay loop is what you get. Once you beat the story, and once you do all the quests you want to do, grinding for parts and maybe playing online and shit is probably one of the only things you're gonna be doing. If you like that, then this is not a problem. It's literally not a problem, and it'll probably never be a problem. But if you don't just like grinding all the time to make your pieces better and make all your suits and shit good and all of that other stuff, you might not like this as much as other people. You will like it, but you might not like it as much. But do I believe the game is worth full price? Well, let's talk about it, because it's a yes and a no. If you already have access to Gundam Breaker 3, wait, just straight up. You already are playing Gundam Breaker 4 in some ways already, save for the fact that Gundam Breaker 3 is probably not getting any more updates, and why would it? There's a new game out. But if you don't want to import and your only exposure to Gundam Breaker is New Gundam Breaker, then you should have had this yesterday. Skepticism about Gundam Breaker 4 was never allowed in my sight, and now that the game is out, the word has been told. Gundam fans deserve this game. If you go on Steam right now, the pickings are slim. Like fucking Slim is Cleotrapa on Ice Spice's Trip. SD Gundam ain't for everyone, because they might not like the art style or some shit, and I get it. New Gundam Breaker literally doesn't matter anymore. Call that shit Who Gundam Breaker, because who are you? Cross-Rays is available, and it's good, but maybe you don't like strategy, Fire Emblem type shit, and I get it. It ain't my favorite either. And Gundam Battle Operations, Girl, I think most people can get behind feeling good, beating the shit out of people with all different types of parts and weapons and looks and shit. It's satisfying, impactful, looks good to boot, and as Chaos said, creative. It's good, okay? Perfect with a few imperfections, and I knew it would be exactly that. Take it easy, y'all. Make sure y'all tell me what y'all thought about the game in the comments, but be respectful. That Elden Ring video got folks clowning, and I expect Gundam fans to be better. So play nice, please. Some number of years ago, I made a video on the PS2 Gundam games, and I played them in the order of how they were rated on Metacritic. The worst rated game on the list, and the one I also thought was a crock of shit, was Mobile Suit Gundam Never Ending Tomorrow. Years later, I have been told that I didn't give those games enough of a chance, even though I think the only one that applies to is Encounters in Space, which I made a second video on, and I actually enjoy it quite a bit nowadays. I actually gave this game more of a chance than I think it deserved, but look, if I get blamed for not giving something its dues, even though it takes like 7 minutes to discover that something is fucking off about this one, at the very least, I can hear them out in exchange for more views. It was a while ago, I think I'm a different person from then, and my mind is able to be changed. I want to genuinely give this game a fair shake before I eviscerate it, but who knows, maybe I'll like this shit. I'm optimistic. One thing I won't do though is sugarcoat the video. I'm simply gonna play it again, and if I like something, I like something, and if I don't, you get it. Now, with that out the way, let's get it.
It's my stress, that's for sure.
It's still a crock of shit. The game starts out with a long-ass cutscene that essentially aims to convince you that you aren't about to experience chronic vertigo. However, I'll use this time afforded to me to explain that I played this game live, and I think that's relevant to you, the viewer, because if my purpose is to show that I'm engaging with this game, then what better way to show you than with my unfiltered thoughts here and there. But I guess we can peep this intro cutscene a little bit. This shit lasts from 10:56 to 15:19, according to my recording. You can do the math. Why is it so long? To keep us from seeing the man behind the curtain? No, that couldn't possibly be it. But for real though, it's to get you prepared for what type of game this is and what type of show Seed is. Seed is just like the corniest series in the franchise. But the cutscene is fast-paced, flashy as shit, and at the very least, it doesn't lie about what kind of game this is, and it's actually pretty fun to watch. Never Ending Tomorrow is an action game in the same vein of something like Zone of the Enders, which I guess would be called Zone of the Never Enders, but I digress. I'm sorry y'all had to hear that. Actually, no, I'm not. One criticism that I've received in my first go-round with this game is that I played mission mode first, and that was probably what was responsible for my disliking of the game. Something that I didn't get into as much was that I actually did play the story a little bit, but while I did show it, I didn't really tell it, which is valid to point out. So this time, since I went with Atherin Zala's story the first time, I'm gonna go with him again. But whether it's this time or the last time, one thing that is consistent is that this game has an insanely whiny English dub that has its charm, but more like the charm from League of Legends, which is followed up swiftly by my timely death. The story mode greets you with anime cutscenes, similar to Encounters in Space, which I actually came around to liking quite a bit. Never Ending Distractions has a lot, and I mean a lot, of animation, which comes with a lot of personality, but then you actually have to play the shit that they're hiding from you. The cutscenes are the mother with the jiggling keys, and the actual game is the car crash that you can't look at or else you'll get early onset trauma. Dark joke, I know, but come on, a car crash would definitely be more engaging. You can tell because of all the people causing traffic backups looking at your mother jiggling the keys in front of your face. So yes, the game is kinda like that. Now actually getting to play the game is an experience, and a weird one. Some bad, some good, so here we go. The animations are just as, if not more dynamic than Encounters in Spaces are. This is essentially Encounters in Space, but in a different package. This game has the battle sphere mechanics, but has no visible battle sphere. Instead, you just rely on lock-on and can move to your target at your leisure. The game has different phases of combat, kinda like Pokken Tournament, where you function from either range or melee. It's up to the enemy if they get out of your melee range, but when you are in melee range, you are now essentially playing a Dragon Ball Z Budokai beam struggle with no beam. This game has more mashing in it than Cookie Clicker, bitch, and I don't necessarily see this as a problem, but I can foresee someone blaming me for not trying hard enough to learn the game because of this Triangle Team travesty, so I'll say this. I'm a firm believer in if you win, the means you got there with doesn't matter when it comes to single-player games. I'm sure some people will disagree because they know the hidden combo strats in this game, but allow me to present the missions upon missions of mashing triangle I did. Any response that is adjacent to play on a harder difficulty, or it's your choice to play that way, or fuck you, you queer, would be a bit unfair because one, I think a game's baseline experience is on its normal difficulty without making any changes if there is any changes that can be made, and if it's too easy to fly through the game with a simple mashing session, then that is not my fault that it works. It's like the Spirit Ash argument in Elden Ring.
cheating, where there are certain ghouls on the internet that'll say you didn't beat a boss correctly because you used mechanics that were available in the game. If the thing is beat, then you beat it. Whether you learned something or not is up to you, but who cares? 2. Yes, I could learn some movement tech and spacing and challenge myself, but alternatively, it's not like I'm blaming the game for it, but I'd rather put that effort towards a game like Gundam EX Versus, or pushing my combo skills to the limit in Gundam Breaker 4, or learning Gundam Battle Alpha, learning a good game. Now, does that mean that I can blame the game for bad mechanics? Yes and no. If I'm not choosing to engage with what mechanics the game has that have a non-zero chance to make the experience better, then it would be more of a bad faith argument. But if the optional mechanics are that dispensable, then that says more about the people who enable me to be a little funny person about it. It is my experience after all. 3. Honestly, this one's just funny. As a video checkpoint, make sure you start your comment with "fuck you, you queer." And if you don't want to say that, say "hi bitch" instead. It's cool. On a less positive note, the camera is weird as hell, but in a negative connotation. Never Ending Vertigo essentially has a camera system that could just be regular, but it instead functions as a view that you can only deviate from looking forward. Obviously, this isn't a super huge issue, but the melee range has its own shit going on, which is just an unavoidable aspect of trying to make a flying action game with a realistic perspective that is also fast-paced. Either in range or melee, if you're prone to vomiting, then consider this game the finger that is constantly prodding at your uvula. Unless you don't have a gag reflex, then ooh. The game constantly zooms in and out and throws your vision all over the place. Girl, it's like being in the passenger seat with Mr. fucking Magoo. Alright, so that entire passage was the experience of playing the first level. I wonder if every single Earth fight is like that. It is. Funny thing about this game is that they allow you to buy these things called beginner tickets that allow you to lower a stage's difficulty. After that mission, we are rewarded with yet another cutscene, and this makes me think about Encounters in Space again, because that game also had an insane amount of cutscenes, but it feels like that game was made with more love. Maybe that's just because Mobile Suit Gundam is in general just better to me than Seed, but I guess it mostly depends on whether you like Seed or not. And if you do, you may come to find out that the cutscenes are abridged in such a way that you may just want to watch the damn show if the gameplay is so perfunctory. I am a Loran Sayek fan, not a Gundam fan, so if this were a Turn A game, I would most likely have better shit to say, so I'll pretty much chalk this up to the same thing I said about Seed Battle Assault. If you like Seed enough to go through an active wood chipper for it, then still don't play this, the fuck? Now we have yet another level that gives you full control, which takes place in space. However, the gameplay is pretty much the same. You have the same shitty, permanently inverted camera until you lock onto something. You hit the thing in question until it stops moving, and repeat the process until you jump off a building. Finish the level. Also, like in Encounters in Space, your lock-on targets can shake off your lock-on. In a game like Ace Combat, where that would be a challenge, in this game, the game is just putting you back into camera hell. But after that, the mission is over, and it was the same level of unwieldy as the last one. Next mission, same damn thing. It just feels like the game isn't made with the best interests of people with functioning brains. It's janky, jittery, and honestly feels constantly like building a house of cards on a table with a snot-nosed kid with a wobbly camera for a head shaking the damn thing. So now, reaching mission 4, I've heard a lot of voice acting, and I've already said how I felt about Seed, and I cannot sit here and pretend I cared about what was going on, but the voice is just, like, no hate to the voice actors, they obviously got a bag, but like, they're all just like, I can't believe it! Kira said that what? Like, oh my god, we need to hop in the mobile suit right away and defend our planet. The cutscenes themselves are good, but once again, I fail to see how people can like this for any reason besides them being hardcore Seed fans. The scenes are plentiful, but going over to Encounters in Space, it felt like that game genuinely wanted to create a scenario, or multiple scenarios, where it felt like you were playing in the shoes of Amuro in the white-based story mode. The in-game cutscenes were honestly great, despite the gameplay, and it was enough to power through it if I didn't like it. Doing the same shit just for some Seed scenes, bitch, I'll get on Crunchyroll right now. Even in-game, the spectacle is good enough on its own, but everything that has to do with engaging with it is just, It's like I'm mashing this button and I feel nothing. People were talking about, wow, this game is actually really easy, and it's like, oh, I wonder why. Is it because you can literally play this game with, like, your brain waves? Is the sound good? Well, for the most part, it's one of those things that I can tell that there's someone who will hear and truly feel like they're in the heat of a seed battle, right? But me, nah. That's like a Pavlovian response noise that they would play to torture rats or some shit. It ain't my favorite noise, but could I imagine something else for it? I mean, aside from the lock-on noise in Dark Souls, I don't know, so I'll just leave that where it is. But if you like it, then good for you and your eardrums. Does the game look good? Yes and no. The mobile suits look great, and I think that's mostly what matters, but the environments vary between mid and space, which is just star.jpegs everywhere. All that's left now is the gameplay that we've been doing and another mission later, and it has been invariant so far, with the overall experience on a constant decline. Mission 5 was a fucking devastating time. All of the previous problems with the gameplay persisted. I almost died on this mission because with all of these factors combined, I was so tilted that I almost let this bitch beat me, but he didn't. And yes, I know there's a block button, I know there's a super mode, I know that there's partner skills that can buff you. Just to put it out there for the borderline sociopaths that think that using these mechanics will magically fix everything that is inherently unenjoyable at a core level. But that mission is over. But will mission 6 be the mission that changes my mind and makes me take back everything? No. Mission 6 is the same fucking thing, but now we're in a barren wasteland. The mashing continues, the board continues, and honestly, there is just nothing left to talk about when it comes to this schlocky gameplay. If you aren't a Seed fan, this shit means next to nothing, and all of the strife these characters go through is just insane. I guess it is good that the pacing is so damn wild that you'll be in a loading screen recovering from what the fuck you just went through, and next thing you know, Kigali is holding Athrun at gunpoint. It made me react, and that's a good thing, cause that wasn't boring. At the end of all things, I finished 9 missions with all of the exact same problems I faced in the mission prior. Every single damn mission I went through had no amount of positivity. I went in with the middle of the road expectations because I went back to encounters in space and I actually enjoyed it. I even made a Colleen Ballinger style apology that I bought a damn ukulele for, just because I meant what I said. I was wrong about encounters in space. It was much better than I gave it credit for. But this bullshit? Nah, it deserved every rebuke I gave it back then. I quit the game after the Mission 9 cutscene, and that was where I knew I was done with it.
That disgusting race is finished!
Whoa, okay, Jesus. This disgusting race is finished whenever I fucking look in the mirror. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm so sick and tired of watching bullshit. I have done more than enough of that. It has been the same fucking thing. And this game is so dog shit that it makes me literally want to propose a question. When is enough, truly enough, for a game as dick-ass as this one when you want to make a video about it? No, like seriously, when I initially played these games completely blind for the PS2 Gundam Games video, I had always kind of planned on going back to the ones I didn't give as much time anyway, but even if I didn't plan on it, if I knew the game was bad from the amount I played then, and every single issue from back then reared its head in the current day, and hell, some were even worse due to me spending more time with it, would that really constitute needing to play more of it to have a solid opinion? All I know now is that the game drowns you in anime scenes so much that you can almost forget it's a damn game. I ask this question because I feel like there has definitely been a shift in reception for first impressions content with the rise of videos that aim to do either one of two things. Either they A, break a single game down to its almost atomic level to the point where it's like a 3-hour video, or B, they don't play much of a single game, or they do, but let's say it's a video where they don't, but they compile every single game that is either related to that game by series or genre or something of the sort. Never-Ending Gaslighting is a game that did not change for the better at all on the second go-round. I played infinitely more of it than last time, but my experience was almost the same. Hell, I even played the very mission that I played in my last video to see if I could complete it, because in that last video, I died on it. And yes, I had become competent enough at the game to where I could beat that mission, so I or you lovely person, can't say I didn't learn anything. What I'm really trying to say is that if you don't like a game after 1 hour and it's a gameplay-focused problem with a game like this, then you probably know what the game will continue to be even after giving it a try. Sometimes the try is more than enough. Never-Ending Nightmare only wanted to do one thing, and that is make the quality of my life worse. If I were a Seed fan, I would just watch the damn show. Now, if you like Never-Ending Problems, then I mean this genuinely, that you are a precious sweetheart and you are allowed to like whatever you want. I know I speak authoritatively, but listen, if you like this hunk of shit, then that is your hunk of shit. I would never take that away from you. Like, seriously, I will never try to take that away from you, Smeagol. Calm down. And yes, there are exceptions to this, of course. I made an entire video about how Xenoblade Xenoblade 2 gets better the more you stick with it, and even gave 3 separate occasions in that game when that could possibly happen. But even then, I made a half joke that if those moments don't hook you, then you may just want to play something else. I'm trying to beat the hypocrite allegations, but plenty of times on this channel, I have covered games where no matter what the genre is, I play it and I play as much as I feel the game wants to be played, and mostly I'm just here to make jokes. I hated Giren's Greed and people hated my opinion on that, and that is well within their right, but I still put my time in to see what that game could at least turn into, and I have never defended a just put 20 hours in and the game gets good game in my life. I just try to stick to my guns no matter what game I'm talking about. I guess it's a good thing that most, if not all, Gundam games that I've played for the channel, which is almost every single Gundam game released in North America and a few Japanese ones, are able to be seen for what they are in like no time at all. With Never-Ending Tomorrow specifically, it only took 1 mission for them to show everything they had to offer, and it only took 10 missions for them to run out of anything else to offer. And it was an offer similar to a cat proudly bringing you a dead rat that it just killed in cold kitty blood. At least the characters are hot. So yeah, that was Never-Ending Tomorrow, a game so undeserving of anyone's time that I would rather develop a dependency on cornstarch than do whatever the hell that was again. Towards the end of my Atherin playthrough, I pretty much said that the gameplay is just nothing, and I stand by that. The mashing, the gameplay loop, the borderline insanity, it was all nothing. The monotony of everything just left me feeling nothing. The struggle between 2 stupid action figures did not give me any kind of feeling of conquering an enemy. It was conquering a feeling of nothingness. I feel that out of all the PS2 Gundam games, this one earned its rating on Metacritic. Yeah, I know that there are fans of this game. They made sure to let me know on the last video, so I'll just say this instead. The game is nothing, and by extension, this video is nothing. Therefore, I have nothing left to say about Never-Ending Nothingness. Hi everyone, this is Hell. I am playing over 70 Gundam games from the Nihon. Yo! Over the years, I have played almost every Gundam game released in North America, and despite that being an achievement in itself, one thing remained pretty consistent throughout that time. People asking me to play their favorite Gundam game that I can't read, and if you can, good for you. I barely passed my final Japanese college class with a C, and you know what they say about C's. I have been pretty clear about my reason as to why I don't seek out these games for videos. I can't read them, and not all of these games come with fan translations or guides, and honestly, some of them probably just aren't worth the effort. I just want to use this time before we get started to do a teeny tiny little disclaimer to let you know what this video is and is not going to be. I could just not do this and trust you guys, but if I've learned anything from Jarvis Johnson is that it helps to let them know where your heart is at before you roast their faves. Now, if you feel like you don't need the disclaimer, there will be a chapter for you if you can handle it, but I won't be acknowledging comments that either ignored what I said or heard what I said and still have an issue with something. I just won't do it. Okay, now to brief you. Here's what this video is. This is me walking up to the doorstep of a shit ton of Japanese Gundam games, and I will be spending some time sampling each game. The list I have isn't even really comprehensive either, because I tried to aim for diversity of genres and gameplay styles over just grabbing every single one, because there is a lot of very similar ass games. I know that that may not be enough for some people, but I'm being pretty upfront with the fact that I was never going to play these games for longer than a little while. This is not a deep dive into any of these games, so if that is what you are expecting, please evacuate, because I will not be giving you what you want. Some will surely tell me that I could just hunt down English patches and all of that, but I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of this video. Yes, the games are exclusive to Japan, no matter what language they're in, but I want to play them in their barefaced state, no Sephora, so I only have one rule for the games. I must initiate the main gameplay or combat before moving on. The gameplay is all I care about for this. This is the only thing that I'll have any kind of substantive observation on, because gameplay needs no translation. Either your game feels good or it doesn't. It takes very little time to figure this out, whether you speak the native language or not. Now, with that being said, I have played 2 Japanese Gundam games on my channel before. I played Ringo vs. Zaft and Giren's Greed. Not a lot of people know I played RVZ because it was a small part of my Crossfire video, and no one liked my opinion on Giren's Greed. So if I run into any games that are like Giren's Greed, I may decide to skip outright. And if you're a fan of strategy games, trust me, you want it this way. If something isn't for me, it's just not for me. Anything I say about these games are just my fifis. Don't get yours hurt. You're allowed to like and love any game you want. And so am I, Pookie. I kept a spreadsheet of all the games formatted by my good friend Orange River, and I'll be documenting my raw off-the-cuff impression of each game. I will be recording every second of it, and honestly, we're just gonna be having fun here. So keep that in mind. This is a deeply unserious look at a massive amount of games.
And you know what else is massive?
I am a tourist, not a resident. I am here for a good time, not a long time, yada yada. I think y'all get it by now. And I also enlisted the help of Orange River for moral support while I did this, because there was no goddamn way I was doing this by myself. And he knows not shit about Gundam games, so this was gonna be an eye-opening experience for the both of us. And since he did this with me, I think it's only fair that I can give him a little shout out in return. He makes content focused on sci-fi media ranging from Star Trek, Metroid, Mass Effect, and even one-offs like detailing the story of John Titor and Cyberpunk, a collab video between the both of us. All of his videos are educational, packed with content, and sometimes just downright silly. So if you don't mind, please go show him some love. I would really appreciate that. He's also writing a Star Trek fan comic called Star Trek Endurance that just completed a second issue with a third on the way. He has played a huge part in me wanting to grow and make banger content like this, so I'm gonna try to support my friend the same way. Big thanks to Orange River, aka Tyler, for sponsoring the video. Okay, that's it. See? Teeny tiny. Like your dick.
It's my stress, that's for sure.
Okay, so as I'm sure makes a fuck ton of sense, I will be starting with the 3DS game, Gundam 3D Battle. What the fuck? Why not start with the older games and work your way up? Look, okay, I thought of that right after this game, don't worry. I was a bit scatterbrained for this video. It actually does look decent for the 3DS. All right, so it's one of those types of games. Oh God.
So okay, so you were in the middle of where they tested the atomic bomb.
Yes, we're on the set of that movie Oppenheimer. It might be a little unfair to start with the 3DS game and then like going backwards to like the PlayStation games.
Well, then I guess my question is, after this game, let's do them in order of like oldest console to newest console.
Yeah, after this game. I died. Dude, this game's hard. Disappointed at you? Oh, you see that? He does a roundhouse.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that. I like that. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, you know what? This game's cool. I could see, like, you know, even if I don't know the language or any bullshit like that, right? It's fun. Yeah. I could unlock, there's probably like way cooler suits than that. And you can unlock them, and they have like all these crazy combos and all this other crazy shit you can do. Now, for those of you who are new here, and that might be all of you, a lot of my subs don't watch me anymore, I am not a fan of Gundam games that are based around the slower, more tanky movement. Let's call this one-year war movement, because it seems like all of the games I play that are like this retread the one-year war arc pretty consistently, and any other arcs pull their feet out of the quicksand. I like go fast, not go slow. Unga boonga is basically what I'm saying. 3D Battle is kind of in the middle, but it is still not what I would consider something that I'd play if it were localized. If the game does get fast later on with better suits, then geez man, these games definitely know their audience, because only Gundam fans will want to play as slow as Saku's for the nth game in a row. It gets a yay solely because I see the potential for better gameplay with more progression, and I am hoping that the older Gundam games are a lot more diverse than what modern Gundam games are now. Literally, I am not expecting a Gundam versus game on the NES, so let's see what they cooked in the 80s or whatever. All right, first game is Hot Scramble or what, some shit. Hot Scramble. Keto Senshi Hot Scramble. Yeah, Keto Senshi Z Gundam Hot Scramble.
Hot Scramble.
Yeah. I've been waiting for this. These old ones.
This is basically the sequel to Mappy.
This is Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Whoa, this is
Oh no.
Oh, it's Virtual On or whatever the fuck. Okay, based. Okay, yeah. You know what? I fuck with this kind of heavy. This is pretty cool. We're going warp. Warp drive. Hey, oh my God. I thought that was just gonna be it the whole time. Oh my God, this is actually cool. And then you can transform, dude.
Nice.
Dude, that's awesome. I'm not even like glazing. Dude, I was so ready to hate on this. I think this is a good start. Dude, my expectations were like
in hell.
Sub-Zero, like Bermuda Triangle levels. This is like Metroid coded a little bit.
It is.
Like you can shoot diagonal. This has like more range of motion than like,
Oh, Hot Scramble was a pleasant surprise and I had a ton of fun with it. As you've seen, it's a 2D shooty shoot game and I really liked it. Also, the language barrier didn't interfere with my enjoyment at all. Now with this next game, much to my surprise, out of everything I expected to see today, a Final Fantasy style game with SD Gundams was not really one of them. Yes, MS Saga exists, but to me, it's more of a Shin Megami Tensei like rather than a Final Fantasy game. I also made a video on that if you're interested. Unfortunately, this is one of those games where reading is an integral part of the gameplay. Outside of that, if I were able to read this, I know for a fact I would most likely enjoy it about as much as any other JRPG, so it gets a yay. If the game is actually bad, even with knowing the objective, I wouldn't know, and right this second I don't care. Moving on. Capsule Senki 2. Yay! Right, so let me explain something about that rule from earlier where I'm supposed to initiate the main gameplay action. Grid games are somewhat exempt from this rule. I elect to not play those if I just can't be arsed. I learned my lesson with Giren's Greed and I am applying what I learned here. I don't care for tactics games in this style. I like Disgaea and that is it. I'm pretty sure you don't want to hear me bitch and moan about me not liking a genre of games that is clearly beloved by some of you, so when I get to these, I label them as not for me and keep it pushing. Of course, I still play them to see if they put any unique spin on the gameplay, because some of them do look interesting, I think, but if the core of them is strategy, I just leave it alone. And yes, there is a lot of grid games in this series, but let's take this one step at a time. I'm really trying here, just like with SD Gundam Wars. Not for me. Not for me. Yeah, I genuinely just didn't have any idea what I was doing here. Reading is half the battle, and as a result, I am leaving this one be. Not for me. Same with SD Gundam Gachapon Senshi 5, Battle of Universe Century. Yeah. Not for me. So that concludes the NES. Essentially, my takeaway is do more Hot Scramble. I think Gundam Dread, Gundam Zero Mission, and hell, even Super Gundam would probably be a lot better to play. And as far as the grid games, if the game has a grid, leave it alone, I did. Now to get to the SNES games. I'm expecting a lot more action-oriented games because historically, the SNES just kind of excels at that. More bits equals more bitches, so I'm trying to get ass blasted with pixels and fast-paced gameplay. We got 8 games to go through, so let's go! Right off the bat, I was getting excited because the first game is named Kido Butoden G Gundam. G Gundam is already my jam, but Butoden? Like Dragon Ball Butoden? Those are fighting games. Oh my god. Am I gonna bust? When fighting games are on the table, my neurons fire off. I love them more than my future children. Oh, I wonder who's top tier in this game, dude.
Who's your main?
Yeah, my main is Rose. I'm a Rose main. This game in particular is more of a Street Fighter II Samurai Showdown. You can tell by the health bars that there is some level of influence there, and this is just Charlotte. It just looks too similar to me. Also, any Gundam games where they show the size of the Gundams by putting them in human-sized environments like this football field tickle me pink. Needless to say, the best game I've played so far. It's a yay from me. A damn big one at that. This is way better than I thought it would be. Yay. Way better. I thought we were just gonna be playing some bullshit for like 5 hours. Strangely enough, they went right ahead and decided to not do that again with the next game on the list, Kido Senshi Gundam F91. It's a grid game. I told y'all about these, but I don't want to be 100% unfair to them. Maybe more like 90%. So here's how this game plays. The game takes place on a grid, but once you engage a fight, you are more playing as this radar at the bottom of the screen than controlling the big robot thing. You get a little blip in your radar's field of view, and then you can launch an attack at an opposing enemy and they can do the same to you. And this just kind of happens for a while you watch scenes of the fight that you initiate. It's functional, but not for me. Next game, Cross Dimension 0079, one of the many 79 type games in this list. Now, when this game showed me its feet, I was ready to take a lick, and by feet, I mean cute top-down graphics in this remake of the iconic Gundam Rising cutscene, and by lick, I mean licking Amuro's toe. The actual game is a grid game, though, and damn it, I just want to play so bad. Like, can we? No!
Grids!
No!
Not grids.
Y'all had one job. Just let me move by myself. This one is slightly different from the last because it's less of a traditional space war sim and more of a point and click to hit things game. It's a bit more streamlined and I could potentially see me playing this on PC in the current era with the new release, but this is an SNES game and I don't think it's for me in that state. Now, Kido Senshi Victory Gundam was a pretty interesting one. This one is a side-scrolling beat-em-up game like Streets of Rage or Altered Beast. Unfortunately, this game is not nearly as fluid as any
any of those. This game is extremely clunky and plays like it's in slow motion. I handed it to my prisoner just to confirm this as well, and he pretty much said the same.
Is it floaty?
It's just... Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, buddy.
Yeah, this is awful.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel good.
It just doesn't feel good.
It does not. Overall, this isn't a grid game, so I'm inclined to like it, but the game feel leaves a lot to be desired. Now we're heading back to Z Gundam with a way to the new type. It's a grid game just like Cross Dimension. Grid game! SD Gundam G next. Now this one is a bit more special to me. It is a grid game and I ain't playing this shit, but at the very least I had a jumping off point to at least learn something. The Shirt Lad, this guy is an incredible, underrated resource for shit that concerns these Japanese games, and I remember he made a video on Gundam G next and even provided a menu translation for it. His guides also cover plenty of other games that are only in Japan. He helped me out with a fuck ton of assets and information surrounding games I was never gonna play deeply, so I want to at least make sure some of that information goes somewhere useful. Go find him, cause he's doing God Gundam's work that I will never do, ever. Like, ever. Did all of that help me to finally break through and conquer my anti-grid bias? Hell no. Moving on. SD Gundam GX. Grid game. SD Gundam Power Formation Puzzles. Now hear me out. I had no idea what this game was supposed to be. It is a game similar in format to Tetris or Puyo Puyo, a falling object puzzle game, if you will. The objective of this game is to complete full rows of blocks, and destroying lines, either straight or diagonal, will actually damage your ship. I didn't know this going in, and as a result, this broke my brain.
I don't get it.
I just don't really see the strategy right now.
Well, they're building fucking really high, so I don't get it either.
Yeah, I'm like, is the AI just ass? Like, or am I doing a good job? Or like, is it really like...
is it the other way around?
Is it literally like Tetris brick by brick? Like what are we doing here? Because it's clearly not bad. I mean, it's a fucking puzzle game, but...
Oh god, your bar went down.
What? What am I supposed to do? This is so antithetical to what I know about these types of games. Like, I'm trying to pick up what they're putting down here. If it says you lost or some shit. Dude, okay, no. I don't know what the fuck that even is.
Yeah.
So, whatever. You have to actively fill your board up to then reap benefits. I couldn't fathom this. I was keeping my board clear and was worse off for it. With that knowledge in retrospect, I just see this game as not as engaging as Tetris or Puyo, and as a result, I don't care for it. Make it Puyo Puyo. Just make Gundam Puyo Puyo and I'll play it forever. I just gonna keep it a big stack. I wish there was one. Fucking Amuro's Mean Bean Machine and I'm good. SD Keto Senshi Gundam 2. This game was a light at the end of the hexagonal tunnel. It is a tried and true shmup. Thank Pink Panther S, we finally have a game. That was just a joke, by the way. Jeez. It controls fine. It allows you to upgrade yourself a la Gradius, and while it doesn't play nearly as well as Gradius, it's a good game with a decent amount of theatrical and gameplay variety. It's fine. Next is V Sakusen Shido. Nothing much to say here. It's pretty much a sequel over what I was just playing. It didn't feel quite as good as the last, but the gap is basically anus small, so it doesn't matter much. Enough of that shit. Wing Endless Duel though? Shin Keto Senki Gundam W, Endless Duel. Nah, I gotta fucking glaze. It's another fighting game. Damn, I wonder which games I'll like most by the end of this shit. This game is legendarily fucking good. If G Butoden was the Street Fighter 2 of Gundam games, then this is the Street Fighter Alpha. The graphics are nice and crispy, and the gameplay is just, I went Death Scythe and hopped in trying typical fighting game combo routes. Jump in heavy into crouching heavy into super, everything just fucking works. Oh, and there's quarter circles too. Dude, when the fighting games are like real fighting games and not just like, oh, it's mobile suits and the thing. Like,
yeah.
Oh no, this is based as fuck.
There
that is so good.
That's a yay for me.
This is a super yay. This is like an omega yay. Oh, this is like the best game I played like so far. Like, this is better than Butoden. This is the best game in the list so far. I want some more. Lit as hell.
Yeah, lit as hell.
I love that. I love that.
I love that.
Japanese Gundam games so far have been like trying heroin. There are insane peaks that make you feel like you can never leave this Mount Everest. You feel like you caught the dragon, which is the Dragon Gundam in this case, but then you start coming down and moving on, and the dragon gets further and further away, but then you catch it again. This might not be healthy. Oh well, we have one last game and one last needle prick, and the SNES games finish strong with Super Gachapon World SD Gundam X Grid Game. Okay, overall, the SNES had way more grid games than I expected, but the fighting games were the icing on top of every experience before that. And the shoot 'em ups were okay. Okay, now let's back up a bit. What we do here is go back.
The Game Boy didn't have as many contestants to evaluate in the hopes of potentially making me smile. But let's see how the Game Boy gets down, starting with G-Arm's Operation Gundam. It's kind of like if Zelda NES had a PvP mode. You run around with a long-range weapon and a sword if you are so inclined. I don't know the conditions for one or the other, and if you manage to die, you have these revive stations littered throughout the map that you can regain form at. It's like okay, but not for me. At least it plays better than that other Operation game I'm familiar with. Next up is SD Gundam Sengokuden Kunitori Monogatari. Grid game! Last game is SD Gundam Gaiden Lacroan Heroes. Short and sweet. If I could read it, I'd probably like it, but for now, I don't know, so no. Overall, Game Boy ain't got nothing for me. Moving on to... I like to build. Now, I actually haven't played the Game Gear before, but it was the full-color alternative to the Game Boy at the time, and the one Gundam game I'm playing for it, SD Gundam Winner's History, has a pretty good presentation so far for a handheld game. I can dig it. Grid game! Right. The PS1 era of Gundam games inspire fear and excitement in me. So far, what we've gone through has been split in a few different categories. Grid games, games that include grids, shooty bang bang, and games that flat out blew me away by being like games that people actually find fun. What I'm gathering here is that the best Japanese Gundam games are probably going to end up being games that you could swap with any other property, and the games would not lose anything in the crossfire. Fighting games don't need Gundam to be good. They need good mechanics. It could be a loopsie fighting game for fuck's sake, and I damn sure better be able to Kara cancel in that bitch. But whatever. I'm expecting the PS1 games to start catching up to what we're mostly used to nowadays with Gundam games, which is 3D space or grounded action games. We got a long one here, so let's see what they decided to do with the extra 16 bits in Gundam 0079, The War for Earth. This is an FMV style game where you are supposed to interact when they show you certain things. I was chilling, watching this horrid 3D movie with live action elements, and it didn't go well for me. Tenti-san. What? Oh wow, okay, let's restore. This ain't good. I literally died to cinema. Gundam the Battle Master. If I see versus mode in the main menu, then my pores open up. This is one of the main indicators that this is a fighting game of some kind. Now, what I didn't know at the time was that this is not only a Gundam fighting game, but this is the Japanese version of what we Americans know as Gundam Battle Assault. Well, technically. This game is like Gundam Battle Assault 0, while Gundam Battle Assault 1 is the American version of Gundam the Battle Master 2, with changes to characters and other shit like that, which I haven't played yet, but whatever, it's interesting. The actual game is pretty damn fluid, but it felt pretty close to something like Samurai Showdown, where it feels more grounded and based on characters having good tools and buttons to throw out rather than how hard they can combo. I did get comboed to hell, don't get me wrong, but this ain't no Marvel vs. Capcom. You can break parts on the suits and the hits are crazy impactful, and the combos are shorter than most, but actually doing them feels really good. The suits are chunky, and while they didn't use this to make the game worse like some Gundam games do with rigorous abandon, coming off of the ones I played on the NES, this one did feel more like it was trying to establish its own identity, and it succeeded. Checkmate.
You won.
I did it. Oh, she's shaking. She's like, oh my god. She's like stimming. Like she just Yatta! Whoa, Nelly, this is the best game of all time. Now we have Battle Master 2, the one I mentioned earlier, and it's more of the same good shit. Oh, she's cute. Oh, look at the little dude.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this game is just better in every way. This was back in the days of gaming where their sequels meant, oh, we just make a better game.
Just improved.
Yes. This game is awesome. Already, this game is awesome. It has animated cutscenes, great attention to detail on the sprite work, and the game is just incredibly solid. Battle Master got a yay, and since Battle Master 2 is just doubling down on being a good fucking game, it got a big yay. Fighting games are good games. All good things must come to an end though, so let's begrudgingly leave the promised land and go to land that does nothing but lie to you.
Y'all just lie.
Mobile Suit Gundam. Just like my depression, I knew that these types of games would always find a way to come back. Y'all want me to be honest? Like for real, if y'all want me to lie to y'all, just let me know in the comments. Actually don't, because time's up, bitch. I didn't like this one. Girl, please. What is this? Oh my god. Okay. Oh god.
Oh lord.
Oh god. Whoa, this is not good. This just feels like crap. I just if it's not super obvious, this feels like crap. Like I never want to see that again. Never want to see that again. Next thing, Char's counterattack. This one had potential. It's bombastic, it's flashy, it's cute, it's bigger, it's better. But the camera was straight up lethal. This is like an old version of Neverending Tomorrow, kinda. I need a hit, dude. I need a hit. I need to get the hit. The game looks good. I do like how the game looks. This background is about to make me hurl. Like, okay, so I don't even hate the game. It's just severely fucking with me and I just don't care anymore. It was okay. I could see plenty of people loving this, but this camera goes hard with the TV off. Perfect 1-year war. This war ain't so perfect actually. Bitch, it was low-hanging fruit. Also, reading is half the battle with this one, so not for me. Now, we already played Mobile Suit Gundam, but what if they released a new version of it and called it version 2.0? Yeah, like a gacha update. I expected this to be some super rare version of the game too, but I guess you can just get a copy of this for under $10 on eBay. So I'm gonna assume this one isn't so special. Also, it's not for me. Not a fan of this perspective if it's gonna play like this. Mobile Suit Z Gundam. This is mostly similar to Char's counterattack, but it's based on Z Gundam story-wise. Yeah, it looks like I can hit the guy, so this is immediately better than the other one. Yeah, so it seems like they fixed up the camera controls a lot better compared to the first one. Like, the first one was just like a travesty to look at, but this one is like a game that wants to be played, so I'm cool with this. Good. SD Gundam something something. Reading is half the battle with this one, but the gameplay perspective is low-key reminiscent of Custom Robo or Power Stone, which are good games. My rule demanded that I initiate gameplay, and I'm mostly glad I did, but in general, I don't really care about this game. It's fine, and it looks great and stylish, but I just don't care. The first gameplay snippet I got just started annoying me, even if it played fine enough, and I don't think I need more than this. SD Gundam over Galaxian wouldn't work for me, so the actual next game is Simple Character 2000 Series Volume 13. This title is pretty damn interesting, and for good reason too. The Simple series was a project published by D3, which was basically assembling developers together like the damn Avengers, coming together to make budget titles for various game franchises that were sold at very low price points and were cheap to make. The Simple 2000 series is named that because they were sold for 2,000 yen, which is equal to $13.54 in American dollars at the time of writing this. The Simple Character series game that I pulled for this was based on Vibes, and I pulled Volume 13, which just so happened to be Keto Senshi Gundam Wing: The Battle. Take a wild guess how I felt about this one. Oh, this is Battle Assault. It's a fighting game. It just gets a yay off of that alone, honestly. Okay, so PS1 was kind of hit or miss for me, mostly because I can tell that they're trying to get their footing with this damn franchise. From what I understand about this era of Japanese Gundam games is that they are trying to establish an it factor for this series. They want to start emphasizing how heavy and impactful these machines can feel in games. They have you doing a fuck ton of everything. First person, third person, fighting games, FMV. They are truly throwing darts at the wall and landing on genres that others have done before and slapping Gundam on it. This goes to far before the PS1, but with better graphics and more power, it's easier to experiment with different genres and break limitations. They aren't Rareware though. When Rare made a fighting game, it was Killer Instinct. When Bandai published a Gundam fighting game, it was just Street Fighter 2 with robots, which is fine, but I'm wondering when the snap point is where they just started making the typical Gundam games. From what I know already from playing all of these godforsaken North American games, this started on the PS2, and diversity of gameplay styles really just took a back seat once they found the Versus formula, which is just the boost formula that Sonic has but for Gundam. But maybe Japan has more games that could shine some light on that. Let's not get too ahead of the bus though, because we might get ran the fuck over. None of them worked. There was only one Virtual Boy game that I could find. The game we're playing for this is called SD Gundam Dimension War. Cute name, cute presentation, even though the game is eye-bleedingly red. Is the game fun to play? Grid game! The Dreamcast didn't have anything on my list that I could find. However, I was planning a video on Gundam Side Story 0079, Rise from the Ashes, and the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I don't give enough of a fuck to do that, so I'm lumping it in here.
Australia.
It's Australia.
Mate, you're telling me a shrimp fried that rice?
I'm gonna put a shrimp on the barbie. I love you too, Neo. I love you and all you guys.
Oh no.
Oh no, we just got a call from a Kodak.
Eva.
I know. Eva. What are you doing in this game? I am
Snake.
A double agent for the Federation, Snake. You can heal yourself with the cure menu in your mobile suit. Oh, look, it's me mates.
in the dango sector.
It's me squad.
It's me squad. Those are me flatmates.
All right. We're in the gameplay.
Shit, man. God, why this?
Oh no.
So why am I moving up to the left when I just press the up button? Yeah, I've had enough. Looks good. Presentation is good. Controls like ass. Games like this just make me wonder what has to happen for games to leave the kitchen with undercooked controls. I don't get it, and I never will. People still defend Gundam Battle Assault 3 in my comments under that video. They will never get me to like that shit, just to be abundantly clear. PS2, like I said earlier, is clearly where, at least in America, where Gundam Games definitely settled into a groove of either versus games or 3D action games where they can either be clunky and mimicking the tanky movement of the old rusty dusty one-year war, or they can actually be fucking fun. Also, I have to say this because of course I do. If you find that kind of thing fun, that's fine, but I don't. And while that will remain true, I will play anything. I am a game slut. I am very open-minded even to clunky, slow Gundam games. I'm very excited because I feel like all bets are off when it comes to Gundam games going forward. The limits are getting exceeded with every more powerful system, and I can't wait to see how many grid games they still might manage to make. So let's jump right in with Gundam 00, Gundam Meisters. This game is fire. So fire, in fact, that it could melt steel beams. It has a pretty lengthy tutorial that would have probably hard stuck me, but this is a Gundam game, so things you experience in one of these games kind of translate over. Plus, they had symbols, so it wasn't too bad. The actual game itself is deliciously fast-paced and perfectly represents what I think these games should be, which is fucking fun right out of the gate. Ooh. 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 Okay, I figured it out. Action movie level 2. Oh shit.
Good.
Push.
Great.
12
chain.
Awesome. That was cool. Guess what? We could do it again, baby. Ooh.
I'll fucking do it again.
Bitch. Ooh. One other one. Bitch.
Another
Bitch. Oh, PS2 is starting off real strong, strong. The game just feels great, and this game understands the rule of cool. There's this mechanic that you can initiate, and it literally feels like playing Budokai 3 or the old Naruto Ultimate Ninja games. It literally felt that insanely fun. This was extremely good, and to that one dude that asked me about Gundam 00, this one's for you. Ayug vs Titans is very reminiscent of Gundam vs Zeta Gundam, which I already played for a video. I don't know how much the same they are, but I essentially feel the same way about this game that I do the other. It's fun and feels good, but arguably the best part is this motherfucking menu music. This shit is a bop. Lost War Chronicles is a weird one. The game's presentation is top-notch. Like seriously, from the opening to the endgame details, everything looks fucking insane. Strangely enough though, the actual gameplay doesn't super duper reflect this. The controls are fine, I suppose, but it feels like the game is actively trying to not feel fine. The animations are unrefined if I had to call them anything, and it actually shares animations with Journey to Jaburo, which as y'all know is my favorite cigarette lighter of all time. It's a typical third-person Gundam war game. This is one I'm thinking is heavily appreciated by fans. I've heard about it a lot, so I won't jam it up its ass too much, but essentially I thought the game felt weird to play, but it's not bad or anything. Next up is Kido Senshi Gundam Seed Destiny. Now, I do know that some of you probably know that there's actually 2 Gundam Seed games on PS2 that are Japanese, but I didn't want to play both, so I asked my emotional support slave and he chose Destiny. Was it the right choice? Grid game! That looks good and wasn't bad or anything, and I actually kind of liked it, but still a grid game! Next one is Kido Senshi Gundam Ichinen Senso. Now I want to make something abundantly clear, and I hope y'all listen to me, not just hearing me. This is the best one-year war game you will ever play. Full stop. It just has everything going for it, at least in a gameplay and presentation sense. The movement is insanely smooth, the animations are extremely detailed, and there is diversity in gameplay, all accompanied by really good-looking graphics. It plays like a dream, and if they want to strike that balance between having the Gundam feeling like a Gundam, Ichinen Senso is the blueprint, or at least it should be. Like, this is like what Journey to Jaburo like 100% should have been. Like, this is exactly, like, I don't even know why we got the one that wasn't this. Like,
right.
Oh, look at that reflection though. And the controls are intuitive too. I don't think anyone recommended this game to me.
Which is weird, because this is definitely the most impressive so far.
Yeah, when it comes to one-year war type games, this is the
PS2.
The one that I enjoy. There will be people who tell me that I should try to learn the games or whatever, and that's fine, but the ones that made me feel good, I just hopped in, played them, and the game was just good regardless.
The game was just a game.
Yeah, the game was just awesome.
this game is also awesome. I think it's good. Like, I think that there is a way to make a definitive list of Gundam games that you just should be playing.
Yeah.
And this is one of them. I genuinely loved this, and this is the one game I've played, Japanese or otherwise, that felt like it wanted me to love it. Damn good game. Let's hope and cope that maybe they'll carry that momentum into Climax UC. So in this game, the animations are not as smooth or detailed as in Ichinen Senso, and the game doesn't play as well, but it's fine. I think this game looks really fucking good, actually. It just has this weird heaviness to it that, like, I don't know, I don't like it that much. It's impactful though, I will say that. It feels weighty in a way that's not like awful. It just, you know, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, so PS2 games are mostly good. I have no crazy amount of problems with them. It just seems like the more the series grew, the more games came out and the more they wanted to make fun shit. A lot of what I've played so far has been at the very, very least mildly interesting, and at most Ichinen Senso, or the strangely good as fuck fighting games. I've heard good things about the Seed fighting game, and the one on PS2 that I already made a video on was complete caca. So really, I'm expecting everything outside of fighting to be more like the NES and SNES games, where they really just lean on grid games and side-scrolling games, but we'll see. I could be wrong. But let's get straight into it with Famicom Mini 30 SD Gundam World Gachapon Senshi Scramble Wars Grid Game. Gundam Seed Tomoto Kimito Kokode. Okay, so this is not a grid game, but it isn't a real-time game because you're really just repeatedly engaging the enemy on an overworld map type deal and initiate combat similar to Super Robot Wars or G Generation. I'd rather just do the combat myself, but that's not the game's fault, that's just a me thing. Getting past the combat is the part where progression isn't so smooth if you can't read the language. Reading is half the battle, and therefore I just clicked around to get to the next gameplay segment because I did actually want to play more. Needless to say that the game was just not for me. Gundam Seed Battle Assault. Battle Assault? Yeah! This game is good. Let me unbiasedly tell you why. This game is a sweaty fucking game. If G Gundam Butoden was Street Fighter 2 and the Wing game was Street Fighter Alpha, then this game is goddamn Marvel vs. Capcom 2. This game is cracked out of its fucking mind, and the skill ceiling literally lives and dies by one goddamn mechanic in this game, and that's the thruster button. Without it, this game can feel kind of fucking hard to play and the mobility can feel a bit off, but as soon as you press the MDMA button, all bets are off. This shit is the Wild West now. Motherfucking rootin' tootin' cowboy shooting, baby. Yeah! I was playing Aegis, but in the air, I was literally pinwheel. Dr. Doom, any flight character that haunts your nightmares, the thruster button literally changes you into them. You can fly directly into a low, overhead, into a grab. Bro, this game is nuts. And with this new knowledge, I went back into arcade mode and fought Calamity, and he was a zoner. Getting in was a pain in the ass, but you have a million chances to try with this degenerate button. You can even carry yourself to the other side of the screen with the momentum from the thruster. Saving you thruster energy and utilizing micro dashes just looks fucking sick in real fights. God, I want more. I want so much more of this, but I had to move on. But this is the best fighting game I've played so far in this list, and it's a strong contender for the best thing on this bitch. It felt that good. But I'll reserve all of that for later. I want some more. Next, Keto Senshi Battle Seed Destiny. Oh wait, is this literally the same game and the mechanics are exactly the same, allowing me to play the same amazing game twice in a row, thus cheating and being able to keep playing for longer than the time allotted to me per game? Nah, I don't see it, but time to play it. It's good, good as hell. I swear this feels kind of familiar, but nah, I might just be fucking insane. I want some more. Okay, bitch, it's time to stop having fun. We're playing SD Gundam Force now. Actually, not so. This game is actually so much better than the PS2 game I played for the channel, SD Gundam Force Showdown. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up and it feels good to play. Each character is different, with Zero having useful projectiles and being able to fly and being a femboy. You know how much I like those femboys. Bakunetsumaru having fast-ass combos and Captain Gundam having a punch-kick combo. Man, this game just works. Yeah, the PS2 game had pretty much the same shit, but it was all coded in an atrocious gameplay experience. I talked about that game enough though, so I won't retread, but the GBA game for it is pretty good. No complaints. And that's it for GBA games. They finished incredibly strong, only having one I couldn't even begin to care about, and the other is just not for me. I'm decently surprised at how good these games can really get outside of just being third-person action games. The creativity on display really does give me high hopes, and I'm gonna take that straight into the GameCube Gundam era.
This is the quirky Nintendo machine that sold way less than it should have, and here's hoping for the best for these Japanese Gundam games. I selected 2, so let's get into the first one, briefly titled Hito Senshi Gundam Senshi Tachi no KinzieK. Yeah, no, this game has a massive amount of potential, but nah, it just doesn't feel good at all. I thought Encounters in Space and Never Ending Tomorrow controlled like dog shit when I first played them, but this one makes that experience exponentially worse by making it slow as shit to do anything. Turning around, combat, it all just feels like dreck. The game looks nice though, but the whole thing is not great. Next game is SD Gundam Gashapon Wars Grid Game. Hold up, wait a minute now. Yes, this is a grid game, but this one puts a spin on it that I actually enjoyed a bit. Not only is the game lovingly wacky, but I don't explicitly hate the childish nature of SD or anything like others do sometimes. But when you get past the grid phase, which is essentially the Fire Emblem part, you go into a combat scenario where you play a fully controllable fight. It is pretty darn neat, and I actually like this game a lot. Honestly, GameCube could have been worse, but I was decently surprised by the grid game on this system, and Gundam KinzieK or whatever really isn't terrible, but man, I think it could be better because the presentation is sick as hell. Honestly, I have no idea what to expect. The DS has so many types of games on it, 2D, 3D, 4D, hell, I don't know what they're gonna try to do with Gundam, but we're surely gonna find out with the first game on the list, Emblem of Gundam. Grid game! 2 Gundam Mahjong games. I have no earthly clue what I was expecting when I read Mahjong, but don't ask me why I didn't expect them to be Mahjong games. I didn't play these for very long at all, but not because they were bad, but because, bitch, I don't know how to play the funny tile game, even if it were in English, so Mahjong. Next game is Hito Senshi Gundam 00. Fuck yes! Literally, I have had nothing but shining praise for this series game tie-ins. The last one was a disgustingly cool banger, so let's see if they can carry even a fraction of that to the DS. Holy fuck-a-moly, this game is awesome! It plays really well, and the game looks great and is super flashy. Yeah, I have it rigorously upscaled, but this would have impressed me regardless. It just looks fucking great, plays really well, and the game's perspective doesn't feel gross like the GameCube game. Damn yay. Let's go to SD Gundam Brave Battle Warriors. It's okay. Still better than SD Gundam Force Showdown. How the hell did we get that game and not these actually cool Gundam Force games? These games are at least not stupidly made and are actually fun. Oh well, literally as soon as I finished that sentence, I stopped caring. The Japanese DS Gundam games are very good overall. Maybe the grid game was good. I ain't figuring that out, but everything else was pretty good. As far as the PlayStation family goes, though, we have the PSP and PS3 left, and since there's only one PS3 game worth talking about, in my opinion, I'm gonna put that one here instead. That game is Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn. It's pretty detailed. This is the From Software Gundam game everyone talks about. The tutorial is long as shit, and for good reason, because the mechanics are deep as hell. It truly does feel like you're controlling this thing. You're damn near playing Steel Battalion. I made it my mission to get through the tutorial to start an actual mission. It's good. I'm probably never gonna play it again. It really isn't my jam, but it's obvious that this game was made with a stupid amount of care and attention, and I will say it is good. Now we have not the war in the pocket, but the PS2 in the pocket. Oh, don't be like that. You thought that was funny. This is the console I am expecting to have the most 3D behind the back janky clunky ones, but I'm also expecting a lot of Versus Formula games. We haven't run into a lot of those, but they really got ramped up in the PS2 and PSP era, so I'm hoping to see some good ones. I know for a fact one of them are on here that is very well received and is a fan favorite, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I ain't played it yet. But for now, let's start with Gundam Assault Survive. Apparently, Gundam Assault Survive is a part of the larger Gundam Battle series. These games are basically indistinguishable from each other and they all feel exactly the same. Now, don't get me twisted like a bop it, bitch. I like when sequels do the thing where they build upon the previous game with nothing but more content and enhancements, but any enhancements that they made were not immediately obvious. I do know that there are enhancements because the Shirt Lad sent me an entire passage of the little changes made throughout this sub-series of games, like Battle Royale adding different suits and buffing different moves and all that kind of shit. Things that would only be relevant to people actively following this series. As far as I'm concerned, I see these games the same way people saw Naruto's Storm sequel releases. To the untrained eye, all of these games are the fucking same, but then you actually pay attention to the game releases and you realize that, oh, they added more reliable substitution and put a limit on them and made you reappear in less dangerous spots, and they nerfed and buffed characters. Yeah, this is literally all these games are, just a bunch of releases that build off of the previous, but considering that I barely even liked the first one they started building
Moving on, yeah, I don't care. They are okay. These games were probably cheap as shit to make anyway. Next game is Gundam Memories Tatakai no Kyoku. This one seems to be based on 00, so I am expecting nothing short of a damn good game. Dude, fucking insane streak that 00 is on. They just understand what the fuck to do with this series. Nothing short of peak. Gundam Memories is more based around several series, like Dynasty Warriors Gundam does, heavily abridging core moments from the various shows within it. It's really fun, and honestly, I'd revisit it again. Next game is Gundam Age Universe Excel. This one was a weird one, but not bad in the slightest, and hell, I would want this one to be localized. I just think it's so unique. It is more of an RPG type of game where you walk around and talk to people. And yeah, I can't read the shit, but it's giving Yu-Gi-Oh! Tag Force, and it's very vibey. This introduction to the game does last for a very long time, even when skipping cutscenes, but regardless, I liked it. The actual gameplay is pretty damn solid too, impactful and narratively driven. The pace is slower than the faster games I've played so far, but they don't tone down the rule of cool here. You pick up a rotating beam saw on a stick and you tell me that isn't cool as shit. The game's pretty good. Finally, we get to the one I heard of plenty before we got here. Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus. For a teeny tiny PSP game, bitch, this game got me crying from my dick, it's so damn good. Versus games are always good. This is peak Gundam to me. The PSP doesn't compromise a damn thing here. It is literally glaze worthy. It is a genuinely beautiful game. I played as Nobel and I had an amazing time. Fucking awesome game, dude. Moving past that, we have Senjo no Kizuna. So this one is interesting. It's closer to like an esports MOBA type game, even better than that, but you can play this game first and third person. And the first person mode is unrelentingly goofy. The camera shakes at the smallest mosquito bite. This game is straight comedy and absolute cinema, bitch. God, this game's silly. This game mega goofy. Oh my God, it's so up close and intense. Oh my God, dude, he hit me from the side.
God.
Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck am I playing? Come here, bitch. Yeah. I had a fun time fooling around with this one. Will I ever play this shit again? Nah, but it ain't bad, just silly goofy. Our last game is Quiz Keto Senshi Gundam Toy Senshi Deluxe. It's a quiz game, I can't read it, wah wah. The PSP was filled with games, and honestly, regardless of what I think, PSP is the most consistent when it comes to games that I feel at least neutral to positive about. I am thoroughly satisfied with what I saw on this console. There's a lot of power in it, and the emulation enhancements only make that more clear. Even without them, Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus is a fucking powerhouse of fun gameplay, but there truly was never any doubt. Versus games are about as good as Gundam games will ever get, in my opinion, you know, besides Gundam Breaker games, I suppose. Honestly, I'm expecting some stupid shit, I'm not gonna lie. Wii games just kinda have a habit of being unserious, so I'm expecting that. Also, before I get into Wii games, there's also a lack of Xbox 360's game, Operation Troy. Bottom line, it didn't work. Now for Wii. The first game on the Wii is SD Gundam Scat Hammers! You walk around and swing your fucking ball. I'm sure this is fine with a Wii remote, but I couldn't really play it properly. I can see the vision though, and it's like fine, I guess.
Why didn't you hook up a Wii to a...
Yeah, why didn't you hook up a Wii remote, you fucking fat? Now, the other two Wii games initially didn't work for me, but during stream, I downloaded them before I got to those two games. There was a pit stop I made to two other Gundam games that I neglected to get. Both games were recommended on stream by Ray of Truth, a person that knows a lot more about this shit than I do. The first game they brought to my attention is a part of the Haro Ichiza series that I mentioned before. Interesting little thing about this sub-series is that the Keto Senshi Gundam Haro Ichiza franchise is pretty much based around putting quirky chibi Gundam coats of paint, but the only ones I grabbed were the two Mahjong games at the time of me playing them. But one that I had no idea existed until Ray of Truth said something was Haro Ichiza Haro no Puyo Puyo. Puyo, like the puzzle franchise that turns me into a sweaty freak. I had to play this immediately. All you had to say is Puyo Puyo and Gundam. This is just an excuse for me to play Puyo Puyo. Oh my God, a Gundam game. Let's see the next Gundam game. It's Puyo. I love Puyo. I love Puyo so much. Okay. Just let me cook. Hold on. Okay, hold on, don't do nothing crazy. Okay, just let me cook. Let me fucking cook, y'all. Bro, kick me out the kitchen. I'm out the kitchen. I'm out. It's over. Ah, no! Now we got it.
Yeah.
Now we got it.
That was
Now we got it.
Let's go.
And she is so cooked. Look at you. Look at that shit. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. Chillin', bruh. Fuck off, Lala. Honestly, as far as how much I like this game over the others, this is an easy top 3. Yes, it is just Puyo Puyo. Yes, my bias is larger than my balls. And yes, I am cheating on this one. I love this Gundam game that just so happens to be Puyo Puyo. The second game shown to me is on something called the Wonder Swan. And I was like, what the fuck is that thing? Well, the Wonder Swan is a handheld console produced by Gunpei Yokoi, the Ultra Hand guy, and he designed the Game Boy and produced Metroid and Kid Icarus. What a fucking awesome dude. And the game we're looking at is Gundam Seed Destiny, but for the Wonder Swan this time. The actual game is fine. It's really just a 2D flying beat 'em up, but the game looks great for a handheld released in '99. The graphics are smack dab right in the middle of NES and SNES for reference, really. The game looks like some weird in-between of 8 and 16-bit, but it looks amazing at times too. High quality sprite work and decent animations are abundant. I like it. This game makes me wonder why it was never localized. Makes me wonder. Okay, let's do these last 2 Wii games. MS Sensen 0079 is a game where I can actually play it pretty well due to the fact that it's a first-person shooter, and those hold up pretty damn nicely on the Wii. It really is just a shooting game from the perspective of whatever suit they put you in, though. It's fine. Literally, that's about it. It's fine. And last but not least, Anime Slot Revolution Patchy Slot Keto Senshi. Right. So yeah, here's what we're gonna do. Right, I mean, I've played a game just like this. Y'all know what it's called? Y'all know what it's called? Yeah, I've played a game like this before. So, we are finally at the end! And as a result, it's time to put the pencils down and make our final conclusions. Top 5 Gundam games in this list are Haro Ichiza, Haro no Puyo Puyo, Gundam Seed Battle Assault, plus Gundam Seed Destiny because they're basically the same, Ichinen Senso, Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus, and finally, Gundam Meisters. The system I liked playing Japanese Gundam games on the most was the PSP, because man, Gundam vs. Gundam Next Plus is so damn good. And my favorite game on the list, period, that honor goes to Gundam Seed Battle Assault and Seed Destiny. Fighting games are my lifeblood. This just has to happen. Honorable mentions go to literally any other fighting game I played. They were all fucking good. And the underdog of this whole list is without a doubt Gundam AGE. That game just seems like it would be a baller fucking time if I could read it. Okay, well, that's it, y'all. You made it this far, and I appreciate you all for it. And since this long-ass video is winding down, I'm gonna request that you sub to me if you like this shit. Because honestly, I deserve it. I'm speaking that. I have plenty more jokes, and there's plenty more vulgarity, and that would be sick if you watched it all. And if you really like what you saw, I got a Patreon where you can get early access to videos, and there's even a video for free members about this anime that teaches you how to survive cancellation if you really need something like that. Plus, I'm on all relevant social medias, and I have a Discord for all cute bitches who want to converse. Also, I got a second channel that I stream on every Wednesday, and it's fun as fuck. You can ask me questions and talk to others. It's fun. So while you're checking all of that shit out, stay safe, stay hydrated, and most importantly, I think I'm done making Gundam videos. Stay cute.